mean, I've got to try and get control of that because it's hypocritical to the highest extent when I'm telling my audience when I go live, please don't swear. Then just like in my pre-show, just before that, I'm swearing and getting angry with him because he's calling me a liar and interrupting me constantly. And, you know, I've just got toothache and it's all I can think about. So when I'm trying to explain something, it's 10 times as irritating. So it quickly results into you're a stupid idiot with a lot of swear words attached in that sentence. Here's my example of why you're a stupid idiot. Again, with a lot of swearing in it. Hopefully,
No,
I'll
don't
not
feel
do
bad.
that
He's a
today.
pest.
Well, 24/7's also moved into X now, so they've been a few guys here, and we've been doing some. Miggy's been running it, or Alpha, doing some X Spaces live. We get some interesting characters in there as well.
Very cool. We get in on that action?
Yeah, and just from the discussions, I've been getting all these messages from all these Globers over there on X, and actually, Will Duffy ended up being one of them. And I called him out and tried to get him in the space, and he wouldn't come in.
Okay. Again, I mean, I'm all for that. Brilliant. It's really nice to hear that this server's like doing things to expand their tentacles out into the great unknown. Wonderful. Yeah, if we can get in on that action, that'd be blinding. Really good. Obviously, in the meantime, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. If flat Earth debate can be incorporated into 24/7 flat Earth politics servers, endeavors on X, then marvelous. I'm all for it.
Yeah, it gets quite busy over there. You got to wait a while though. Like it takes sometimes a while for the room to fill up, but once they start coming in, yeah, we're going back 10 years in the argument again.
That's not
We don't
good.
really get the anti-flat earthers, but well, the other problem on X as well is we've been calling them the esoterical flat earthers. There's a lot of those guys over there that love the ether and giving explanations about outer ponds and Admiral Byrd and all these different things.
Angle, AJ. This has got to be the angle, right? Where we've not necessarily succeeded in getting a stage, as they call it. Maybe instead, if you say, look, you're branching into X.
Well, but when they say, "Oh, she had cancer in her breasts and then it travelled to her lungs."
I'm going to my G plus hot mic in.
Get this straight, hold on. A cancer that attacked breast tissue, muscle. Now,
as he's detailing someone else's medical condition, I think I'll pop him on mute.
Sorry.
It's all right. I really wanted to hear them more about that breast cancer situation, but nevertheless.
No, you can't hear that.
You joined off mute.
I can't believe you joined off mute. I'm like, what are you doing?
Anyway, we're in politics today, so we're guests here. We've got to kind of temper our behaviour.
Wow, you have a wonderful voice. I just have to say that. Thank you.
Also very handsome.
I believe it. Hey.
Oh, I thought she was talking about.
I'm going to get a coffee. Going live in about 10, 15. No. What time is it? My watch is still broken. No, it is correct. We're going live in about half an hour. Can you just pop yourself on mute? So all I ask, although I'll probably break this rule between now and then, is that you don't swear when we're live. So ideally, when we're going out to a live audience, just keep it PG. If you don't, you're not immediately going to get removed. But by the same token, you'll get a note from one of the mods or me. I'm going to get coffee. That's basically the only rule. I have a whole preamble, but I'll do that when we go live.
No worries, mate. I'm on mute.
Thank you for the compliment, whoever that was, and I was just not joking. I am very handsome.
In an Uncle Fester type of way.
Yo, Grizzly, I sent you something in the side chat.
Can I bring up a point?
Go ahead.
So yesterday I was just hanging out, and I come into this server, and Tiffany Star, with her handle Tiffany Star Triple X, is just yammering on around, and you guys are talking to her, and she's trying to globe, and I'm just sitting there like thinking, is this the real Tiffany Star, or is this just a person that's not a fake, a LARP? And then I started thinking, like, is this the real Tiffany Star? And like, what kind of reception did she think she was gonna get? And then she's just glowing, and it's just so weird to think about this person who has more eyes on them than probably any of us will ever have our eyes on us. And they're just sitting there being the most typical glober. They're just trying to justify this fantasy, and it just is getting more and more pathetic. And it was pretty cool, and I thought we should talk about it, and nobody wants to talk about it yet.
Dude, I think I met that woman, Tiffany Star. I think I met that woman. Yeah.
Yesterday,
I don't even know who it is.
Here.
Anyone else know Tiffany Star? I don't know who it is.
I know the name.
She's not really worthy of memory, to be honest with you guys. I'm actually ashamed I've remembered. It is good.
I'm not ashamed to admit that, porn is a thing, and I kind of like that thing.
Well, I'm glad I don't know then.
I'm just imagine.
So you figured out
Imagine
that
a
it's the
basketball
the
player.
same person?
Say what now?
You figured out it's the same person or what? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't know if it's the same person, but I mean, she was pretty self-promoting, and I would expect that the drunkenness helped, and I expect the election helped, and I think it was just a big storm, and I think it was an anomaly, and I think it should be checked out. Because what if it was someone else that wasn't the biggest star of their arena or whatever, but a pretty big star in their arena? It's her profession, not mine. But I'm trying to imagine like a football star, a basketball star, a baseball star. You know what I mean? They come in and they're just another one. They're just another freaking statistic for us to flat smack. It's amazing to think about.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's the start of something. Not porny, but out, but like expanding. Like the reach is out there into every, because globe crosses into everything. So it makes sense that flat would eventually be there to block them from, to give that cog dis, to give that little change. Because I mean, that's all it takes is at first it's a pain, and then it's calm, and then it's pretty funny. My globe is hilarious now.
It's hilarious when someone's detailing it to you. I'm kind of indifferent to it now. I don't really give it much thought.
I just thought it should be talked about, to be completely honest. I'll be the one.
You want to add something, tactical droid?
I just said, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Okay.
Well, sounds like I missed all the fun yesterday.
I mean, she was just drunk, and she was just trying to like validate herself, You know what I mean? Like any Glober would. Like, you're dumb because you think it's flat. It's just that easy. Everybody thinks that. And for other people who aren't in our little part to see that from the span of, like, I've seen you in other places, that means something to me.
So you what? I don't get it.
Exposure, I guess, is the point.
But what does it matter if a woman that sells her body on the internet knows if the Earth is this or that? Like, I mean, as far as I know, these people are not really like talking to a broad. Or do you think she would talk about flat Earth in her videos?
It's not the woman or the profession particularly. It really isn't. That's not the point. The point is
So
that I like, outside of what Professor Peterson or Danny, and Faulkner, who the hell, like, what celebrity type people come around here?
So imagine she would talk about flat Earth in her profession. How would that video look like?
Tell me the Earth's flat, Daddy. Tell me it's flat.
I've done that search. There's nothing good.
Golly, we gotta change the topic, I think.
And all I think he's driving at is that, regardless of the field, she's a person of influence.
Yes.
She's taken it upon herself to come into this arena, regardless of how useless as a globe believer, anti-flat earther, or flat earther for that matter. If she came in going, yeah, it's flat. There we go. Roll our eyes. What you call esoteric flat earth is going to tell us about the bleeding ice wall. It's a person of influence. It doesn't matter what arena. She's saying it's intriguing that somebody who's in position to have many eyes on her to come in to tell us that we're stupid and we're,
Yes.
defying her belief in the globe that she's retained, regardless of profession. It wouldn't matter if she was a plumber. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if she would use her audience, how would you put it in
It's amusing.
the video of your profession?
I get it. It's amusing. It's less amusing if someone who comes along is a random profession on YouTube and they're making loads of money from making epoxy tables or doing plumbing. They happen to have 500,000 people watching them, or 1 million people watching. Well, again, you'd have the same reaction from Adam, I would assume, which is, it's just interesting that this person of influence, regardless of it being epoxy tables, is here telling us that Earth can't be what flat earthers say, anti-flat earther, or Earth is flat, or Earth is a globe. You should be like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
It's hard to talk about, like, without trying to be like, oh, I'm not a friggin' pervert the entire time, but at the same time, yes, that's exactly it. It's a big exposure, and it's a big, like, if somebody else followed her in here, and then all of a sudden we have a new flirt. It's just that easy. Even one matters. I think I matter.
We already have enough wankers in this subject, though, to be perfectly honest.
Anyways, I'm not laughing about you, by the way. I'm just laughing about the idea of how the subject would be propagated.
Again, I've done that search. I haven't found anything fun yet.
Yeah, I reckon Harp's got a good point here. It was probably just a troll. It was probably actually eggshells with a voice changer.
So be it.
Well, I don't know, because I have seen that woman in the election politics channel down there speaking. So, but anyways, what is important is that people understand what the Earth is, and that it presents itself to be a topographical planar surface. And it doesn't need me or anybody else to quote or state the obvious. The Earth is what it is, and the only problem is that there's people out there who just don't want to accept for what it is presenting itself to be. Very simple.
Yeah. I want to go beyond the actual measurements into their globe belief. And no, you're right, it's no big deal. It's always been that way. It's always been referenced and measured that way. It's been charted and mapped that way. We sail on it and fly over it that way. We build on it that way. That's how Earth is. Nothing's going to change if you come to the realization that on top of that functionality of Earth being flat, there's a globe built on that. Well, that's your belief and you're entitled to it.
Exactly. See, the thing is, it's just very simple, right? I see the Earth presenting to be something, right? It's presenting to be a specific thing. And if it presents itself obvious to be a flat horizontal topographic plane, and just not even talking about that it scans this way, so it doesn't even present it with modern technology like LiDAR scanning from aircrafts, airplanes, you can actually scan the planar surface and you will see a planar surface as topography. Anyways, everything kind of points to topographical plane. So if then someone comes and says, I'm going to deny the most obvious observation and utilization of that planar surface, I'm on Vogue, it's the complete opposite. And in this case, the globe, the heliocentric code belief system would be the opposite. Then I'm just simply saying, without any emotions, just an objective intellectual, I say, if that is so, please provide a substantial evidence that goes in a complete contrary to what it is presenting itself to be currently. And then I would be open to look at that. That's why I'm always saying, please.
It's kind of confrontational. Why not go the other way? Just to say, obviously, first and foremost, as you already said, yeah, you're entitled to your belief. Just demonstrate to them where their belief is based in the measurements of Earth in the first instance. For example, deriving a radial value to infer sphericity requires a flat plane of reference to measure. If you can point out the origins of their globe belief, and then again reiterate, it's no big deal. Earth's always been measured this way. Even if you take those flat Earth measurements and turn them into a globe, it's still measured that way in the first instance, so nothing changes. You're leaning on the, what difference does it make, guy? What difference? I've got to go to work tomorrow. Well, it doesn't make any difference. It was always flat.
Right. That makes sense, yeah. I think that's even the better approach, to be honest. Because it makes them...
doing. That's my plan for next year, whether or not we'll be doing it in 24/7. This year, all I've been here for the whole year almost now, in this server on a Friday, it's saying Earth's measured flat, Earth's measured flat, Earth's measured flat. In 2025, my rhetorical devices will be slightly refined, as they always get. And that'll be to say, it's no big deal. It's not that serious. It always was flat. Just, to get away from this idea that we have to fight against the glober's belief that he's actually standing on a surface that's only imaginary and created with measurements of the flat surface. It's no big deal. It always was flat. Even your globe came from that measurement of a flat Earth. It's kind of expanding on that idea that I've come to this server to distill in flat earthers, or, as the case often is, debate with globers.
Right. Yeah,
well, I'd
that's
say
exactly
at this point, Nathan, it's not even a debate anymore, is it? It's only a debate if you want to go off and run into the weeds about other esoteric beliefs.
When you say it means my job here has been satisfied, the whole purpose of coming here is to take people off that idea that there's a debate to be had. Measurements are flat, that's it. It's the end of the story here.
Exactly. See, what is important to me is they need to realize that the very roots of these Greek philosophers looking at the sky and then making baseless assumptions within their mind of philosophy about the sky and then applying it automatically to the ground, that they need to understand that in 2024 there is no second verification, that this applied mathematics derived from sky observation, which is the sky religion that it is, in fact, has been certified by directly measuring the supposed bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction. So if there's no second verification or validation, then it's nothing more than a reification fallacy. Because in 2024, the only way you prove to me that it's a ball, you use the same philosophical aspects like the Greeks did. You look at the sky, you reference the sky, therefore you try to prove a concept derived from the sky by again using the very origin where it derived from as a proof. And that is fallacious. That is like the core of fallacious thinking.
Say they measure the sky, what do they measure it with respect to? Flat plane.
Indeed. That is even the worst thing about it.
Yeah, they need a flat plane more than we do. All of their origins for their belief in a globe come from those measurements. What I would declare, or have been declaring in the last year at least, is that everybody, us, them, anybody who's measuring Earth, will measure it flat.
Right.
Greeks all knew that.
Right. See, this is the point that is so baffling to me. You have something that is so obvious, such as celestial observation or celestial navigation, and it literally shows you, even in the mathematics, you gotta assume a horizontal reference point, and you gotta assume a planar surface.
Slight adaptation to your terms, sorry. It's not assume, it's measure.
Oh, measure, yeah, sorry. Measure, yeah. So you utilize the Earth as being a topographical stationary planar surface on water or land, right? Yeah. But you insert your cultish belief that is actually the opposite. So even within their own mathematics of heliocentrism, they destroy their own paradigm by utilizing the Earth for what it is, but then further after that go into nihilism and claim it's actually the opposite. And this is how every paper of geodetic surveying, every paper of, we had this weather guy in here who's also a flat earther now, who taught us some cool things, interesting things about how they make the weather, how they predict it, how they use a flat-based model actually for predicting the weather these days. And they put a balloon up every day. Anyways, this guy also realized that it's just reading between the lines, and there's literally nothing that provides foundational evidence for spinning warp into the space for flying for never explaining world of darkness. It just simply doesn't exist.
Oh, what does exist is flat plane measurements. Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely correct. Your first summary was absolutely spot on. It's a reification after the fact, because the mathematics that work for heliocentrism, number one, work from the center of the globe on a flat plane anyway, for it to function at all. It's on a plane moving in an orbit with you describing the orbital motion from the center of the globe on an equatorial plane. It always must necessitate the use of a flat plane, even when you put it into spherical globe-shaped map with an orbit around the sun. You're still describing that orbit with respect to the flat plane of reference inside the globe. It's all flat. When they say it works, you're like, yeah, well, okay. For 10 years, every flat earther's whistled past the fact that the globe necessitates flat plane origins to put it into practice mathematically. Therefore, to suggest that you're standing on the surface of that mathematical invention is simply reification, as you described initially. Absolutely correct. But then suggest that you can get it to function from the globe surface is erroneous. You can't. There is no globe surface beyond the maths. When you do functionally put anything heliocentric into practical application, you're doing it from hell, from the globe on a plane.
Exactly. As soon as it comes to utilization of Earth, you come to the fact that it is a topographical planar surface. It's the same with practical utilization of maps. As soon as you want to use a map practically, all what you're gonna have is a planar grid system. You zoom onto the globe religious code Google Earth model, you zoom in, and as soon as you want to use it practically and utilize it practically, obviously, you're gonna be met with a planar grid system. And this is for every map that is being used for real purpose, to give it a purpose in the first place. And that's so
absolutely
funny.
Correct. The first thing we spotted before, like 6 years ago, before we were anywhere near the rhetoric of telling people that Earth was measured flat, we were drawing out elevation profiles in Google Earth, and they're completely flat. They show how Earth is measured. If you're going to trust Google and their mapping, then you must accept and understand that it is flat. Because it is.
Yes.
When you use Google Earth Pro and you're drawing out elevation profiles to put things on the surface of Earth, you're doing it with respect to a plane of reference for the entire surface of Earth.
Oh, brother, surely it is a Google Map. It is flat. When you take, you turn on Unreal Engine 5 and you plug in Google Map, it will just throw it on a flat plane. Yeah. On a 3D, you will just see everything in 3D. You will see the buildings in 3D. You will see the mountains, the elevation profile, the topography in 3D. That's just Google Map on a plane.
Except for the ocean that stays flat.
why we talk
Sure, it
about
hasn't got any waves on it, but the point is that it has to, because everything in terms of elevation is described with respect to a plane of reference. In this regard, with mapping at sea level, so you can't describe it any other way. Unreal Engine can't render it and have an axiom of horizontal work if you bend it. Nothing works anymore. Therefore, the programming cannot function any other way other than to describe things with respect to horizontal. And when they have a globe belief, horizontal bends at the end of the discussion or perceived debate, violates the axiom that the principle the computer program is based on cannot violate.
Yeah, it can't even simulate a fucking globe, water on a globe.
Nathan, just as a quick side note for maybe future videos or whatnot, if you have never talked about this topic, I would love for you to look into, if you haven't already, into the vertical situation display created by Boeing. It literally shows the vertical topography of the planar Earth surface up to 640 nautical miles. And it's just a sliced, it is a sliced 2D topographical view that the pilot can use in a cockpit to get an awareness of what the topography in front will be, right? Which is amazing because it completely destroys the claim that there's any bending surface. This vertical situation display would not work if there was any bending surface. So it completely destroys the globe, and I wish anybody actually to look into it. The vertical situation display made by Boeing. This data is showing a topographic planar surface, just like it is to be expected.
Right, I love it. I love the enthusiasm level. All roads lead to a flat Earth. The title of my book that will come out hopefully soon. All of the evidence in respect to anything Earth-based will direct you to a flat plane of reference in all instances. And any exceptions, Earth is what it is. I'm going to press a few buttons.
Is it an infinite plane?
What was that noise?
Just one sec. We're going to go live to an audience in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Please don't swear. I'm done.
Are you under the belief that Earth is an infinite plane?
That's how it's measured. It's not about infinite. What we have measured is measured as a plane, referenced as a plane, travelled on as a plane.
So what's beyond the ice wall?
I'm in the middle of answering you. Yep, I'll give up immediately.
Every topographical profile that you can put in front of you, it will be just a flat line, flat horizontal line, which is sea level. And everything that goes above that line is above sea level. Everything that goes under that line, it will be just ocean floor or lake or something. And it will be under sea level, below sea level. So it's like a diagram. You will see it always like that diagram, straight line, and everything that goes above zero. Everything that goes down is below zero.
Hey, one more thing. You know what is behind the ice wall? That's where you find your brain. Anyways, we can continue.
Oh, that was an excellent answer to that question. Because the answer to that question is, how do I know what's at a place I've never been? Think about it. How do I know what's at a place I've never been? One more time, how do I know what's at a place I've never been? For example, in your paradigm of the globe Earth expanding Big Bang cosmology, you have a boundary of expanding free space upon which you have no freaking clue what's beyond it. So unless you could tell me what's beyond available free space, shut the frick up and sit the frick down. Thanks.
I was just simply asking if you believe in an infinite plane. Wow, calm down, guys.
Simply asking something I want to introduce that has nothing to do with the topic, and I actually know that no flat earther claims it, but I still just want to bring it to the table because I have no argument for defending the globe. Yeah,
well,
we get it.
No, the reason why they bring up the infinite plane, I talked to one of the guys who did this the other day with a long form conversation. He brings it up because a globe of a significant enough size would present as an infinite plane. So he might be looking for some way of agreeing with flat Earth.
Nope.
But how can you have
the retort of an infinite plane? the retort of an infinite plane is a apparent logical contradiction because an infinite plane can't exist. Right? So they're bewildered if somebody believes such a thing.
Surely a Mobius strip is an infinite plane because it goes around itself.
A Mobius strip isn't a plane. That's the problem. A loop is not a plane, right?
Yep. That it's a logical inconsistency to say that you will ever find a true planar surface or planar surface itself on a spherical surface. You can't have a spherical surface and simultaneously claim there is a planar surface on there. You can't do that.
Only just because I got here. I just want to ask. This is genuine. What are you guys defining as plane as like part of this conversation? No one?
We don't make up our own definitions. I can tell you what planar means.
What I mean is, but you have to be
definition.
like, but
Like
part
a
of this
dimensional
conversation, you
surface?
have to use like a definition, right, to start basing this conversation on.
A dimensional surface, I think that's adequate for a plane that
Welcome.
we're referred to.
That's
No, a plane would just be a
live.
flat surface.
I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. And there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Click OK, Flatsy, and a whole bunch of people in the politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
Hey, welcome,
Hello.
Nathan.
Shalom.
Morning.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom, Jackie.
Well,
Yeah,
we're just going to pick up where we left off, guys.
Worries.
All right. So we use the word plane as per the definition. So a flat surface on which a straight line adjoining any 2 points on it would lie horizontal. Yeah. Or the adjective, a plane surface, level and flat.
Okay, well, that in that definition, it doesn't disaccount or it doesn't not allow this idea of infinity to, be a part of that definition, right? I mean, I don't think there shouldn't be the reason for me asking that question is basically because there are no limits so far from our understanding. We haven't reached any walls or boundaries. I mean, other than the ice wall, that is a limit.
Ice wall.
Oh, this guy. He's always on about the ice wall, just so you guys know.
Well, I will stop talking
the
about
ice wall the ice walls are a globe claim anyway, regardless. But the honest answer to the question is I don't know. It's very simple. We can't go there. We can't see it, so we don't make assumptions of what could be there. Yeah, and make claims about assumption.
Isn't that like assuming that the whole Earth is a flat topological plane then?
No, it is. That's how it's measured. We have measured. It's been measured flat.
Exactly. That's why I brought up the whole question to begin with.
Yeah,
so I joined a little bit late, so I think I missed that question.
That's fine. What we know is what we know in terms of what we have measured to date. There's an idea of taking you to the speculative idea of what might be on there. We don't know. We, as flat earthers, are given a narrative that we know about some ice wall and potentially puddles of land beyond the ice wall on this plateau. All feast of nonsense, as I would describe it. You know what we know. Earth's measured flat. That's how it's been charted and mapped. And now that's how we navigate and fly on it. So that's what we know up to now.
But we need to go beyond that. There is more truth that we must be discovered and must be realized, other than the fact that the Earth is flat. This is definitely a part of it.
That's a speculation Sunday.
That's fine. Yeah.
Spec Sunday.
Go out and, okay, yes, that's potentially true. Maybe you'll be the one to discover more, if there is more.
I guess the question would be then, if the belief is that the Earth is a flat topological plane, would that be the same for every other celestial body in our system? Like the moon, Mars, Sun?
Let me just unpack. There's a couple of things to unpack there. So, number one, when you're dealing with the plane of the surface of Earth, that's got sod all to do with the stars in terms of what they are as planes. That seems very non sequitur. The one is the sky and the one is the ground.
Yeah, but would you agree that everything in our system belongs to the laws of physics?
Indulge me, I'm unpacking both of the things that you said. I haven't quite done with the first that you said, which was about if you hold a belief in it being a topographical plane. No, I'll just rephrase it so it's absolutely and abundantly clear. That is how Earth is measured.
Yes. Yeah.
So can you just affirm that you're not going to restate it as being my belief when that's how it's measured?
No, of course, that's not what I meant at all, yeah. However you worded that, if not a belief.
However I worded it isn't really you acknowledging it. So we'll just try it again, sir, so we can move on past this. It's kind of lingering a bit longer than I would have hoped. So Earth is measured flat. It's not my belief. How I would phrase it isn't about English or you interrupting on the third attempt. We'll just get this clear and squared away before you interrupt me. Thank you. It's not a belief. It's now going to be the fourth attempt with you talking through me and not affirming it. However I phrase it, end quote. No, I phrased it very specifically because it's based on how Earth is measured. It has nothing to do with English or phraseology. It is a measurement of Earth. It's not all to do with English language, mathematical language in terms of measurement. Not a belief. You understand?
Yes, I understood that the first time. I'm not sure why we had to...
rather than saying what you phrase it as. You could have just said, well, given that Earth's measured flat, I understand it wouldn't be a belief, because that's how it's measured. And we could have moved on a long time ago. Meanwhile, non sequitur fallacy. The sky's not the ground. Question's erroneous. It doesn't make any sense. You're asking me about what the stars would be, if they'd be flat planes. Well, we measure the ground with respect to the ground position of the stars, and it's with respect to a flat plane that the surface is. And what that makes the stars... I'm still talking. Answering your stupid non sequitur crazy question that makes no sense about whether
I'm just acknowledging what you're saying, just by saying okay. It
seems like this guy has got an incessant verbal diarrhea issue. He's asked questions about whether or not we'd assess the planes in the sky. I take that non sequitur nonsense apart. He feels he needs to talk through me. Sir, what I'm doing is humiliating your non sequitur. Your stupid question that made no sense, asking if the stars are flat planes. No. In answer to your question, we do utilise the stars in terms of their flat plane measurement of an angle to their ground position. That's got sod all to do with whether or not they're planes. That's completely non sequitur to the ground because it's the sky. Hopefully I've answered your question. It's been the second or third attempt to answer that bit of your question. It's my pleasure unpacking that garbage.
It is honest.
Non sequiturs about the sky being measured flat, or the lights in the sky that are going to be measured as planes. Any other non sequitur craziness that I need to be answering?
Yeah, I just want to say it is an honest mistake. I have made that assumption before when it comes to trying to figure out where we are in the universe or this place.
What assumption would that be?
Drawing the conclusion that by me looking up at the sky, it would give me a better sense of where I am on the Earth.
It does.
Yeah. So I'm saying there is some truth there in him thinking like by him looking up, he could have a better understanding of what he is on. But yeah, I think it's a little deeper than what
it seems like you got too much empathy there, my friend, to the mind, because you're making up a narrative that he didn't offer. He asked me about whether or not the stars would be flat planes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You're right. Okay.
your empathy leads you to fill in the gaps on his behalf to make it seem less stupid than it really was.
All I was saying is I empathize with him.
And
Yeah,
I
that's
also
it.
think you misunderstood the mind, because what Nathan said is the stars can tell our position on Earth, not what the shape of the Earth is. Okay.
May I say something very fast?
Yeah, feel free.
His question already was answering itself because he didn't say the stars. He said literally celestial bodies. So the bodies that are in the sky, we are terrestrial creatures. We are creatures that are belong to the ground. So the ground is not the sky. So those things are in the sky. Celestial bodies, not terrestrial things. We are in Terra.
They're above at a given time is quite useful to navigate. That's how our entire navigation system is based, on at Earth measurements to those stars. So we know where they'll be above at a given time. That's it. That's what we've got from them. Very useful. We've expanded the known territories with that information. We built the understanding we have about the world flat. We can also turn those understandings into globe measurements. They're not actually going to create a globe surface because the surface is measured flat to create them. They're actually just calculations based on an origin measurement of a flat plane that we actually dwell atop.
I think we're all in agreement so far, right?
About it. Who's the ice wall guy?
He left.
It is me. I am the mind.
Immediately had some of the other people in the server pipe up. I'm a guest here, like you are, to be perfectly honest, although I am running a show. Why would the other participants of the server immediately go, oh, this guy's always on about the ice wall? What gives?
No, that was Drew, who you just
Oh,
spoke
okay.
with earlier, and decided
I did not bring
to
up the ice wall, actually.
any further answer your questions. No,
Yeah,
that's not
I
what we're
was
talking about now, Drew.
I was the initial ice wall guy, but I have no. Yeah, that's it. I don't really have much of a record or anything here, so I have tried to give people the idea that we are kind of stuck in a loop, and there's more that needs to be understood here about this thing. Like most religions, they get stuck in a cycle that. But I do appreciate the fact that y'all are breaking out of the illusion that we have been put in. So that's
Yeah, let me
about
address
it.
that specifically, friend, because it irked me that nobody mentioned this to you earlier. How you make
Mhm.
discoveries about territory that's beyond your access is to increase your access to territory. So you cannot make discoveries without going to the place you're attempting to discover. So sitting in a Discord room, speculating about what's beyond a territory we don't have access to is not the way to make discoveries. That's the way to make fools of ourselves.
Agreed.
I was asking about the nature of reality, the true nature of reality. I know that's not a thing that this is not a true nature of reality talk. This is a flat Earth talk. So I know I have been told
Well,
that
you're wrong there, the mind. I've
that's
got to
not.
stop that, because this is about the
Yeah.
true nature of reality, and we're not stuck on a loop here. What we speak about is what can be measured, tested, and verified. Now, in this room at the moment, we're talking about being measured. Yeah, this has been the topic for the year, so that everyone actually understands this. So we are talking about reality and what is verifiable.
Yeah. Yeah. Reality is more.
Sorry, go ahead.
Reality is a lot more complex than we can understand, and I think most of us do have a very scientific perspective on how we look at reality, and that is what's leading to our illusion state that we're in, because we have the wrong way of perceiving reality.
Not necessarily. You've been given a narrative which we label as the Feast of Nonsense, and it includes the ice wall. That's why people are jumping all over this specifically in this regard.
I'm not.
So
I brought up the ice wall once. I'm not even worried about it. I'm literally just talking about this evidence and this proof, and the way we do testing and come to truth is through a certain filtered worldview, and it is the scientific one. And this is limiting our ability to know actual truth.
You've got that backwards. Okay, so there's a couple of things. I nearly got there the first time. I'll try again. So, were you aware that we would deem things like the ice wall as being part of what we call the feast of nonsense narrative of flat Earth? It's also referred to as the esoteric flat Earth. Have you ever heard these terms?
I'm unaware.
Okay. As I was trying to explain, there's a narrative that we are ordained to regurgitate. It has within it azimuthal equidistant projections, ice walls, domes, things of that nature, things that you could only speculate about. And in reality, the way that we actually have measurements of the plane we deal with are sufficient for us to win every argument always. Instead, we have speculative arguments given to us about things that we couldn't verify to make us look stupid, which is why you've been pounced upon.
Yeah, but it's not speculative. It's a fact that we're not allowed to go to Antarctica and just start treading down the ice path and see how far we go. Like, we're not allowed to do that. That's not a speculative thing I'm saying. And that's a part of this strategic thing that is happening when it comes to information being held back from us. We're not allowed to discover. We're not allowed to know the truth. We're not allowed to go walk into
That's what
fucking.
we just stated to you, yeah? That's
I'm
what
sorry, I
AI
didn't-
just stated. Dude, that's what AI just stated. That's what Nathan just stated. You've just repeated it. We know we can't go there. That's why we don't speculate about what is there, because we just simply don't know.
So don't even think about it. Don't even attempt to try to know.
No.
Don't even.
I'm not suggesting that. No. I'm not saying don't think about it, right? Just saying that when you speculate about it as a flat earther who is automatically assumed to be an imbecile, you make yourself seem more of an imbecile by the perception of the person you talk to when you speculate about these things that have been given to us intentionally. Falling off the edge, that's there intentionally. It's actually there to juxtapose their edge, their boats fall over. And you figure out this narrative of esoteric / east of nonsense flat earth. There's plenty of cast iron things that aren't disputable that you can assert as a flat earther. What do we do instead with the narrative we're given? We talk about maybe there's more and we're prevented from... No, that's very much a feast of nonsense narrative that you're parroting. No offense, I'm just trying to lay it out in the kindest possible way.
Okay, so my rebuttal to you is what I've said many times to this community, which is, okay, the whole world knows the earth is flat. Then what? Now what? How is that going to enlighten the world, make this place better? If everyone knows the earth is flat, then what?
That's an appeal to consensus fallacy. It's irrelevant. It wouldn't matter if it was just me. Facts remain that we functionally deal with it flat. If everybody but me had a religion that the surface was curving, it wouldn't make any difference. In reality, it's not that big a deal because we functionally deal with Earth as a flat plane and always have. If I'm surrounded by zealots that don't believe that, they're entitled to that belief in spite of the fact that we functionally deal with Earth as a flat plane.
Okay,
And
so I think there are...
I could add to that answer if you'd like. Mankind would stop wasting the money on the fake CGI images and maybe concentrate on the problems here, like helping the homeless, ending needless wars. That would be the benefit of everybody knowing that NASA is lying and all the other space agencies. That would be just one benefit. Go ahead.
Maybe. You're making a lot of assumptions about where funds would be diverted if nonsense of globe wasn't in the rhetoric, but I don't necessarily agree, and you couldn't necessarily validate that either. What I do know is how everybody always utilises the plane of reference that is Earth's surface, without exception, regardless of where the budget for the nonsense goes. If it was the church that were doing it a couple of 100 years ago, would it be the case that would say, well, all the money that went to the church will now be diverted into the roads? No, not necessarily. But what they were saying, if it was wrong, could be pointed out and then people would move away from it. In terms of how we functionally deal with Earth, it is flat.
Okay, so fine. Let's say that's a truth that it doesn't matter if people knew it or not. Because if we went about functioning in society the same way, it really wouldn't make a difference regardless, right?
Wouldn't make a difference to how we deal with Earth in terms of how we functionally utilize Earth. That won't change. That's how always going to be the case. It always has been the case. It's the case now, and it'll be the case tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there are
Well,
certain truths that we need to realize and understand that could be like directly correlated to, I don't know, some spiritual aspects that are part of reality, physical reality, that we need to know, that we need to understand, that has a effect on our lives. Like, I think the Earth being flat really isn't one of those things. Like, the true nature of reality is deeper than just the Earth being flat.
Maybe. I mean, maybe it's more profound. I'm saying no big deal
Yes,
because nothing's
it is.
changing. Maybe.
Yeah, the
Maybe.
one thing. Sorry.
I've got more to add than just my agreement with you. Thank you. Maybe. However, it's irrelevant to the subject matter. In terms of my speculation about how this might affect somebody mentally, affect them spiritually, who cares? No offense. Maybe it will. But ultimately, the functionality and the measurement of Earth is all that matters in this debate. It is flat. And always was. That won't change.
Well, maybe
I could
you get what you're
definitely know. I
speaking about
definitely
the
could say it's
mind,
not
yeah?
round. I
Maybe,
definitely know it's not round.
maybe people, I would hope people, I can't say they would actually realize the lie that they've been told and maybe start questioning a few more things that they're told, and things may change.
Why, you nosy bugger? Why do you care?
I guess that's a little bit conspiratorial now.
That's what I said. I
asking
said
AJ
I
why
would
he
hope.
cares. Why would you hope that? Does it matter to you? It is literally inconsequential to you. Next man knows we actually always will and always have measured Earth flat. Unless he's going about his business with respect to a measurement that utilises a flat plane of reference, which they all do, it's inconsequential to him. By the extension of you now knowing this truth of how Earth always was measured flat and always will be flat, next man, his belief in the globe that he currently retains, no offence, AJ, but it is not reasonable that you challenge his belief. Everyone's entitled to their beliefs, are they not?
Oh, no, 100%. I was just sort of saying that I would hope that the truth coming out would have some type of effect on the population as a whole, yeah?
Hope is a fine, fine thing to have there, AJ. Good for you.
Yep.
It's a bit condescending.
That's why I said it was a hope.
Yeah,
It's
maybe.
condescending because it's irrelevant to the subject at hand.
So is being condescending.
Correct.
Because
We
it's
know that
irrelevant
it's
to the subject.
measured flat, and we know that it's utilized as flat every day, yeah? Nothing in that aspect is ever going to change. Hasn't.
Oh.
It's always been that way, like you said.
It's soft to be condescending, as opposed to some globe-believing numpty who wants to use that as an angle to debate this subject when there is no debate. Because of AJ's hope for the betterment of society, that could be discussed for hours to no avail.
I definitely wouldn't be debating that point. So.
Right, the guy in your defence is saying I'm being condescending. Well, that's me being gentle, and I hope AJ is not offended. I know he's got a pretty thick skin. He's been around for a while.
No. My point was, and I wasn't trying to offend anyone. My point was like being condescending or anything. It doesn't really help the conversation at all. I'm not trying to knock people. But like, I can see that we are trying to have a genuine conversation here.
Look, to be honest, the only reason I brought it up was because the mind wanted to keep talking about, is it going to change things? Yeah, and he was speculating there, and my point was, well, I hope that it would in some way. Yeah, the truth coming out, because I think the truth is important to me. That's all, and it was just an answer to the mind.
And I was condescending because I'm trying to shut that down, aren't I? Oh, let's close the door.
That's
to
right, and then you shut it down,
in
and
spite
that's
of
it.
hope. Oh, there we go.
And then I just have a quick question. You guys keep mentioning the mind. Is that someone in here, or is that
Yes, I am the mind.
Okay.
Hello, I am. Here.
If you don't mind the mind, I've got a live audience to contend with. I'm really sorry to do this, but I do have to pay my bills. Shout out to the Price of Adam. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says 33 months, very suspicious. He's been a member for a very long time. And also Price of Adam, thank you for the super chat. Says here's a real one though. It is real. You've got that first super chat by being a member. You've paid for that super chat. Absolutely, is a real. Both of them are. But thank you for both. Also, I want to do a quick shout out. Somebody can't stand it. I do have a live audience. I'm really sorry. I know you have got to be patient for just about 30 more seconds. I'm so sorry. I'm going to pop a link in the live stream chat for my live audience on Nathan Oakley 1980. If you are currently watching, toddle your way along to this link. Have I put the right thing in there? Or I don't think I have. Let's just get rid of that. Remove. Hopefully I've not shared my link that I didn't want to share. I've got a link to PJ Cruikshank's channel, right? He's just lost his channel through his own means because it was via a takedown on YouTube. Therefore, it can be his own fault. And I've asked him to investigate why so he doesn't lose this channel. But he's got a new channel, and I encourage you to go and subscribe. He had about 350 subscribers on the previous channel that was taken down. He's now on 150 almost immediately after setting this up a day earlier. If we could get him to 350 subscribers today, net loss 0. So please go and subscribe to PJ Cruikshank. His new channel is called PJ Crooker. He's currently on 130 subs. Go and give it a sub. Sorry, I thank you for begging my indulgence. I'm done with my shout outs. Thank you to all of you who super chatted. Please smash the super chat to support this channel.
I was gonna say, if there's any good comments, throw them out there. I don't mind in the engagement with your audience at all. If you want to know some more audience interaction, please, I feel free.
Oh, thanks. I really appreciate it. You're being used as a muse in terms of the ice wall. It's nothing personal. I don't know you. I've no idea if you have a firm affinity or you just mentioned it once. I'm not asking you to interrupt and actually explain it in the middle of me talking. That'd be great. Just use you as an example so I can demonstrate to an audience that there's a feast of nonsense subject on the table when it comes to ice walls, domes, falling off edges, all there for a reason. So we don't just talk about how Earth's measured.
Yeah, no problem. No personal ill will or anything. I got you.
Beans. We have the usual ram jammer ding dong server today, which is great because I'm sure there'll be some bull believers that want to ask some questions.
Oh, beans.
Beans.
That's copyright.
Is it? I don't think it's in the dictionary.
Yeah.
No, that made it to the lexicon. My bad.
Somebody asked what would happen. What happens then? Did somebody say that? What happens after? Is it the mind?
After what?
Yeah.
After flat Earth is known throughout the world, which is not going to happen, let's say hypothetically, then what happens then? What happens then? Who are you talking about? What happens to who, what, when, where, why, how?
Reach level 100, you get a badge, and they give you 500 extra gold, don't they?
I was going to eat a sandwich.
Pretty sure I get a medal. You get a medal.
Oh no!
Well, he left.
Wait, God. Go ahead.
Left. He went. He didn't answer. He's gone. Devils. Okay, then I whip it with a bum full of dynamite.
You boot scooted.
Did indeed. Any Globers in here got any questions? Feel free.
No, just some chat skanks.
Love them.
Yeah,
I'll pick the right time to shout out PJ Cruikshank then. Good.
Yeah, the chat skanks are always the Globers that don't have the capabilities of raising their voice or using their voice.
Or having an intellectual conversation.
Sorry, AJ.
Use your words. That's copyrighted too. Buddy.
I say it to my youngest daughter.
Oh, okay.
Actually, don't. I say in English, please. When she's making
Figured.
It's because they learn multiple languages. Both of them do. So if I say, use your words, what's she going to do? Start talking to me in Spanish?
Oh, I was hoping Heretic Needs a Shower would come in and explain what he's dropped in the chat, but he hasn't piped up yet. He's obviously been in here before with having that name.
Needs a shower. Personally,
He's got his name here. Heretic Needs a Shower. So
Oh,
he's
that's his
obviously.
name?
Well, no, I think he's had a run-in with Heretic in here previously, by the sounds of it.
Oh, Heretic's another participant, and he's taken on the moniker of my opponent needs to take a shower. I see. How cunning.
Yeah. Heretic's the server owner.
Oh, Heretic owns this. I didn't know that. Who's doing the
Heretic
stuff on X then? Who's doing the stuff on X? Heretic. He said it was
channel owner. Channel owner.
I thought you said it was Mickey. Mickey.
Oh,
So
sorry,
do you
channel
mind?
owner.
Do you mind if
Sorry,
I be
AI's
the
correcting me, guys.
Got on the
Do you-
mind.
Do you mind
Go on.
if I am the opposition in this conversation for a little bit here, in regards to the Earth being flat and like what is important in understanding?
No, this is the mind, right? You had a question before.
Yeah.
What
I
happens
asked you a question.
then? Yeah, you
What?
said what happens then
Yeah.
after everyone knows. Yeah, what happens then? What happens to who?
Okay, well, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask a additional follow-up question because I think it was already answered, which was nothing's really going to happen. Like everything's going to basically be the same if we're using the navigational systems the same way, right? So I did have an additional question.
I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question, dude. You said, "What happens then?" Don't answer that with a question. What do you
What
mean?
happens
What
then?
happens then?
That was my question to you. If everyone knows, then what? Like, what's the point of everybody knowing the Earth is flat?
To who? To who? Then what happens to me? To you? To
To
who?
humanity. To humanity, to mankind.
He's just asking what.
Like, what's the purpose? What's the point in us talking about this so much if it's not going to even change anything?
Well, that's the point of a debate, right?
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Let's just say you are over at your parents' house. You are looking for some socks. They tell you it's upstairs in the drawer. You go into the drawer and you find a birth certificate that exposes that they're not your parents. Does it matter?
What?
Wait, what? That's what?
That's not the same. That's not the same analogy at all.
That's not even. Yeah.
That's not fair.
Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Okay, yeah. Unless you quantify that in some way, that's a false comparison.
Yeah, I am. So you come across some information, right? That's
so you're gonna continue
against your. Well, he just asked me to qualify it, so I was.
Let him
please
speak.
don't, moronic. Thank you.
Please shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up and let him speak.
Guys, we're on a live stream. Can we stay respectful and just be normal? We're
audio chaos where I've currently retained control. So I'll do a shout out while Eli and QE don't encourage chaos in a server that we're guests in. Sandro, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Thanks for PJ. Shout out, bro. Absolutely my pleasure. PJ's ace. And check him out. Subscribe. I'll stick another link into him. If you're one of the 83 live members, go and subscribe if you haven't done so already."
Oh, back to my question again. What happened?
Yeah. So now what? What happens next?
So now what? Well, I go back to my day job.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't got a day job.
That's it.
That doesn't answer the question. He's like, what point?
Yeah,
what difference does
the
it make?
question. It does
not
answer
his
the
question.
Yeah,
not
it does.
his question.
Yes, it
not
does.
His question.
Keep on saying it, you fucking glue sniffer.
No swearing.
Well, you're a glue sniffer.
No swearing.
No naughty words, guys.
What does it make to humanity?
No naughty words.
What
This
happens
guy's
to
here just to
humanity
rage
once
bait.
they figure out that the Earth's flat?
Well, don't
and
try
it's
to
the same?
answer it now after calling me a
Once
glue
they have,
sniffer after
once they
saying that's
figure
not
out,
what he
keep
was
on
asking.
over talking me. Keep on
Can we-
doing that, Elijah.
Because,
Can,
first
can
of all,
we
Nate,
can we just mute this guy because he's here just to rage bait in the server again?
Scenario.
I had a point. I had a point. He keeps over talking me, talking about I'm over talking him. What are you
Oh
talking
my
about?
God!
Fine,
Go
right, I've
back
got
to
to
your
say,
boy Whitney,
both of you
where you got
stop,
that
please,
stupid analogy from
guys,
anyway.
please. You're going to
Friggin'
encourage audio
clown.
chaos. When
Interrupting my discussion with nonsense.
Yeah, there's a guy who's talking really loud, and I think he's gonna basically
God.
disrupt the peace here.
Feeling.
That's happening.
Thanks, mind. You're not a mod. No need. The
Yeah.
commentary is not needed. There's plenty of people to control the conversation. Thank you, QE and Eli. Hopefully, we'll get through this.
You're welcome. We'll continue this after the show.
Don't
Oh,
mind.
it's that show.
In any event,
An ass
we
out
never
of
got
here.
an answer from the mind, who's now giving his colour commentary on your argument with Eli. Eli's
Yeah,
feeling
no
that he's been wronged because he hasn't got the end of his point out. I'm going to go to the
Yeah.
mind, as he was the
But
originator
even
of
this
this.
girl even
My
yams
bad,
on you,
my
right? He's
bad,
such a
gentlemen.
girl.
My bad. I'll go to the mind as he was the originator of this discussion because he was asked who, and then we got to a conclusion. Okay, you go back to your day job. Is there anything to add to that discussion? I would say no, but we'll see if the mind's got anything to say. It's him being talked to.
Okay, so again, like this third person who came in here, he did give a good point. I did say, what is the point in having this conversation if you are saying that ultimately it doesn't matter? That's what I said. I didn't ask you, what are you going to do after everyone knows? I didn't ask you, what personally. I said, what does it matter overall to humanity if you're saying it doesn't matter if they know this or not?
Sorry
What's
for
the
trying
point?
to answer your question, bro.
Does it
What?
matter if they know it's flat?
What? No, you didn't. You said, what happens then?
Mm-hmm.
And I said,
Yeah.
what happens to who? I know what you said. I heard you.
To humanity. What to humanity? What's the point in?
I could speculate on what happens to humanity in a hypothetical. Once they figure out that the Earth's flat, it's not spinning, and it's contained, most people are going to reckon with the Creator, aren't they?
I don't know. I think that's very speculative. I don't think people are just going to be like, God's real now because the Earth is flat. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to think.
You can't really bring religion into this all the way through.
Yeah.
So they're going to figure out that wind, waves, and erosion created a container around them.
What?
Cares.
I think we're
Yeah, what?
ignoring the fact that the container itself protects us from the giants.
Hello. We've had the conclusion drawn. It is purely. He's invited to the speculation. He's got it now. Not that I necessarily approve, but fine. He's got what he wanted. Okay, the mind. So, yeah, I say no big deal. It always was flat anyway. Whether or not people figure it out because they've got to utilize it in some way is down to whether or not they need to utilize it in some way. If they don't, it might not have any consequential effect on them unless they suddenly relinquish their current globe belief, which is a relinquishment of a belief that wasn't real. And that may have absolutely no effect on them. It may have a profound effect on them, but who cares? It's the overarching point. You know it's measured flat. It was before you knew. So what difference does it make? Well, probably not that much. Does it matter?
Are you asking me, does it matter?
If next man knows what you now know, does it matter? Unless he's utilising
I
it
would
in
say
some way.
no. Oh,
Well,
on
that's what he's
utility,
gonna
yes.
say. That's two answers.
For utility sakes, yes. But overall, like in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it necessarily matters.
In the utility, I mean, in terms of practical application, no, nothing
Yeah.
changes. It's always flat to begin with. It still is now and will be tomorrow. So no, nothing changes
yeah.
in terms of the utility. Has no effect.
Yeah, I agree. I guess, yeah.
So given that you're saying in the grand scheme there's no effect, and in the utilitarian always was flat aspect it has no effect, you could overall say that really it doesn't make any difference. I'm going to be leaning into that next year and saying when people go, oh no, it's a travesty, the world would fall apart if space wasn't real, dogs would be cats and chickens would be roosters, and no, nothing changes, it always was flat. Big deal.
I think he means like the effect on like humans, like actual people, because obviously if the Earth is a globe or it's flat, and the other way is proven, then that means a lot of people have been lied to, which means that it affects people, right? I think that's what he was trying to ask.
No, the lie aspect is inconsequential also. The motivation for what you perceive to be a lie is also inconsequential. Whether or not it's debatable, I'm still in the middle of answering you, sir. Only through the first breath.
Again, sorry. Again, I was just trying to acknowledge what you just said, just by saying
The
okay.
same sentence you have interrupted now twice.
Again, same.
I'm answering you.
Yeah, I know. I was just acknowledging what you said by saying
You've got to
okay.
shut up.
That's just rude. Excuse me. That's just rude at this
Interrupting
point.
me incessantly, so we get further and further away from the answer, which was to take away the juxtaposition of whether or not it's a globe. Now he can't stop interrupting because there isn't a debatable point in that regard. You say if it changes, then people must have a lie explored. No, because there is no lie in regards to how you've juxtaposed whether or not it's a globe. It is factually measured flat. The globe comes from those measurements. Whether or not you've got a belief based on flat earth origin measurements doesn't have your false dichotomy that if proven one way or the other. No, there is only one way we measure earth, and it is flat. Whether or not you know that and relinquish the belief you held in spite of that doesn't affect me. I affect you, but I don't care.
I think he furthered that question too, though. He did ask after that.
Is everybody else who is not the guy I've just addressed feel it's their turn to talk? Just address somebody. It'd be nice to hear him.
Yeah, he's muted up, Nathan.
Why? Because when I was telling him how it's not a juxtaposition between whether or not it's flat or globe, there is no false dichotomy to be explored when it's measured flat, he thought that by just talking incessantly through the top, we'd be left in a state where it could be one or the other, as he supposed when asking his question and then not shutting up. Is that why he had to be server muted? I tell.
No, he's not server muted. He's just muted himself. He's not server muted, but.
Oh, then fine. It's because Eli and yourself probably talked when I was asking him something for a response. No offense, AJ. I'd just like a response from him. It's not a false dichotomy of if it's a globe or if it's flat when it's measured flat. Who is off mute in G+?
Sorry, Nathan. I think he's on mute because he did try to clarify during all the chaos that he was happy with that answer of that question that nothing changes. But he then asked a second question to clarify, to say to you guys, if nothing changes, then why do we spend all this time talking about it in this room when there could be more important things to talk about? Because it obviously isn't going to make any difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So sorry, that's what I was trying to clarify.
Thank you, Huey, for the colour commentary.
I just said yes. It's not color commentary, and you're fucking welcome.
Please stop swearing.
Yeah, you can't be swearing in here. There's people. We're doing a live stream, and yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. He's trying to convolute the idea of me saying it makes no difference to the functionality of Earth with whether or not it makes some difference to somebody else that isn't me mentally. Those two things are not connected. It may have a profound effect on many people. I just don't care. The way Earth is functionally going to be utilised was and always will be flat. If it has a profound effect on you, I don't care.
Okay, so I would like to continue this conversation, and again, like I said, I am gonna play the role of the opposition here. So, I would like to say, I think this is true, the Earth being flat. Like I can say, okay, this is a thing that I can agree with you on. But I think there are again deeper
in response
truths.
to that, the mind. Next.
Okay.
Are you speaking over him?
Because he's just agreed with my position.
So you're allowed to speak and not get spoken over, but everybody else.
So who is this guy that's critiquing the methodology of our communication as opposed to the debating subject? When my opponent, he's alleged that he's going to take my opponent's stance. I'm answering the guy who just interjected. Yeah. When he says he's going to take my opponent's stance and says I agree with you that it's flat, I then say next. That's what
So
we're
just so
debating.
you're aware, Drew. I'm not sure if Drew knows what's going on, but Drew, Nathan's running a show in here tonight. It's
on this specific topic, and we're not going to go off into the weeds on speculation. So, which Nathan's talking about, what can be proven. He has just agreed with Nathan that the Earth is measured as flat. There is no more conversation about speculation.
Amen, brother.
Who was the guy that was interjecting about the format a second ago? What was his name?
That was Drew. That's who I was just
brother.
addressing.
Praise
Drew.
Jesus Christ, brother. Amen.
Don't blaspheme.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think Drew came in late, so I don't think he understood what was going on.
Fair enough. But did he have a question about anything? I don't know if he's actually a reasonable participant or not. Or it's just critiquing
No,
the
he hasn't
format.
been too bad up till now, Nathan. He's been pretty good.
Sorry, again, I just want to clarify. Thank you, AJ, for clarifying that there's a show and everything. Again, I wasn't trying to be rude though. I did ask a couple of questions, but obviously those were blown over now, so I'm just here to listen.
Did you? What questions did you ask?
Well, before everyone shat on me for it, I merely asked whether you, obviously the Earth is measured flat. I agreed with that, and then I asked whether you believe that some like a body like Mars or the Moon is also measured flat or flat because of the basis of Earth. That's
I
what
remember
I
now,
asked.
going through ground positions with you and measuring its position above the Earth at a given time.
And obviously, the Earth and all of these, when I said celestial bodies, I do mean other things in the solar system, do abide by these same laws of physics.
Sorry, what system? Solar system. That's derived from flat Earth measurements also. The Copernican model, in terms of its representation, is an asymptotically flat plane described from the centre of hell, an equatorial plane. Make that solar system function. Now, you need a flat Earth for that solar system mathematical description. It's not something you can reify into being on. You're not in a solar system that's mathematically invented by use of flat Earth angle measurements, the ones that you accepted a moment ago. There's no solar system, it's just maths. Just a description of stuff. With respect to the angles that you measure off a flat plane, I might add. Solar system, mate. Some fantasy belief if you think that's real. It's not. Invented by the church to describe the positions of the stars. Do you think you were, like, whizzing around the sun and stuff? You're not.
Is he assuming that that Mars and the Moon are like all the stars are like dirt?
You think the sky is soil, my friend?
I didn't assume anything. I just asked. I was just asking you. Excuse me. I was just trying to ask a question. That was all it was.
Do you assume the sky is soil? If you're going to ask
That's
about
not
the
what I assumed.
plane of Mars, you're suggesting that the sky is soil.
I mean, there are rocks in space.
I'm having words put in my mouth now. I just asked you a question. That's all it was. There was nothing further than that. I was just asking what that.
No, you're not. You asked it if they were measured flat also. The lights are measured flat. How do you measure a light flat?
I was asking Nathan, not you.
But your implication is that they are in existence in the same functionality as we can measure terra firma, like flat, like we do measure terra firma. The ground, the surface that we dwell atop is measured flat. You're saying, do the lights get measured like that? And I'm saying, what, like they're soil that can be measured? I'm asking, are you suggesting the sky is soil to be measured flat like we measure the ground, the soil that we measure, flat in its aspect? Are you suggesting the soil in the sky measure flat?
Well, no, I was just asking for a yes or no on the clarification there. I wasn't trying to assume any more than I was asking.
Now, you see,
so you got your clarification. Obviously, you can't go to a light in the sky and measure it like you can measure the ground. It's a ridiculous question, is what's being pointed out to you. Thank you for your question.
Yeah,
sorry,
appreciate that.
Is there anything else? I mean, not really. I mean,
not from me personally, no.
That's fair enough. Well, I will just say one more thing to you, though. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nathan, I think Heretic needs a shower. Would like to ask a question. He's been giving us some in the text chat.
Heretic likes a shower.
Brew needs a shower.
Heretic needs a shower. Now's your chance to speak. Step up or step off.
He might not even have a microphone, to be fair, so that's might be why he's not speaking.
Nope, he's scared and he wants to chat skank. Even though he said he's like that.
That's just an assumption, though.
Give him a minute. You there, heretic?
Oh, I think he's typing.
Is he in the VC then?
So he can hear you, and also you
So
can't be in the chat otherwise.
Yeah, just so he can listen in and chat skank.
Yeah.
So he's dropped a little meme in here. Flurf,
Nice.
space, and moon landing deniers. Translation. I actively despise anyone who surpassed me intellectually. In fact, I've rejected all forms of traditionally valued professional and academic forms of merit because I feel excluded from it. I've elected to believe in all smart people are lying, and I'm actually the one who's figured it all out because this is the only scenario where I get to be exceptional. The delusion is preferable to making any attempt to educate myself and reconcile my fragile, silly worldview with reality. So enjoy the cognitive diarrhea I'm about to spray all over the comment section. So, where the Flurf moon
How
deniers.
does that relate to Earth measuring flat, though?
Well, I would like him to come in and explain his meme in regards to how we deny science, we deny our measurements, we deny angle measurements to
I don't know
stars,
how
maybe.
that affected the Earth measuring flat. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he's
Because if
saying we deny these
well,
facts, yeah? We deny professional and academic forms of merit because we're excluded from it. So I'd like to come and explain that statement to us on how we deny.
Let's have this academic form that he's appealing to. What's he appealing to? Can you tell us what academic forms, apparently by baseless assertion and stereotype fallacy, we all deny? Could you give us some of them so we can have a look at them before you tell the world by chat skank that we deny them? You haven't presented them yet, heretic. Any chance you could come off your mute button and tell us what you're talking about? We just talk about Earth being measured flat. The globe depends on it. So does your space. Went through it like 3 minutes ago. Asymptotically flat plane. No, he wasn't listening when I detailed the solar system. I mean, you said he's here to listen. I've explained how the solar system the guy appealed to by accident, maybe, I don't know, was also in requirement of flat plane measurements to put it into existence in mathematics. What is that? Is that me chat skanking or what? I am not. What gives? You okay?
Sorry, what happened?
You're off mute. Did you want to add something?
Oh, not really, no.
Pop yourself back on mute.
I apologize, sir.
No worries. Anything can happen. It's a live stream with 100 people watching. Woohoo! Shout out to all of you in the live stream. Thank you for joining us. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Any less scared globers that don't need to project their pain into the chat? With any questions or baseless assertions, claims about the globe, things like that? I thought not.
When is speculation day? Because I really want to contribute, but I got mainly speculations.
Sunday. English time.
Bro,
Starting with
perfectly
midnight.
within your right.
Bro.
Speculate, but
I give you permission.
In terms of what you
Okay,
speculate
so
about.
here we go. So
Hold on
here we
a second.
go.
Caveat. There's a caveat. Just expect it to be heavily criticised.
Fine. I'm open to criticism.
Fine.
This concept of like a multiverse, is that too big speculation here to have?
There's only 3 dimensions, mate.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay.
It's maths. These are concepts. If you
The many worlds theory. Have you heard of that?
Ish.
You're watching too much Disney Star
There's
Wars.
more to your question through my answer. My bad.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the criticism, right? Is that any more like? Are you just cutting me off here?
I answered there's 3 dimensions, and it's a reification fallacy to take the conceptual mathematical invention of extra dimensions and turn them in some Avengers style fashion into multiple dimensions.
Okay, all right. So I guess we're done there. The multiverse isn't real. It's not possible, and anything else from here would just not be
It would be a
worth talking
reification
about.
fallacy, yeah. You're trying to reify a mathematical equation into some type of reality that we can't witness or test. So
I
yeah,
mean,
speculation.
if I had a direct experience with an alternate timeline, you would not believe it, and there would be no way for me to prove to you that I'm from an alternate timeline, right? With using your science, that's not possible.
You can't be from a timeline.
Alternate timeline.
My bad again. My bad that the extra addition to your statement I'm taking apart needs to come while I'm answering you.
Sorry.
Time isn't a dimension. When you say you're from a timeline, can you show me that timeline, please? Show it me.
No, if I'm from a whole different alternate reality, I can't show you anything from my reality.
You've ignored me, so I'll just repeat my questions. Can you show me give me a bag of timelines, please? And you do that, yes or no?
No, because timelines are directly correlated to
I'll
physical
just
things.
continue rather than you yammering through my point as I take a dump on this crap that you've asked about. As I said, you'll have to expect me to be critical. That doesn't mean you keep yammering as I take a dump on this nonsense. You're not going to reify this concept of time into a dimension and then suggest that you're from a line of it. No, it's not a dimension. You're not going to be from this place that has reified time to an additional dimension for you to exist in simultaneous places along this timeline. Oh no, you can't give me one, you can't show me one. It's not physical, it's not real, it's a concept you've reified. No, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, well, I appreciate you at least attempting to engage with me.
I don't need thanks, I just need an acknowledgement of some of the things I say. For example, we just have length, breadth, and depth. That's what we have. We can physically quantify those things in reality. I mean, that's just a concept.
Yeah, I'm not trying. Reality is more than we could comprehend. There is more aspects.
Not acknowledging me.
No,
No,
reality.
I'm not going to tolerate this.
Okay.
No, this crap where you just give me a tacit acceptance by saying, no, reality is something we don't understand. Do you think that's affirming me saying, no, we just have length, breadth, and depth? Time's not going to be reified into something that can bend into alternative dimensions, layered upon layer of extra reality. This is garbage.
That's exactly what it is.
No, we don't have these things. It isn't being acknowledged when you say, no, we just don't understand this stuff. It doesn't acknowledge what I've actually said to you. You want to carry on in this wishy-washy fantasy world with extra dimensionality to it. I'm putting a stop to it. You're not acknowledging me, you're just talking through me saying no. What you did when you said, no, we don't understand reality, yeah, I do. It's breadth and depth because I can quantify it in physical terms. No, not so much. And you'll need to do that to create extra dimensionality to ask me this question. You just acknowledge the things I take apart in terms of your rhetoric, rather than saying, oh, it's just that we don't understand. And that's not good enough.
Yeah, I mentioned this already from in the beginning of my conversation here, that the way we perceive the truth is filtered through what we call scientism.
Non-responsive, complete garbage,
yeah,
nonsense,
okay,
waffle. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about your
done.
filter. It's because you're talking crap. I'm tired of it. Talking utter
Well,
nonsense.
I'd like to just correct that quickly because he slipped something in there and he said that it's defined off scientism. No, it's defined off science and the scientific method that is testable. Your scientism is what you're actually speaking about and doing right now, reifying mathematical equations and concepts into a reality that we can't test.
No, scientism is using the scientific method. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, but surely you can experience and see time passing through things.
Oh, really? Show me a bag of fives passing through a wall, please.
Well, I could show you a picture of me when I was 5 and a picture of me now, and it'd be a different person. Nearly.
That's a picture.
I'd have aged. I must have gone through something. Yeah, but I have experienced it, and you can't just discount my experience because you didn't experience it.
I got it. I heard you. Got 2 pictures.
Yeah, but can I finish my point though?
Yeah, because I got it. You think I need any expansion? I've got 2 frigging pictures. You
But there's a whole audience that might not got your point.
That crap? Mate, I just need you to shut up when I respond to your crap. That's not showing a dimension of time. That's 2 photographs. Yeah, like I thought. When I take it apart for its
yeah, but you asked for the passing of time.
Time reified into existence.
Yeah, I'm not
filling the gap after the silence. After the time, you had to respond.
It'd be silence if you weren't telling me.
Only when I'm talking that you need to chant through me like a bitch.
Wrong with them?
I left the silence bit.
Now you're using bad words in your own audience.
To fill that. Excuse me. Every other bitch talking while I'm talking. What I've done is left a dump period. That's a silence that he did not fill. After he doesn't fill silence, me a dimensionality to exist within along a line of that you cannot reify. When I point out that the baseless assertion of having 2 pictures doesn't give me a time dimension, his response was silence. Therefore, I, as the winner, will summarise my victory. This guy's dumbass defeat. What I won't tolerate is assholes into the top of my victory dance. No, sir. If I did extra photographs of stuff, bit. There's that silence again. The one that my opponent could have interjected with something that devastated my rebuttal to his crap. There is no time dimension. We're going to have multiple time dimensions existing simultaneously when we've derived this concept of time ourselves.
And Drew, I also want to correct your statement that science and scientism are the same. You're completely incorrect. Science is understanding the natural world through observation, experiment, and evidence. Yeah. Scientism is on philosophical or ideological stances, which is what you are presenting. Scientism.
Yeah, no, scientism is the belief that the only way to know truth is by using the scientific method. That's what scientism is. That's what y'all hold fast to, is this belief
Can you
system.
cite that for me, please?
Thank you for. Hold on a second, AJ. That's really interesting. Have you got a citation for that?
Let me do a little Google search.
So why? Surely you've got that to hand. You've declared it like it's the defining feature of this word. Like it's
yeah, I've looked it up before. I've definitely Googled it before. I know what the word means.
A belief that the scientific method is the only way of doing science?
Yes, unless I'm in the alternate timeline where that doesn't mean that anymore.
Okay, so what's science then? Drew?
What science? The scientific method.
Drew,
that's how.
Who is it?
Sorry.
That wasn't even my question. Actually, that was somebody else. The scientism stuff.
Yeah, that was mine. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That was my fault.
What science?
How do you do your observations? You over here believe that there are only 3. First of all, I never said that time is another dimension. I never said that. I said, I don't know why you even drew that conclusion, because I never said that. What science? The scientific method that you use. You believe that there's up and down and the left and right, and the way we can know truth is by direct observation and experience, right? No speculation.
No speculation. Now he's still talking. Right? Question mark. I'll continue talking as soon as you start talking, Nathan. What's your malfunction there, the mind?
I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't know. You can speak. I'm sorry.
Asking something with an upward inflection with a question mark at the end of it might elicit a response from me for you to yammer through immediately. Oh well, how shocking. Meanwhile, you've done it again and taken this idea that you haven't suggested that time is a dimension. Your multiple dimensions come from an idea that's expanded out through the Einsteinian mechanics of fourth dimensionality, pseudo-Riemannian force space. It's a fourth dimension of time. You were unaware of that as you reify these multiple dimensions. Did you not know their origin?
No, I don't know how the functionality of
You
this
didn't
stuff
know
is
their origin.
working.
I just need a no. I don't need a further
No.
explanation of your ignorance. Thank you.
You're
Just
so
no will
rude. What the
suffice.
fuck?
Just no
I
will
love
suffice.
his
Excuse me.
accent.
Excuse me. When I get a no from my opponent, a firm no to a closed question, I'm not inviting him to yammer through the top of his ignorance about how ignorant he is. And I expose that ignorance, and I get a closed and firm no, I didn't know that origin. Well, you can sit down then, sir. We're asking about it. Maybe go and learn about it before you start putting it to us. Though we might have these mentions you didn't know their origin of. Understand how ignorant that makes you seem, the mind?
I mean, I'm just talking about concepts that I had a direct experience with. I don't know about any philosophical or scientific like theories that's related to it.
Philosophical or scientific, and mathematical reifications based on a pseudo dimension invented by Einstein. Can you stop trying to pretend that you sound like you're smart? Saying they're philosophical and scientific, which it's neither.
Okay.
Right? Just stop
All right, I'm
doing
done.
this.
Okay.
Yeah, no. You call yourself a flat earth, the mind?
Yes, the Earth is flat. I don't think it's right. I've experienced multiple things and more than one reality, so I honestly think everything is subject to change, including the shape of the Earth.
Ask that. How do you know it's flat?
Well, exactly like you have been saying, the measurements that we take
Give me two.
shows.
Me too.
The one that's directly correlated to the level of the sea, water level. The second one I would have to say is
Sorry, what's the measurement? And what's the measurement being taken?
that everything that the water is flat, like the body of water in the ocean is level.
That's a statement as opposed to a measurement.
Okay, well, I can't give you exactly the measurement
Why do you
you're
call
looking
yourself
for.
a flat earther then? Don't know, do you?
I
Don't know
literally
it's flat.
said that
Talking,
I
I'm
have
making my
said-
declaration. Shut up.
Okay, sorry.
Bro, you're so rude, Nathan. I'm not gonna lie, dude.
You shut both of these assholes up while I tell this guy off.
I love it.
Flat earther, and now I'm getting rumpus to all shit as I make my conclusion. I'm a flat earther, and I state that because I know it's flat. I can give multiple examples of how it's measured flat. You telling me that what I sound quite confident when I tell people it's flat, and what based on what you said of it being measured flat, with a lot of confidence behind you, that's how you know it's flat. And when I ask you which measurements, you haven't got one. You're a believer. You're a poison to the actual flat Earth community. You stupid crap. Dimensionality and ice walls. That's what you are. You insult me, the actual flat earther, who knows damn well it's flat, and can demonstrably prove that to anybody who asks. Don't insult me, the flat earther here, the real flat earther, with your pretender clown stupidity about dimensionality, ice walls, and your belief it being flat. An insult to me. Okay, the mind? Till you know it's flat, don't take that label. Okay? Learn how it is before you go around pretending you're some smart intellectual with your words that you don't understand, talking about philosophy and science. Oh, mate, it's maths in this instance. Multiple category errors. A pretender clown tarnishing me, and I say I'm a flat earther. You're the reason everyone thinks we're idiots. Sit down, shut up, close your bleeding mic. Stop calling yourself a flat earther till you know it's flat, like I do. And you have the same confidence level that I do. Appeal to my confidence level in knowing it's measured flat. You didn't. Bloody pretender clown flat earthers, esoteric flat earthers, feaster nonsense regurgitators. You're not flat earthers. Don't kid yourselves. Lost souls is what you are. following some guru who's told you it's flat that you believe. A fun show. Lots of passion. Adam, let me know from the live stream chat. Have you been enjoying yourselves? I extend the show by 10 minutes.
Thanks, Nathan.
I'm ace. I won't lie.
Didn't say you're ace. I said thanks.
And I agreed with how ace I am.
Dude, how wide is a show that's 10 minutes longer?
Got 4 more hours.
Green.
What dimension's that in?
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Somebody said they had an equation for multiverse. Can I see that?
That was the mind.
You know what an equation is, mate? First of all.
Would it have an equal sign?
Yeah. This equals that. So how does that tell me that there's a multiverse, please? I want to see this equation. Please post it.
Out to Uncle Ben for the super chat. It says, cheers, Nathan. Then a little salute and a little hearty smiley face. Thank you very much for the super chat. 104 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already.
Okay, my last rebuttal to what this guy said was yes, I am a believer. I never said I claim to know for a fact. And yeah, I don't claim to know anything because everything is subject to change, and I have experienced interdimensional time travel. So I don't claim to know anything. I don't claim to know anything.
Why are you
other
opening
than
your shops now? You're making a claim. You're saying I don't know anything, but here's my claim. It's subject to change. You've just spewed another baseless assertion.
Okay, fine.
Stop talking, please, sir. Please stop talking. No, it's embarrassing when someone who is clearly smarter than you points out how wrong your baseless assertion is after declarations that you don't know anything. Our smarter man would have shut up if he realised he didn't know anything rather than making a new assertion. Everything's subject to change? Oh my God. When will you learn? No, sir, you're wrong.
First he said he didn't know anything, and then he said, I make a claim. You realize that that's paradoxical?
Of course not.
Yes, the true nature of reality is a paradox.
No, it isn't.
Oh, brother.
Yes.
You're right.
Yes.
Bloody, this is the hippy dippy idiot representation of flat Earth. That's what it is. Us making ourselves look like stupid dicks.
Is everything being subject to change also subject to change?
No. The one thing that never changes is change itself.
So change itself is non-change then, strictly speaking.
Yes, this is the great paradox that I was telling you about that exists in reality. It's a paradox.
Yeah, I occasionally come across YouTube shorts where people who are hippy-dippy idiots start telling me how I should embrace paradoxes. Let your mind be free, embrace this paradox. No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I have a foundation in reality. In this case, flat Earth measurements, but basically everything that you may believe about being on a globe is based on. And those foundations are what we built the world, expand the world with. So they're not subject to change. They haven't changed, and I'm still getting talked through by the guy who declares himself as an idiot and not knowing anything. Of course, he's still talking while I'm talking. Of course. You need to be heard while I'm talking, don't you, sir? Because of how smart you are. Oh, my bad, you just declared you don't know anything. Also, that everything's subject to change. And John mocked you, asking you if everything being subject to change was subject to change. That's us mocking you. You represent everything I hate about flat Earth.
You fucking idiot.
Shut up. You, sir, mind, represent everything about flat Earth I hate. Idiots that lead the general public to think we're worthy of ridicule. You are the reason for that. Pretend to clown muppet flat earthers like yourself who go around talking crap, pretending to be smart, talking about philosophy and science, saying everything's subject to change. You make us sound like morons.
Is he here to either?
Yeah, and I just want to clear up my conversation for the audience as well, Nathan. So the mind
yes, when you do a basic search, it's going to tell you that scientism agrees with the scientific method. But if you read further, it also states that it's there to push the boundaries of science into other realms, yeah, and include them somehow in science. So at 12 minutes past the hour in the chat, there's a definition here there's a statement here from embodiedphilosophy.com. What is scientism? So Scientism today is alive and well, as evidenced by the statements of our celebrity scientists. The cosmos is or ever will be, from Carl Sagan. The more the universe seems comprehensible, the more it also seems to be pointless, by Steven Weinberg. And the last one is, we can be proud as a species because of having discovered that we are not alone. So while these men are certainly entitled to their personal opinions and the freedom to express them, the fact that they make such bold claims in their popular science literature blurs the lines between solid evidence-based science and rampant philosophical speculation. Exactly what you're involving yourself in. Thank you.
With that,
That was a mouthful at 3 in the morning.
If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned. There will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a member, and all that good stuff. Obviously, a massive thank you to Politics and the Flat Earth 24/7 section and all their moderators for making today's live show possible. And a massive thank you to my G Plus panel also. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all
fucking scared stream.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you again for having us, as always. It's always fun on a Friday.
No.
No.
By the way, why am I hearing an echo?
Something with your sound?
It's something with your sound.
Nah.
I was on mute after AJ was done with his little poignant definition right there. I said, and with that, I was on mute. As soon as you said it right after I did, it struck me as hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. It's fun on a Friday.
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to clear that up, yeah, because I hate these hand wave dismissals and these nahs, and they just want to make you look silly, yeah. They just want to say, nah, scientism is science. That's the definition, but they don't want to back it up, and they want to continue to dismiss it, yeah. It just really annoys me.
Okay, I wanted to respond to you. Now that we're off stream, I did want to respond to that comment you made regarding the thing. You read that article regarding the thing of scientism, and you first read the definition of what scientism is, and then you continue to read the article and what the person gave of their own speculations. Like, the speculation of the person writing the article isn't included in the definition, and that's what you're doing. You're taking
It is included in the definition when they say they want to push the boundaries of the scientific method out into other realms and bring it into science. Yeah. So I did address that in the definitions that are placed on the internet. The problem is that you just read the headline that says that scientism supports a scientific method. Well, yes, they do state that. 100% they state that. But then they definitely tell you that they try to push those boundaries out into other areas and include it as science. And this citation that I've just provided from Embodied Philosophy just supports that. And in that citation, Carl Sagan, the cosmos, Steven Weinberg, etc., we can see that this has nothing to do with science. This is all to do with metaphysics and philosophy.
Okay, so why don't you just look up the Wikipedia definition? Why are you looking up an article? Because if you look up in Wikipedia or just any definition in a book, any definitional book, because I don't know why, again, you're looking at articles. Just look at the definition for itself alone. It says science is the belief.
I did.
Scientism is the belief that science and scientific methods is the best or only way to know truth and how reality works. That's literally the definition.
Really, give us the scientific evidence for an apple right now. Go.
Why are you ignoring what I'm saying? Because this is literally the definition.
I'm not
And
ignoring.
he's over here saying the definition says something about
I didn't ignore it.
expanding.
I didn't ignore it. So give us the scientific evidence for a banana or apple right now.
I believe that scientific methodology ultimately comes down to a very speculative and based in pre-assumptions. So I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't believe in your belief system. I'm breaking down your belief system. I'm breaking down your belief system.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's all non sequiturs. You just contradicted yourself 3 times. By the way, Nathan, Flatsy raised her hand a number of times. I think she has a question.
Okay, yeah. What happened, Flatsy?
I was going to say, just to support AJ, he gave you an article that supported what they defined scientism as, whereas if you know how to research anything, that's what you look for, is a demonstration instead of just going to Wikipedia that is subject to change, like you like to say.
Yes, and people's interpretation of the truth is also subject to what? To misinterpretation?
Interpretation of the truth. Give an example.
Like a person being colorblind, seeing a color and they interpret that color the wrong way.
Right, Reg, can you put yourself on mute, please? Reg, Joe, you're causing audio chaos.
Why didn't you read the entire citation from Wikipedia?
Hold on a second, AJ. Reg, thank you.
Because I thought the first part was sufficient enough.
Oh, so only the first part, like I stated, was sufficient enough when I told you in other citations that I have here, not just Wikipedia, that the scientism pushes the boundaries of the scientific method into other realms. And this is basically what the end of your citation says in Wikipedia that you decided to leave out because it didn't suit your beliefs.
Yeah, because I don't think that was always there. Like I looked at it before.
I don't give a shit what you think, dude.
That wasn't always there.
You're fucking dishonest, yeah? You left it out. You're dishonest.
His comeback is, I don't think it was always there.
The Mandela effect doctrine. We all seen it happen.
Hold on. AJ's outraged, and I don't blame him. He's dishonest.
It's a fallacy of division.
No, I'm experiencing a different reality than you, and I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, if you say that enough,
Now
maybe
you're
it'll
experiencing a different reality. You're a bloody liar, and you can sit on mute. Liar.
Poison, man. Poisonous flat earthers we have in our community. It's just people. The fact that they're flat earthers and it's neither here nor there. People lie.
I hope that nobody ever tells my wife about that the truth changes thing, because she will never admit she's wrong again if she finds that out.
Has she admitted she was wrong one time?
3 times.
Really?
And you count?
She have any sister?
Right, I'm going to bid the guys in Politics Discord farewell. Hopefully we'll be welcome back next week.
Oh,
Thank you,
it's a
moderators.
pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
No problems, and I'll keep my feelings to myself next week, Nathan.
don't take it the wrong way, AJ.
And remember, all around the globe, bro,
Never
we
do.
support you.
All around the globe?
All around the plate.
Around the globe, man.
All around the plate, I'm sorry.
As I say, hopefully we'll be welcome back next week. Thank you very much for having us.
Peace.
Thanks, Nathan. Well, that was interesting.
Sick. Is there like a big event going on in here or something? Why is there 50 people? I know this is a popular chat, but that's a lot.
No, it's
the
not
Nathan
an event.
Oakley show
The
just
Earth is-
finished.
The Earth is not the ball.
Nathan Oakley.
Hey, the Earth is not a ball. Have you ever heard about that?
The Earth is not a boy?
No, the Earth is not a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from every expanding world of darkness, to be more precise. The Earth is actually a topographical planar surface, my fellow German friend.
Nope. I ain't got shit, bro.
What?
I ain't got shit.
Well, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but yeah,
Well,
the
I know
Earth
exactly
isn't a
what that
ball.
means, Clay. Means we give him an A+ for honesty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is honest, yeah. That's true. At least you're admitting that you have no arguments. Other people just play the pretender clown as if they can defend the globe, even though there's no evidence. There's just a reification fallacy that keeps happening where globers usually just point at the sky and say this is their ball Earth, and this is why the Earth must be a ball because it was derived from the sky, which is a reification fallacy in a nutshell. Some Greek philosophers look at the sky and they say, oh, I look at the sky and I see globe. Ground must be globe. Then in 2024, some globers on the Discord gonna say, well, my best proof for the globe is pointing at the sky. I just do it like the Greeks did, and a reification fallacy. That is my proof.
I think for the Greeks it was
you're saying
Euclid,
the
though, and he
evidence
was a
in the sky doesn't
mathematician.
count as evidence?
What was it? I can't hear two people
That's
simultaneously.
fair. Well, you got 2 years. You can make it work. I'm kidding. The Greek guy you're talking about, I think, was Euclid, and he was the philosopher, but a mathematician.
Okay. And?
So he's also the foundation for most of our maths. So I'm just saying, you got a detail off there. That's all.
A math magician. What?
Mathematician.
Anyways, so so these Greek philosophers derived the concept from the sky, right? So until this concept isn't verified through a second way, which would be direct verification of measuring the Earth's surface spinning 360 degrees in every direction, Earth will be consequentially just for what it presents itself to be, a topographical planar surface, and not what some Greek philosophers assume about something they have derived from the sky, maybe because they had drink one or two too much. Who knows? Who knows why they came up with these silly ideas? Anyways, in 2024, the same way of proving that silly derived idea for the most people is by pointing at the exact source of that silly idea, which makes it a reification fallacy, right? Because, keep in mind, Earth is presenting itself to be the opposite of what they try to prove. Therefore, I'm saying, as a challenge to any glober, give me direct, peer-reviewed measurements, whatever it might be, that show the Earth curving 360 degrees in every direction without using the sky.
Every direction.
Yes, that is the globe.
At all
without using
points.
the sky. No, it can just be a curved line. Doesn't need to be 360 degrees in every direction. I'm just saying, if the Earth is bending 360 degrees in every direction, which it doesn't present itself to be, obviously, but if you have that claim, which is contrary to what the reality is, then go ahead, prove it by not using the sky, but actually prove it by using the very surface you're trying to prove, right? Because it doesn't make sense if I want to make a good room and I want to put some floor into my room. I'm not going to measure the ceiling. Doesn't make any sense. Therefore, you can't use the ceiling of something to give to prove what the ground is. That's just a logical error.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. In trades, we actually do measure the ceiling sometimes. Do you want to know why? I'll tell you the answer. If you ask, I will give.
Speak, wise one.
Oh yeah, sure, go ahead.
So a lot of times in old houses, the ceiling is all wonkily donkly. So in other words, it's not level. And if you make a floor level in contrast with the ceiling, when you walk into the room, it'll look retarded. So what we do is we measure down from the ceiling and we do what's called pulling parallels. So we intentionally make the floor not level to sort of match the ceiling so that when you go into the room, you get a feeling that everything's square and parallel, even though it's out of level. Right, there's the answer.
Also, why do sniper bullets experience the Coriolis effect?
Oh, can you prove that? What is the Coriolis effect?
I suppose I can't. Gotta move on to the next one.
That's intellectually honest. So there's so far you have introduced something where there is no proof to it. Why would you believe it? Why would you accept something in your mind as being factual if you don't actually know how to explain it or prove it yourself?
Right.
Isn't that what people do that are stuck in a cult? They just believe that there's some cult member who is on a higher rank. He just have figured it out. So whatever he's throwing at my head must be true. Isn't that how a cult works? We just accept because we assume there must be someone who knows and can explain it. That is ridiculous. That is not living. That is just being, I don't know, a part of some...
I'm willing on to move away from the Coriolis effect, but I don't think scientific papers are written the same way that cults are run.
Fair enough, that's good. Yeah, if you can pose one scientific paper that would verify such an effect existing on Earth, go ahead.
Well, there's going to be circular logic, right? Because the paper is going to assert that the Earth is spherical, with which I think it's fair to assume you're going to have some content with.
Well, since I wouldn't ask that question if I wouldn't have already looked into it and read some papers, I can tell you, yeah, it's probably going to be a reification fallacy, which is continuously, at least in alignment with the reification fallacy in a nutshell itself, which is the heliocentric model itself, which is the very foundation of supposed curvature, which doesn't exist. Therefore, everything else based upon the reification fallacy will be a reification fallacy continuously. So at least in that aspect, yeah, the heliocentric model is continuous in its reification fallacies.
Well, instead of supporting the global model, I do have some criticisms of, well, less criticisms, more so questions of of non-spherical models. How the modern airplane routes, like modern jetliners, all their routes are mapped through radar and everything, ground-based systems.
One second. I gotta make it. You just invoked. One second. I just want to make sure it's not radar. It's a planar grid system, which is derived from sky observations. It's just like it's a planar grid system. Kind of like a road map. It's just roads and intersections. It has nothing to do with radar. It's an inertial reference frame on a planar grid system.
Well, yeah, that's one of the systems. The inertial reference system, sure. But there's also, GPS. Again, we won't have common grounds on this one, so I'm not going to talk about that.
No, I can tell you what GPS is. I have paper showing what it actually is and what it does. There's paper that suggests that all the current most advanced GPS that we use, for example, navigating high populated dense areas, is going to be pseudolites. They openly admit that it's pseudolites, which is just a ground-based satellite, quote unquote, if these things actually exist floating around, a foundation of a premise that hasn't been proven in the first place. Therefore, it is another reification fallacy in itself. You got the point. Anyways, going back to the pseudolites.
So I didn't really want to go on GPS.
Yeah. Anyways, no, it is already answered. There's papers that openly admit that the only way of getting precise navigation data is by using ground-based satellite systems, which is a pseudolite, which is you put it on a big rooftop of a house in a major city, and you make a grid system like a spider web, and from there on with triangulation, you're gonna have a receiver, and then you can navigate precisely in that city. That's how they do it. They admit it publicly, even if they have a heliocentric paradigm.
Understood.
All right, before we continue, we got to call something out here. Clay, you just volunteered to make a song called "Soil to Light." All right, so I want that done within 3 days. Thank you. Otherwise, you're excommunicated from the community. All right, continue.
Thank you. Right. So if you were to take that IRS, inertial reference system data, right? So you have a flight. You fly from Paris to New York, right? And then you read the data. I think if you read the data, any outcome you will have will be incompatible with any flat Earth map. I mean, sorry, let me actually ask a question first before we get into this.
Sorry. No, 1 second. You gotta realize something in your mind. There's a fallacious thinking that is going on. That's why, if you would realize this, you wouldn't have asked the question. Every map utilized in this world for practical use will be a flat planar grid system. If you want to use Google Earth and you want to utilize this practically to navigate from A to B, it's going to be a planar grid system. The same goes for aviation charts. Okay, the mapping of the sky. It's always going to be, if it's utilized practically, shown as a planar grid system. Same as goes for the inertial reference system. If there was truly a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, so a ball in motion flying through an ever-expanding world of darkness, if that GPS that is supposedly connected with that inertial reference flight system is failing, which it does many, many times, especially with the Ukraine war and so forth, there's a lot of spoofing going on, so the pilots have to literally fly for hours sometimes without any support, without any direct, relying only on the inertial flight reference system. So therefore, if there was truly all this motion going on simultaneously with the Earth that is being proposed, it would actually be more in a contrary to assume that it wouldn't follow a perfect line, but because the Earth is actually standing still as a topographical stationary plane, and just like with the planar grid system that is computed into the inertial flight reference system, makes a lot of sense why the plane can fly for 3 hours and will always end up at the exact point where it should be according to the flight plan, when using any other references for navigation, which is wonderful, which furthermore proves the Earth is being utilized as a topographical stationary flat plane. There is no such thing as a pilot who goes into the aircraft and says, today I'm going to account for anything like motion, Coriolis, spin, wobble, or curve. Doesn't exist. It's practically utilized as being a topographically stationary planar surface. That's it. Do you understand that every map is flat? Just to get back to the initial point?
Yeah, sure.
Every practical use map.
That's what I was going to ask you before to preface this. Do you have a map that you think accurately represents the Earth that we live on? And if so, would you be willing to share it? Well, somewhat accurately. No map can be 100% accurate.
Well, every map I want to use. So I got a question, I got to answer, right? So every map I got to use is going to be utilized as a flat planar grid system if I want to utilize it practically to, utilize it in the first place, to do something practically in reality with it, right? So there is no gloitope you put on a pedestal, and then on the gloitope you're going to say, today I'm going to use this globe toy to practically do something in reality. Nobody does. No one ever does this. There's no necessity for it. Anyways, I can tell you, every map that there is out there, either however you want to apply it or look at it from the broader scale view, there's always going to be distortion, there's always going to be problems. There is no such thing as a 100% correct map, even in your paradigm, even if you want to invoke the Earth as a ball in your mind, supposedly, right? So therefore, I'm telling you, you got to focus on what is practically, observably, measurably, factually confirmable for your own reality, which is, as a normal human being, which I am, as Clay, I'm going to go outside. And if I want to use something practically such as a map, it's going to be a flat planar grid system, just as how the Earth presents itself to be likewise. So I hope this answers your question.
Not quite. I mean, I completely understand your point, but that's not what I
That's cool.
was getting at. The question was, can you provide what is the best map you could provide me that accurately represents that we live on? Like, obviously, it's never going to be 100% perfect. It's going to have distortions, imprecisions. But what's the best we have at the moment?
Wait, can you repeat that question? What's the best what in the moment?
Like, let's say I want to go on an adventure today, and I want to know where I'm going. So I need a map. What is the best map you can give me for that? So I don't get lost. So I know where I am in the world.
Every map that is a planar grid system will be most likely helping you to navigate the Earth. So every map that is flat will help you. A gloid. If I give you a gloitope in your head, yeah, sir.
No, fuck the globe. Fuck the globe. We're done with the globe. No globes. We're only dealing with flat maps. I only have paper to write this map on. We're not dealing with the globe.
You would have a local map. You wouldn't use a world map.
If I was
The
traveling
amount
the
of
world, I'd hope to use the world map at a point.
to use a world map to try and find out where you're at.
So if I want to travel from London,
an atlas, especially if you're going to use drive across the United States. If you grab an atlas, they'll have the road maps for local areas of specific states.
I'm a road man.
I wanna walk from Prague. I want to walk from Prague over to Portugal, go to the coast, and then I want to sail to New York. That's what I want to do. What kind of maps, multiple then, should I use? Do you like? I'm not asking in theory what map would be the useful one. Like, obviously the one that shows me the location. I'm asking if you have a reliable one. Is there anything that is agreed upon by you guys here?
Figure it out. Because you're asking for a specific thing. You wouldn't use a generalized thing, right? You want to meander from one point to another on land. You'll use local maps for those areas so that you can actually traverse accurately on the local area. And then you want to jump on the water, and then you're going to switch over to a nautical map. But I think your question is not going to be answered to your standard because I think you have an error in your process.
Right. And I want to have my process to be accurate. So I'm relying on you guys to help me resolve this error.
For sure.
Okay.
So.
But there's no shared library that you'd be able to like actually give me.
Yeah,
right?
you wouldn't use a
Like
world
a
map so
comprehensive
that
library
you
of
can
maps.
navigate from your point A to point B and then sail off to another location.
Well, if I go to a bunch of different regions, if I start in Prague and I go from like major European city to major European city, and I go along the roads there, wouldn't I at a certain point have a global map? And with the miracles of technology, I could just zoom in on the parts that I need.
A bunch of local maps taking you from point A to point B, and then you would have a different map to sail. So, however many maps it's going to take for you to accurately navigate from point A to point B on your land, then you get another map to take you out on water. Yeah.
Right.
You're going to be using one map. There is no one map. Even on a globe, even if you're taking the premise globe, you're not going to have one map.
Oh. I see. Well, it was a pleasure. I've definitely come out wiser out of this than I started. But I have to be heading out, so I appreciate the discussion. Have a nice evening.
Thanks, you too.
If anyone is talking with me right now, I can't hear anything. Sorry. Oh man, so much. So much traffic. Oh, finally. Facing north.
Hey, no way. There's this many people and it's this silent. Come on.
Come on.
None your business need to read through the book of Job where it says, where God's basically saying, go on, tell me. Tell me if you know so much, where the ends of the earth are, where I stretched upon the surveying line. Tell me if you know so much. Tell me, do you know how big the earth is? Do you know what, you don't know what size, you don't know what shape, you don't know nothing. And you'll never fucking know nothing.
That's rhetorical.
Well, to be fair, proper be that you just misquoted because it never said he would never know. I don't know because you weren't there. From your vantage point, I've asked who said you'll never know would be adding to the scripture.
Exactly.
No, that was me saying that. I know that's not part of the scripture. That was me saying that.
You dumb son of a bitch.
Right. So if you want to use that scripture to make a point, then you have to make a point from it, right? You can't just quote it and then make a different point, right? Otherwise, the appeal to scripture is pointless, and I just dismiss you as attempting to have vicarious merit for argument by appealing to someone that someone's body of knowledge that they accept is true, and then flipping into deception. So now that I've totally demolished your point, do you have a point that's valid? All right, I guess I win. I rest my case.
Oh no, it's that is that nobody knows like the size of the earth. Like nobody's ever gonna know the size of the earth.
Well, how could you possibly make that claim and hold that claim? that nobody will ever know.
I don't know the size of the Earth. Do you?
Okay, I don't know, you don't know, therefore no one will ever know. That's illogical. So you don't have a point. So far you haven't made a logically coherent point yet. So if you have one, I'd love to
Okay,
hear it.
maybe. Okay, maybe not that no one will ever know, but like, when do you think anyone will know? I don't know. That's just like, as far as I know, nobody knows
Yeah.
at this.
Yeah, for
There you go.
the moment.
Now you've said an accurate, yep, you've said an accurate and true statement, which I wholeheartedly agree with. And now that we've reached common ground, you owe me a pizza.
Yeah, for the moment we
How about
don't
a cup
know.
of coffee? Good morning, AI.
For the moment we don't know because we couldn't go and verify. So when you have that ability to verify the thing, just for an example, there is no more treaty for Antarctica, and you are allowed to go and discover independently. So yeah, you can go and verify. You verified more distance beyond Antarctica. You add that to your knowledge, so it will be considered as something known. What's beyond that, you can't tell till the moment that you verify that. You can't say from the moment that we will never be able to do that. Who knows?
Now there is a guy in the community that's claimed that there is a verse that insinuates that humanity will know, but it's not the verse, the different one, but I can't remember it. But basically goes like, I would sooner destroy my own people before you ever knew the extents of the earth. In other words, it's saying that you can trust me to take care of you, and you'll never know everything. But if you did know everything, then I would just as soon destroy everything. So in other words, if he's not destroying everything, then that means you don't know everything. But I don't remember the verse, so you have to take that with a grain of salt. But somebody has made that argument before in the community, and the person who did it was oh man, XO. That's who. So you missed an opportunity when he said that planes fly, and there's a record of how they've flown, and that proves a shape. So that would have been a good opportunity to bring up the flight control, whatever data. I can't remember the name of it, EDM or whatever, which demonstrates that the plane has no record of experiencing a rotation relative to its attitude, relative to its takeoff point, which would be necessary for this flying over the curve. That would be a good time to bring up that data.
Here in the side chat.
Mm-mm. That is a pretty sweet earth, you might say.
I feel like a celebrity, an actual like celebrity, okay, finally came around and is talking to us, and nobody cares but me. I'm not saying I give a shit about what celebrity she is, what type of celebrity she is. I'm saying it opens up a whole new venue, whole new world.
All right, who wants to listen to me cut articles? Gonna test your speakers and your eardrums. This is your punishment for not speaking up. Did you hear that one? Seemed like the noise suppression was working. All right, so 35 and a quarter short. Just do 35 and an eighth. Why not? Give us room to talk it up. $15. All right, so we'll do it there. Let's come on anyway. Yeah, it's an inch and a half. Call it. All right, got your eardrum holes. About to get gnarly. All right. Any survivors? AJ, you're fired.
Hey, water boy, you're fired.
Is everybody too busy to talk?
I'm just waiting for a Glober to pop in, man. Where the Globers at?
Not how it works. You gotta entice them to come in by saying a bunch of flat earth garbage that they find objectionable enough to rise their tempers to where they have to come in and squash you.
Should I say something about the sun? Actually, just real quick, right? I took some really awesome pictures at, sunrise and sunset, only to notice that the tops of the clouds were very much illuminated at the sunrise and sunset. And I'm like, isn't that interesting? Especially if if you live on a ball and the sun's supposed to be going below your feet. Uh-oh.
So, how bad was that noise from my power tool? Yeah, it must not have been so bad if nobody cares.
I didn't even hear it, to be honest.
Well, they do have some supposed voice suppression technology, or not noise suppression technology, that's supposed to filter out things that they can clearly tell aren't intended to be voices.
And I guess your noise suppression works great.
All right, here it goes. I'm going to run it right now. You let me know how it goes.
All right, do it. Nothing but silence.
How'd that go?
Oh, it like dead silent, except for I heard just a little bit of something. Your noise suppression is solid, dude.
Dude, I was running a 2x4 through a table saw. My headset's on my head, and my head is only I don't know, 2 feet from the surface. So with 2 feet with a saw running through wood, and it canceled it out. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's impressive. What kind of headphones do you have? I need some.
They're kind of hit or miss. I don't think it's really the headphones doing it. It's the Discord platform has noise suppression technology. Where it won't, like the gain in your mic, if it senses that it's not a voice, it won't try to pick up things that it considers background noise, basically.
Is that a setting you can turn on, or is that something you need nitro for?
No, you could do it. You could do it right now. It's somewhere in there. I couldn't tell you what setting it's in right now, but it's probably in the whatever one say voice on it, I imagine.
I got my phone option and my speaker option. Boop, boop, boop. I wonder if I just click on my profile if I have a way to do that. I can mute and unmute myself. I've found it on here before. I've seen it before, so I know it's here.
All right, now I'm gonna do a diagonal cut, which is the noisiest, because you're taking the most meat out of it, and it drags the blade and creates feedback.
One of the noisiest
let's see how this
cuts.
goes.
Yep.
Test. Well, the noisiest cut is when you cut yourself. That's what noise. How was that?
It honestly just sounded like you shoved your phone in your pocket for like 2 seconds. Slight rustling noise, and then that was it. Pretty cool. Well, let's talk to this guy. What his handle says heretic needs a shower. He really thinks that the Earth is a globe. So, Storm Guy, flat water's delusional. Now you're in the VC, but you want to be a chat skank. Okay, you'll be a chat skank. I can hear it that time. Yeah, I can hear the saw cutting that time.
This is a standard, so it doesn't pick up the saw, but it picks up the sander.
Okay, Sandra. Yeah, I can hear it. Yep. Yeah, it sounds the same. I sanded down an entire floor in an old greasy kitchen, like a greasy outdoor kitchen, and that was fucking miserable. And then they had us put fucking like latex wall paint on the floor. And I'm like, you're retarded for that because the wood, there's like oil from the kitchen like soaked into the wood. And they're gonna put fucking latex paint down on the floor. I'm like, y'all are retarded for this. You should have used some fucking like garage epoxy. All the latex paint peeled up off the floor. I'm like, well, no shit, because there's fucking oil soaked into the fucking wood of this floor. Latex is not gonna stick. It was a whole fucking mess. Whole ass mess.
Like painting a piece of trim from a factory that's like hardened enamel from a cabinet, and then you paint it latex, and then you come back the next day, you grab one end of the latex, and you just peel it off like a long piece of tape.
Yeah, that's basically what was happening to the floors. I'm like, like latex is like petroleum or oil based, so it's not gonna stick to a wood floor that has been saturated with burger grease. But they're like, come in and remodel this floor, da 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 da. And they gave me fucking latex paint. I'm like, you guys are not kosher for this at all. I imagine they'll probably have us redoing it next year. And hopefully they get the right stuff. Because I'm like, I'll take up your floor again, but you better get fucking epoxy because I'm not going to keep redoing this floor.
Hey, did you know that historically redoing structural work is actually a form of torture as a punishment? So you'd build a brick wall and then they'd smash it down and make you rebuild it. That's the problem with people. They don't get, like, tradespeople don't want to rebuild the same thing over and over and over again. It's demoralizing and like
Yes,
strenuous.
it is. Yeah, and I'm like, this is like the second time we had taken up that floor, and I'm like, if they had just listened to me and used the correct materials, we wouldn't have had to take up that floor more than once. And just short of like replacing the wood panels for the flooring, it's just like, damn.
So I want to get a work trailer that's self-mobilized. So in other words, it has like a four-wheel platform underneath it, but it's not too wide, but it can raise up. So like if I'm on the second or third floor on the outside of a building, I can raise up my work trailer, walk into it, use my table saw, use my cutting station, everything.
That's nice. That's way nice. And yeah, double axle trailers is the way to go, man.
So they have those. So they have something very similar to describe that for wheelers. But what it is it's a dumpster. So it brings the dumpster up to the level that they're at. So I was thinking, why couldn't I have one that's just like a work platform on everything? Technically, I could use that same dumpster, you know what I'm saying? And just instead of going trash, just do all the work first.
Yep.
And then fill it with trash on the way out. Because right now, it's like I'm on this roof, and then when I want to use the big saws, I got it. So it takes a little bit of time.
Hey, if you build things on your property out of shipping containers, you don't have to pay property tax because it's considered portable.
Considered porchable?
Porchable? I can build a porch off of a shipping container.
Oh, do you do trades work?
Yeah, a little bit here and there. I've put a few roofs on. I've
Right. So
demolished a few
as your attorney,
buildings and built them back.
yep. As your attorney, you need retroactive compensation for a failure to take into account the curve of the earth. So in other words, every customer you've ever worked for, you can recalculate the cost of everything by adding the curvature of the earth into the equation, and then they owe you money. And so we can seek damages for them defrauding you of the money they do.
Oh, that's so great. And
Now,
you know
how it
what?
works
Yeah,
is, so so
yeah. In every job I've ever done, right, laying a foundation, leveling it out, putting in posts, putting in concrete pillars and erecting posts. At no point ever did I ever have to calculate for the curvature of Earth. It doesn't happen in practical application. Yeah, but I should charge. That would be great. That'd be freaking hilarious. People are like, why are you charging me for the curvature of the Earth? I mean, because it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult.
No. We are
Complex.
listen. Our organization already has an answer. What you're supposed to say is you say what you just said, but then at the end you go, "Of course, I got to charge you for this." It's stupid flat Earth, right? And then they're like, "No, I'll pay. I'll pay."
Oh, beautiful. Yep.
Put it
Like, you don't want to pay flat Earth.
or two. Failure to pay because failure
Nope, you're
Is a
a
flat
robot.
earther at work.
Sometimes you be robot and AI. Real robot. And since this guy thinks that there aren't any pilots anywhere that treat the Earth as flat and motionless, I've actually got this awesome little compilation video of different people sneaking up on pilots and asking them what they see out the cockpit window. Is it flat? Is it moving? Really great video actually. So, let's see if I can find that for Mr. Storm.
I want to ask a legit question, but I don't want flat earthers to jump on me. So I'm a flat earther, just you know me already. Can we, just a question, and I don't know, it's a legitimate question. So can we, for example, just create a topography?
Say that again. I could hear AI saw that time, or Sander that time.
Yeah, it's a AI just had that sound and I stopped talking. So can we consider if we make, for example, a platform like a board of foam, and we carve topography on it? We take apart a topography map and we carve that profile of the topography on that board, and we pour water on that topography. Can we just consider that as a model of water being contained by the topography and had that gas pressure pressing on the surface of water?
I've actually had the same thought before, is that, ultimately we could make a model that does in fact hold water. The globe can't even make a model that physically holds water. I've thought about this.
That's what I thought about. They considered that decoration that they put on the desk, that ball with the map wrapped on it, and that ball standing on that stand, physical stand, and they put it on the desk, and they consider it as a model. So we can just to tell them that we can model parts of our reality better than that. So we show them that model of water, like on a topographical plane. You carve that topography, the floor of the ocean or that lake that you want to carve, and the hills and the mountains, and you pour the water. You can make a complete separated gas pressure there. You just cover that. You put a cover like a dome. I'm not saying that you will just assume a dome, but you can cover that and create gas pressure inside. You can add more pressure than the environment that we have. You add more gas and pressurize it there. You show that you can create gas pressure, and you can have that container. That pressure will press upon the surface of the water. The water will be contained from the bottom by that topography.
So, what if? Okay, and this is a what if. Right? If we made like a topographical plane, we used foam or something, and we made the topography and where it holds water. If we could make it to where it replicates the ocean floors, like the abyssal plains, for instance, and then we cover it. We put it inside of something, right? Like a terrarium. Make a terrarium out of it, and see what happens. And it would actually be functional and dynamic, I think, than anything else. It would be a model, a very physical model that would literally hold water, that would literally have weather happening in it, fog and rain and whatnot. Like, you ever seen rain in a jar? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. I need this to load. Mr. Storm. Mr. I'm Storm X. Mr. Flat Delusions. Mr. Heretic needs a shower because we talk about people and not the topic.
Yeah, he already left.
He said, remember the name Cuck. Okay. Okay, Cuck. He said, remember the name Cuck, right? Remember the name Cuck. But it doesn't even have it properly punctuated. So I'm just like, okay, Cuck. I can hear it now. Your suppression isn't suppressing shit now.
It only works on the saw. Weird. How bad was that? Did it hurt your ears?
You know what I think it is? I think maybe the saw. No, it doesn't hurt the ears.
They're totally.
The saw
So
has like a different pitch or frequency that isn't picked up by your mic, but the sander for some reason is like
Is it me?
definitely gets picked up by your mic.
Is it me or she is really roboting? Guess it's me. I'll decode.
No, it's not you. I hear the roboting too. Sorry.
Okay.
Alright, going on mute for this.
Yo, Clay, ever tested Google Map on Unreal Engine? Unreal Engine 5, it's better with it. You can just put the IRL of Google Map in Unreal Engine and it will take the data entirely and plug it on a plane. I'll show you a video how it's done.
Who's this dude that's deafened? The Sunflower. Why is Sunflower deafened? Why are you gonna be in here and be deafened? Tell you what, though, we got some of the strongest of the Flat Smacking clan up in here right now. We got Resolve, got Ethergrass, got Cyclone, Jedi, Grizzly, Effie Batman, Demok, Crit, Gaza, Necros, Clay. You guys are awesome.
Damn, it's quiet in here.
So loud.
The silence for the globe, the dead globe, is deafening, isn't it?
Yup, rest in peace, Globe.
Now what are we going to change our channel to?
24/7 dead globe.
No, but I mean, what's the backlash from it? What's the outcome from this? What is going to actually change? Like, if the globe motherfuckers and NASA and like none of these like government people, like they're like, we don't give a fuck, and they just keep doing what they're doing. Like, what? Something got to change, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can't keep it secret forever. I mean,
Wasn't there, there's some guy, I gotta go find the video, but he's like, before Congress or some shit like that, he's like, yeah, so, fucking audit NASA, they're full of shit. I'm ultra paraphrasing there, but, has anybody seen that video? The guy's like standing there and he's like, so yeah, NASA's just been funneling in billions upon billions of dollars and they haven't gone anywhere. You know, it's taxpayer money. And he's basically saying it's absolutely time for, you know, NASA to be found out. Like, I gotta try to find the video, but,
I haven't seen that
yeah,
one.
I don't know what's gonna come. Yeah,
Well, the
I
thing
don't know
is,
what's gonna
who's
come of
suing
it.
them, and when are they paying us back, and then when are they flipping it to like actual like discoveries and stuff, and like people can actually do stuff with them and like look and see what they're really doing. Like what like something got to change.
Yeah, I know. Like, if they had actually, like, been to the moon or been to space or anything like that, you'd think they'd be selling tickets.
Yep, then the Van Allen radiation belt appeared out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, only one guy's not going to stop Congress or NASA or whoever. Got to actually be an uproar and a suit. So you got to sue, not just say words like "oh, audit." Got to actually sue NASA for lying and
Yeah.
slander and no proof
For
of
fucking
anything.
money laundering and fraud.
Yeah, like the public. Where's our like fuck Bob getting like? Why is it always some weird company that's always rich that sues the government for something and they get paid for like? They made them change it. Well, they huh? That doesn't even seem right. Like, so the people still didn't get shit from any of that ever? No. It's kind of weird. Anytime like somebody sues this company or some fucking random other company sues another company, like, well, you're doing this to the people. It's like, what the fucking? How did the people get help? They didn't. So you sued that company. What did anybody get out of them getting sick and fucked up? For you to get big enough to be able to sue the company for all the shit they did to the people. It's
Was it like
crazy.
a civil lawsuit or whatever?
Would
Criminal,
it be a civil
civil,
suit?
fucking all the lawsuits.
Oh, yeah, all the suits. What?
But what's the lawsuit where people come together and we're like, oh, we're gonna sue this big company, or whatever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a civil suit. Yeah, I could be wrong, right? Like, my grandfather's a retired attorney, and I helped my mom study for a paralegal, so I'm pretty good at knowing this kind of stuff.
Coercion,
And either way,
racketeering, RICO, Family
yep,
Act, Gang
Yeah,
Act,
yep.
all that.
money laundering,
Yeah, laundering, coercion, theft,
yep,
just
all of
outright
it.
lying to every person about everything,
Yep.
charging money for stuff that ain't, having all these companies do all this shit, fraud.
Hey, you know what's really fun is when people are like, well, why didn't you ask NASA? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, try to, and they turn their comments on their official YouTube page. So, what does that mean when the opposition, like, when you're, like, not allowed to question something? Like, weird.
How are you not allowed to
Above
question something?
reproach.
What? So, NASA's like, don't question me. Don't question us. How dare you question us?
Yeah, do you have a degree to be asking that question?
That's an appeal to credential fallacy, sir.
Okay, so let's say some people in the society are 2 steps ahead intellectually, mostly because they're in a position of power. They think that, oh, because we know more and we're at a better position of power, that we get to tell you guys what to do. And it becomes their whole first.
And
Everything
see,
they do,
that's what the
all their
government does
know-how.
with technology as well. Like they'll be 30 years ahead of everybody else because they keep that information like closed off to the public.
Bro, they were like 200 years ahead in 1800s, man, and then free energy at that time, and now we don't have it. Speaking of technology, and like everything's tethered. So we're actually behind, technologically speaking, if you really get into it.
We're ahead as like the group of people, like the 99% of like people. We're ahead and shit, but they steal the ideas and then don't put them out. They like they tell you it's not right. They won't pass the review. The patent's not right. Whatever. No, it's not exactly for that. And then so it has to do with that too. What patents they let be put out or not, or what they let
Yep,
you
that's
do,
true.
like what they
And
let you
it
do.
also comes down to what patents are profitable. Right? At the end of the day, that's what it comes down. Profitable for them.
Think about it. There's probably a million ideas already. It's not that the government's using them in front of you. They're using the shitty ones because it doesn't matter to them. Now, once the system gets set in place where they can use the better ones, then they will. But right now, they still use back, but they don't care.
So the government, the military is using the top technology and the not so
Right, but
cool
not in front of
technology.
the people. Like to
Yeah.
us, and yeah, they're oh yeah, we use gas, we do this, we have to do this and this and this. Oh yeah, man, this and this. They had fucking drones back in the 30s. They were having planes with no people in them and tanks with no people in them, bombers, all that shit, remote from a different
Yep.
location back in the 30s.
Yep.
So they just let it out when they want to let it out. It doesn't mean that we don't have it. It doesn't mean we're behind. It means they haven't let us fucking put the shit out and do it the way we want it as a public people. As people.
That,
Right.
yeah, that's the whole picture of it right there. Demo. I agree.
Because
Yep.
doesn't a patent like last 10 years and then everybody else gets to use the patent at that point?
I feel like that's hit or miss. I feel like
Oh,
it's
imagine being
selective. For them, it's selective. Like they could after 10 years, or they could be like, "No, this is too cool. They can't have it."
Here's my thing. Why does anybody have a patent on anything? If you make something and you sell it, you made it and you sold it. If they make something and sell it, they make it and sell it. If Bob, if you're the first one that makes it, you make it a little better than them. It doesn't matter about what patent or who's got what. They're still going to buy the best one for their money.
fuck a
I
patent.
don't
I
know,
want to
bro.
bring back
There's a
kamikaze
patent for
planes.
AIDS.
Bring back kamikaze planes. We don't even need fucking drones and shit. Fuck that. They'll just shoot those down. We need kamikaze planes being deployed short range, so it guarantees a shot.
Yeah, like some drones can't even fly in certain areas. Like they're just programmed to not go there. I think
Well,
that's
I mean,
so
there's
weird.
range. There's literally a range problem if you're controlling it.
Well, that's not
Reliable.
it.
You don't think there's a range problem on drones?
No, it's like a military grid, like geofencing will disallow that type of
What if
technology,
I
I
told you
guess.
drones are short range anyways? Medium range or whatever. Because if it's kamikaze, I'm not saying bring that back. I'm saying that as a joke, right? Obviously. I guess drones, like grenade drones, are good. Like those small little drones, but the big drones, kind of expensive.
Yeah, those
Not
nano
as effective.
explosive drones are already in combat.
Talking about those big ass drones, like those big and drone. I think kamikaze planes are a little better than those.
I think nano drones are the new military because it's gonna have AI recognition, and it's just like less civilian casualties.
Yeah, and it's gonna cause a lot of PTSD. Imagine you
Facts.
survive.
Facts.
Just all autonomous tanks and drones shooting each other.
Yeah.
Look, Sparky's outlasted them all, and then breaks down like fuck, Sparky.
Have you seen where the military is trying to like actually build the Iron Man suit? It's called the Iron Man Project. Shit's so cool.
They already have. They got a couple
They
versions.
finished it?
No. I'm saying they started with the one where you can put this suit on and like go fight bears.
There is in Africa, and not just in Africa. It's in very many countries. A company called Zipline drones. So delivery drones that are really silent. They don't make that noise that you hear from the normal drones. They have fans that are really specific, made and that have that specific shape. It doesn't make noise. Some for long distance deliveries, and the precision drones that they have. It's a drone like the normal drone that you know about. It's the same thing. It doesn't make that noise. Have those four fans that are horizontal, and it can release another drone from itself by a cable to the floor, and that drone that is released, it can change its trajectory horizontally. So the up and down, it's maintained by that cable, and it can change its position horizontally by some propellers in the back and in the front and in sides. And it's so silent, you don't hear it. You think it's just the wind touching the leaves of the trees.
I've seen a video on one of those that are silent. I don't know what it was called, but
This company is called Zipline Drones. It's a very famous one.
It's those little bitty motors that you put on little toy cars you used to get, and you roll them back and let them go. You get them little bitty fucking motors, and you put it on a little thing, and now they're little bitty bastards. They got little bitty ones.
Yeah, here in the side chat, I'll put a video about it. And that one in the thumbnail. That's the drone that is attached. The main drone which stays above in altitude, and just release that one with that cable that you see in the top. That one can just manage its direction with where it's facing by those propellers that it has, and have a box in it, so it can open those doors in the bottom and release whatever the package is on the surface of a table if you want. So precise that you can put on it anything: weapon, bomb. You deliver weaponry, firearms, fire guns. And it's not even piloted by someone. It's just automatic. They put the destination with the GPS and the coordinates. The drone go to that place and put the delivery the package and come back to the base.
Yep, just like the Tesla self-driving car. Taxi. I wonder if they're using Elon Musk's AI to fly it.
I think that's a front that Elon Musk is the AI guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, he actually has his stuff open source, so it makes sense.
Well, I'm just saying, way back when the lady was trying to put the penis on the Osiris machine, like what was that? Like, I mean, what?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, what gave the guy the idea he could rub a crystal ball and talk to it like an oracle? Like, what? I mean, yeah. So when the guy's talking to the crystal ball, you think he's talking to himself, or you think he's talking to just schizophrenia, like his self inside himself, or do you think he's talking to another person that's talking to a crystal ball, communicating back to him and answering him, or do you think there was something like, I don't know? Has there always been something that people call something that they talk to somehow? I don't fucking know, man. Whether it's like throwing leaves in some water and seeing how they spin, or fucking believing a crystal ball like wiggling or vibrating or getting warm, or I don't know, talks to you or whatever. I don't fucking know. Where'd all that shit come from? Those ideas. It's hard to say.
That sounds like witchcraft.
Well, I mean, so did the radio, and they thought demons were in it. You know what I mean? They thought demons were inside the radio when they first heard it, but it's just people talking from the other side. Like, so, I mean, who knows, man? Who knows where the first idea of like something's communicating to you from somewhere else, like God or whatever. So, yeah, it sounds like witchcraft, but it sounds like religion also. You know, your soul's supposed to be sent from somewhere and to somewhere, right? That's remote. That's a remote. So, remote's been around since the Bible, ever. So, like, it's all been around. AI, remote, God, intelligence, memory. They just try to tap into this shit, whatever you call it. They want to tap in. I've never had the tree talk to me or nothing. I used to ask little insects questions and say, "Hi, buddy, what are you doing?" But they didn't talk back. So, I mean, as a kid, you look at the little ant, and you're like, "Hi, little ant,
Yeah, yeah.
what's going
I mean,
down?"
I get
And
it.
they're like, and they look at you, and you look at them, and they look back, and you look back, and they go on about their business. And
Hello. Hello.
Yo.
Yes. What yo? What are going now?
Anybody got some new conspiracy theories?
We lost that technology. We lost the technology to make a pyramid or sandcastle. But we have a sandcastle pyramid sitting there. Yeah, but we lost that technology. How'd you lose the technology of a car if you got the car sitting there? How in the fuck? How did you lose technology
Yo, why is everyone muted? Like, actually, if the Earth was flat, why is every mic muted? Yeah. It must be a globe because everyone is muted. Nobody is even talking. Any glober? No?
Yeah, that's probably true.
What is true? That you is not a boy? Yeah, that's true.
Look, let me tell you something, bro. The last time someone was talking to you, they were presenting some arguments. What you need is like one good argument and a very good reasoning to this argument. Just one is enough. Just put it in like a script or something and be prepared for like all questions.
Who are you babbling to, you idiot?
And don't try to learn from Heretic because he's.
All right. So what do you got for arguments? We don't need any coaching from you unless you can. We don't need any coaching from you unless you can show that you have any logic yourself. So what do you got for an argument?
I have this argument. This argument unfolds itself, kind of. It will help other people to understand that you are a giant pussy.
Okay, so what's the argument? Actually, never mind. That's off topic. So you couldn't even address the topic of the room, but you want to help us make arguments about it? Yeah, you're a fucking moron.
The argument is presenting itself.
That's not an argument. And it's off topic. So you can't even address the topic of the room, but you want to help us formulate arguments about it?
I thought it might be more valuable to you.
Yeah, okay. So, well, you suck.
Hey, don't mute him.
He's got nothing to say about the topic.
I know, but he's entertaining. It's like an NPC.
I'll talk to you about the topic, man.
Oh, we're LA. Really? We'll see about that.
You pick the topic, and I'll give like my response.
I already picked the topic. When I started the room, what does it say, the channel name?
Topic you don't have a view on?
Yeah, what does the channel name say?
Last time you didn't have a position.
So what does the channel name say?
You only like to play offense.
So what does the channel name say?
You don't like to play defense.
So what does the channel name say?
It says you're repeating yourself.
No, it doesn't say that. Read it again.
Repeating himself.
Yeah, it didn't say that. Read it again.
Thank you.
For what?
For being a vagina.
Yeah, so I picked the topic when I started the room. What does the channel name say?
The topic is menstruation and how to solve it.
Nope, didn't say that either. Can't read or just delusional? Need to wait for the meth to wear off? What's the problem here?
Everything.
Actually suggest you changing the topic.
Okay, anyway, I don't care what you suggest. I mean, the topic is what it is. It's not going to change. So can you read the channel name?
Just use another tampon, bro.
Okay, so guy can't figure out what channel he's in.
Grim, why are you so triggered today? What is going on, man?
Because he's a vagina.
He's always triggered. He's just always triggered. I mean, this is all they have left. Like, it's not like they can actually provide evidence or arguments or proof of anything that they believe. So they have to just try to take the room off topic. That's all he can do.
Well, use another tampon, apparently.
It's what he'll do again. If I take him off mute, he'll just try to go somewhere other than the topic because he can't address the topic. He has nothing of value or substance to offer there. Right, Grim? Prove my case.
Look, Heretic. I'll talk to you, right? But the point is, if you constantly mute...
Right, so now he's going to talk meta, talk about me, talk about what the point is, even though it's really not the point at all. So all you had to do was answer the channel name. Just tell me what that is. And then you'd have the topic, and then you could just go from there. But that's impossible for you. You have to, avoid the topic.
You handle yourself like that, there is no fruitful conversation.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Your interlocutor.
Oh, God.
But you could talk as long as you wanted if you wanted to make it on topic.
You're suppressing me.
Yeah, I am. That's right, because you can't address the topic. I don't need to hear your dog shit. So like I said, you could talk as long as you wanted if you want to be on topic. Can you do that?
But don't follow the law, Batman.
Yeah, I'll talk to you in a room where we both have mods.
No. Sorry. Never going to happen. So, anybody else want to go? Because this cretin can't figure out how to speak to the topic. There's a guy named Go. Maybe
Batman, you don't follow the law, Batman.
That's not the topic.
God.
This is how hard it is.
What is the topic?
Well, okay, so there's a channel name. There's a name to this channel. Can you read it?
I have my caps enlarged because I cannot see very well, so I cannot. It doesn't show the actual name.
Right. Okay. Well, maybe I'll just talk to Go then instead.
Can you kindly tell me what the topic is?
No.
I cannot see what it says though.
That sounds like a you problem.
So you're not interested in actually speaking. I am.
Hi, Go. How's it going? Any evidence for the shape of the Earth?
Photographs,
Are you sure they're photographs?
images.
Images?
Yeah.
Well, they're images of unicorns. Are those evidence for unicorns?
No.
No. So images in themselves aren't any kind of proof.
Right, but there's a gradient to images, right? Like the only difference between a photograph and an image in some cases is somebody put a fucking filter on it.
Okay, but can you prove that it's a photograph that they took?
Weren't there originally, like the early ones, actually photographs?
No. Well, it might be, but are you sure that they're photographs of the Earth?
No. Are you sure that they aren't?
A photograph of a painting.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least this guy wants to talk about the topic. If somebody else wants to jump in, that's cool.
Yeah, sure. Why is your Sorry, I was distracted for a second. So yeah, why is your standard so low?
Who are you talking to?
To you, like, why is pictures something that you would see as a firm foundation to believe in a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from ever expanding void of darkness where water bends around its surface?
I don't know, it just is.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of the law of second the law of second the
Second law of
thermo-
thermodynamics?
Yeah, second law of thermodynamics. Sorry, I don't know what's going on, but have you heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay. Do you agree that the term gas pressure involves, or rather more, is defined by the very word pressing? That's why we call it gas pressure, because that there's press in it. It suggests that there's something pressing, right?
I guess I could get behind that, but do you mean pressure or a vacuum?
I'm just talking about the word in general, just very simple. Like there's no catch. That's not like catchphrase or something. I'm just wondering if you agree that
pressure does mean that there's pressure. Yeah.
So it means pressing, right? Something is pressing.
Sure.
So then you agree. Do you agree with the second law of thermodynamics?
Hold on, let me read it. Well, yeah, of course I believe in the second law of thermodynamics. It's a law, dude.
I mean, not believe, but agree with what you see in reality, right?
Flows spontaneously from hotter to colder regions. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So then you agree that gas pressure, which is always pressing, it needs to be pressed in order to be measurable as pressure, right? It needs to be contained, right? Because it gotta press against something, right? Otherwise you couldn't detect any pressure. Correct?
Sure.
So how is it that we live in a medium under pressure that directly touches with its most thinnest and weakest layer in the heliocentric paradigm the vacuum of space? So where's that gas pressing against?
Well, where else is it going to go?
Well, according to
out
the
into
law of
the low
second dynamics, it should disperse in all directions.
But that's heat, not like gas pressure.
What?
The second law of
No, it's not
thermodynamics.
limited to just heat. Pressure is also involved. It's like having air inside of your tire on your car. You have it 40 psi greater than the outside of the tire. As soon as you open that tire, all that pressure releases off into the lower pressure.
Does that have much to do with heat, though?
That's entropy as a
Yes,
result
it does.
because of the second law of thermodynamics. And if you wanted to get into all the different types of events that you can have with pressure inside of a volume, all of those gas laws follow. The volume requires a container. Otherwise, the high pressure spontaneously releases off into the lower pressure.
Okay. I'm sure you guys are more knowledgeable on this than me.
The claim is that outer space is a big vacuum. The air you're breathing is under pressure, and there's no container containing that pressure.
Right.
How is this possible?
Well, where
All
else
of
is it
your
going to go?
experience,
It's not just going to suck it out for no reason. Where's it
it's not a
sucking
sucking
it to?
force.
It's not
It's
going to equalize
expanding
with nothing else.
entropy.
And the gas does expand, it's just not going to expand infinitely. Like, doesn't make any sense. That would imply it has, like, an infinite amount of energy.
So in the heliocentric paradigm, they say that the atmosphere extends 2 times beyond the moon.
Well, what is atmosphere counted as there? Like
Where they say that
range.
the
It counts as the air you breathe.
Technically, atmosphere is a contradiction of terms because atmos means air and sphere is a shape. Air intrinsically doesn't take a shape, it takes the shape of its container. So your language has been shaped so that you already presuppose that the air has taken shape when the air doesn't take a shape. It expands in all directions and fills the volume of its container.
A layer of gases that surrounds a planet or celestial body held in place by gravity.
Yeah, gravity's a container.
Can you use gravity to contain air inside of a vacuum?
Gravity
Seems like it. I mean, where else is it going to go? If
gravity holds you
Not
down, I didn't
here.
know now it's a container.
what do you mean not here? What reason does the air have to just get sucked out into it? The vacuum, it's not going to just suck it out.
Well,
That's what
why
I'm
is it
saying.
the case that every time you have high pressure next to a low pressure, it flows? And then if you don't want it to flow, you have a container. The container keeps it from flowing. It contains it.
But the vacuum of space isn't acting against it.
Yeah. Every example that you can think of, you will see high pressure flow to low pressure. You will see high pressure or low pressure contained by a container. Otherwise, spontaneous equalization will happen, right?
True, that's exactly why it's a gradient. It's a density gradient of atmosphere. There is no measurable change that would cause a spontaneous flow of air. You don't see that.
But you guys don't see the contradiction. You can't have gas pressure. You can't even call it gas pressure if you don't have something for the gas to press against. Gases need to be contained. That is a fundamental thing we see in our reality. If you can show me an experiment that proves you can have gas pressure gradients without containment, or gas pressure in general without it pressing against the walls of its containment, then it would be a different story. But I'm pretty sure, from as far as I have seen, there is no such experiment proving that to be the case.
I can replicate a container with the gradients of pressure within it. Can you give me a non-container with a pressure gradient within it, and do not use the Earth as your example or anything else in your space story?
So you're saying
Something
if things are
tangible,
the way they
something
are,
you and I both can experience.
if you're saying if things are the way they are, right, then our atmosphere should just escape out into space. It should equalize.
And what I'm saying is, your story has something that you cannot and never will experience, which is gas pressure or gas pressure gradients without a container. You will always experience these two things with the container. Can you give an example without a container?
What dictates like how violent the pull is from a vacuum?
You're still trying to use your story.
The pressure is, and I'll hide the
Use
pressure
your
in.
experience, something I can also experience.
Yeah, you're never going to do that without a container.
So
It's
you guys
all the time.
think only physical barriers are what create pressure? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Unless you can show
So,
it.
like, we could think of something like thrust from an airplane, right? This creates pressure.
Well, that's fluid dynamics. You're having a medium and an object flowing in that medium. You're allowing entropy to help you in this medium. What you're saying or trying to defend is pressure without a container. And there's no flow. High pressure stays at the high pressure and low pressure stays at the low pressure without a container, and there's no flowing.
Never be able to achieve gas pressure any other way. Be able to restrict the volume, the area within which a gas can occupy. That such a thing doesn't exist.
I think we're at a bit of an impasse here.
Oh, you're at a meltdown right now.
Okay, dude.
You gotta have a container to have gas pressure. Sorry. Come up with
Yeah,
a
right
different
on,
way.
bro.
Why don't you tell us how gravity holds onto air? And then that'll make sense to everybody.
It's because gas just continues to just go in the direction that it's going. It doesn't stop. It goes until it reaches a physical limitation. It collides and
Is gas affected by gravity?
I don't believe in gravity.
is gravity.
It'd be tough.
Is it?
Yeah, you'd have to scientifically prove
gravity is.
gravity first.
I just told you to tell us how gravity pulls on air, and you asked us if does gravity affect air. So, which is it, dude? Does gravity pull on air?
I mean, if a gas molecule is, a thing, then gravity should act on that thing, shouldn't it?
Why? Why do you say that?
What is?
Because that's how gravity fucking works, dude.
Okay, tell us how gravity works so we know.
Yeah, tell us, what is gravity?
Will you take Barney style?
I'll take
How?
factual.
Like, I could tell you how a wrecking ball can smash a building. It swings and it smashes into the side, and then the building falls. That's how you do it. So you tell me, how does gravity pull on things?
Yeah, what is it doing? What is it doing to the gas? What do you think it's doing?
All right. If I can explain it like a child, maybe I might get through this because I'm not a fucking physicist.
Do what you need to.
Big mass attracts little mass. Isn't that how gravity works?
Okay, so you're
Not
not going
according
to
to
get
theoretical physics. Not
not going
according
to
to
tell
current theoretical physicists.
Oh, my bad, bro.
us how it pulls on things. You're going to just say something attracts.
Yeah, I am.
Isn't that cool?
Gravity's
That is pretty
debunked.
neat.
Math
So,
attracts each other. Isn't that neat?
yeah, like why
Yeah.
do things fall down? Like,
And explain
how did you guys ever
why my
thought about this?
mother-in-law and my ex-girlfriend don't smash together. Can you explain that to me?
Why is it that tiny balloon doesn't fall towards big Earth? Tiny balloon run away and fly into the sky.
Okay, things float on the water doesn't mean they still try to go down when they can.
So is that anti-gravity?
Must
No, it's
be.
buoyancy. It's
Helium.
buoyancy.
It's trying to go
It's
up and
buoyancy. It's
down. It's trying to
Archimedes'
go.
law.
It's reached equilibrium because it's like there's one medium which is, it has a tendency to go up in, and another medium in which it has a tendency to go down in. So it can't go anywhere else. It's found equilibrium.
Does iron always go down?
In Mercury.
Yeah. So why does it go down? Why does it not?
It's more dense than the
Breaking up,
medium.
dude.
Why doesn't it go up though if it's more dense?
Because it's not less dense than the medium.
So why did we run away from gas and we're now talking about solids?
It's all related
Why do you
because
think?
gas is made up of molecules just like
Nope,
mass is.
you're wrong, dude.
How am I wrong?
Just don't start saying stuff because you think that you're correct. We were talking about gases and how they need containment. And do you agree or not?
I mean, inductively it makes sense, but doesn't necessarily mean it's the case.
What they teach you in physics is that gas expands in all directions to fill the available volume, only restricted by the amount of volume it has, dictated by a physical container. It's what it does. Gas pressure is defined as the gas
And that's science.
molecules, the force they exert on the walls of the container. That's what they teach you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can boil that down to just any force that acts on the gas creates the
No,
pressure.
you're saying that's not true. You're telling academia that's not true.
No, you
Telling
just
people
said
that have
it.
studied gas and have realized what causes gas pressure, you're telling them they're wrong.
That's the only practical way to demonstrate what they're saying, but you can boil it down to just having a force acting on a gas.
Well, I'm not interested in boiling it down to having some invisible thing that doesn't, it has no physicality to it, being able to cause gas pressure.
Yeah. People separate nitrogen, oxygen, and argon by changing the temperature of this gas while it's inside of a contained system. And there's a gradients right there.
The actual reason
They
why we
still need
have
the container.
a gradient is because we're an air bubble underwater. It's the reason why it's like that.
What?
Is it? How would you go about showing that?
Well, that's a good question. But if you think about it, wouldn't it make more sense that the reason why we have pressure gradients is because there's pressure of water pushing down on top of us, and the dome, or whatever you want to call it, the container, is being pressed down? That might cause a gradient. I'm just saying it's another thought.
Yeah. Yeah, you can take a bucket of diesel and drop a little blob of water into it, and the water will sit at the bottom of the bucket and separate itself from the diesel. But how are you going to show that we are in some kind of blob that is more dense than another form of medium surrounding it? And if you're going to tie that into the heliocentric model, that is not what they're saying is happening. Because they're saying there is lack of molecules. That way you can have light travel at trillions of light years distance and not attenuate away as they do. They say that the stars are sending light to us, and they're much larger than the sun that's in the sky. But really, it's just a story.
Have you ever looked at the sky with the telescope, a really good one?
Yeah.
Have you seen what stars really look like yet?
Yeah, they're little lights in the sky. I don't see them looking like a sun.
No, I mean, have you seen them in 3D? Have you seen what they actually look like? Not the ones that they do with telescopes with a single lens, but with binocular types. Because they look way different, bro.
Really?
Yeah, buddy of mine does a lot of video on it. His name's Mikey Smith. Go check him out on YouTube. He's got actual video of 3-dimensional videos of stars, and they don't look like little dots of light. They look like kind of like torches. It's weird. It almost looks like there's a face sitting on top of it. It's just strange, bro. It'll blow your mind.
So, 2 lenses. How far apart? Inches apart? That's a tiny angle between the 2 of them in the distant object, especially if they're going to be light years away.
But light years is an assumption. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm tracking. It's an assumption. What we can replicate is that they're in the sky. Conversation. So, yeah, you're assuming, according to the heliocentric model, that these lights are trillions of light years away, and they're hundreds or millions of times larger than our own sun, which from our perspective is larger than all the lights in the sky. So, heliocentric model has like a gun to their foot, and every time you ask them about gas pressure, they have to pull the trigger and shoot their own foot.
That is exactly what it is, unfortunately. Exactly what it is.
Here, if I'm allowed to, I can post a picture of what I'm talking about if you guys want to check it out. Or give you guys a link for Mikey Smith's. Hang on.
Send.
I don't have permission.
Damn.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, welcome to a new server that gives you roles over time. So the longer you're going to be in the server, the more access you'll have to the server. Because otherwise you'll just have, people creating new accounts and spamming all the channels with nonsense.
I understand why you do it. I'm just saying I don't have permission yet, so I guess you'll have to wait.
I didn't give you this permission or the lack thereof. I'm just as much a guest to this server as you are.
Yeah, I figured. Just saying. But if you just want to make a quick search on YouTube, his name's Mikey Smith. You gotta just look him up. He's a bald guy with a funny looking face. Can't miss him. And he does all star photos with some special binoculars he's got. They're like 100 times or 1,000 times magnification, and he films through them and stuff. It's pretty cool. You guys would love it. Check it out. If somebody else in here that does have permissions, they could go and check it out themselves and then bring the picture over if they want, or whatever. It's up to you guys. I just figured I'd share it because I thought it was interesting.
Thank you, Smith. I'll add it to my library. How do you spell it, Mikey? Mikey?
Yeah, Smith, Smith. Yeah. And you have to scroll down on his list quite a ways to get to the spot what I'm talking about. It'll show like a picture and it'll say Beetlejuice on it. If you get down to that one, that was the one I was going to show anyway. You have to scroll down
So
a
is
little bit.
it at Truth Flat Earth? 2.39K subscribers.
Yes, I believe that's the right one. Yes. And he's got a big bald guy or a smiling bald guy in front. Yeah, that's it. Check him out.
Cool.
The other reason why I brought up Mikey Smith was because he's got a video, his latest video, the Milky Way thing. He's showing you that the background of what the sky is actually a solid thing, and the stars aren't they don't have any depth to them, so they're all in the same area. They're all the same distance away from us, which is weird, but that's what he's seeing, and I think that's relevant with what we were just talking about. Considering we're talking about gradients and all that. I mean, not that it really affects that necessarily, but if you look at some of his videos, bro, he's got some really good pictures that show there's definitely a dome up there, bro. There's a solid something there. You know what I'm saying? So just check it out. It's up to you guys. You have to make your own decisions, but I just thought I'd chat it out and share it with you.
Well, and what this channel is up to is describing the things that you can experience with your own hands or your own senses. So things that are outside of our experience, that is on the speculation term. So that speculation is free to
I
be
agree.
discussed on Sunday.
Yeah,
That
of
way
course.
we can keep the the flat on flat arguments and the what is it? Oh, y'all are just dumb and science deniers and all that. That can be kept at a minimum, you know?
Yeah. Well, I don't deny science unless science doesn't match up with the other science. I mean, but there's a lot of it
Right.
that doesn't match up together, so that's the reason why I disagree with it. But that's just my own opinion, and you don't have to necessarily believe that. But in my experience, I know some of it's just crap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On my
But
own observations and stuff. So
the typical NPC isn't going to see it that way. Typical NPC is going to
no,
be
you're
like,
right.
"Oh, you're going against the mainstream," and in the NPC's mind, that's actual science, and they don't know how to tell the difference between science and pseudoscience, philosophy, and you know,
Well, it's
fucking
not like they've made it easy, bro. I mean, I'll give you that. I mean, I don't necessarily blame people, but when you tell them the truth, like usually you'd think that some senselessness would come into their mind and they go, wait a minute, that doesn't match up with what I think I know, right? And then at least what you would expect is them to start doing some research on it to find out what you're talking about and why you say that. But it seems like they don't want to do that, and I'm not sure how they convince people not to look at it, but that's the part that's frustrating for me.
well, that's an internal thing for the individual. If they don't want to listen, it's probably their personality or like just fucking, I don't know, the way they've been Pavloved into thinking. So, like, you're saying something different. Now, either they've got like some kind of ego that tells them, well, I already know the truth, and what you're saying goes against what I already believe, and I'm going to stick to what I already know. Or they'll actually open up their mind and listen to what it is that you've got to say first, and then go from there. But a lot of the explaining your reasoning for why you think the way you think is going to open up all of the drawers to your thought rather than opening up a specific drawer and talking about a specific topic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean.
Yeah. So to like talk about the sky and what it is that you think is happening in the sky, you're going to have to open up 3 or 4 different trains of thought, and they're not going to follow you on those trains of thought because their trains of thought are not organized in the same way you have yours organized. So it's going to be too difficult to talk about that speculation.
I don't know. I'm the kind of guy that likes to know things. I like to know the truth about things. I don't like to be fooled by people. So I spent my life trying to find out what the truth was about everything. So I take it personally when somebody calls me out and says that I'm full of it or tells me that I don't know what I'm talking about. Not really because it's a personal thing, but just like, you know, if I'm telling you things that are true and you're not looking into what I'm saying, then how can you know that I'm wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm giving you a reason
Exactly.
why I believe this, then I would at least expect you to go look at that first before you tell me I'm crazy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we've
I
got
hear
guys
you.
that come in on the show where I go to, and they argue with everything we have to say, and they spend hours and hours and hours coming into the show and arguing with us and getting banned and all that. And why do they spend all that time if they really don't care, or if they really don't believe what we're saying? Then why do they care so much to come in and tell us we're wrong? That's another thing that I don't get. Because usually, like, if I don't believe in Bigfoot, I'm not going to go to a Bigfoot website and like tell them they're crazy because I don't need to. Why would I bother with that? Like I don't
Exactly.
have any reason to do that. But with this, it seems like everybody just wants to attack it, even though they don't really know what they're talking about, and that's frustrating as well.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I like talking about it in person because you actually get the real response from a real person. You're not getting a vitriol response from somebody who's either, you know, likely hired to have the argument with you and spool you up and get you in your emotions to make you look dumb in front of the audience.
Yeah, that's the knack, isn't it? That's the one you got to have. It's not losing your cool. I'm not very good at that, though.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I usually
losing your
take
cool doesn't
normal stuff.
necessarily mean that you've lost the argument or what you're saying is invalid.
No, you're
That
right,
just
but
means you're
it does make
emotional.
you look. It does make you seem like you're being childish or whatever, and it does have an effect on the group of people listening. Not necessarily us that know things, but like I get it. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just make the announcement now. 2025, we don't care about feelings anymore.
Thank God. I mean, I got feelings and all, and I don't like them getting stepped on. But I mean, it's been like that since I was born. It's not like I'm not used to it by now. What are you guys? I haven't heard you guys talking about this final experiment thing on here. At least not yet. I'm just curious what you guys think about Duffy and all that crap he's up to.
You're not going to go.
No, I don't
The
think so
final
either.
Mexican
But
burger.
yeah, I noticed he hasn't really been putting anything out lately. I think we kind of smashed on it a little bit. It's losing its resilience, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's not an experiment, it's an observation. It's traveling to a location and seeing the sky. Also, just to claim that the sky has anything to do with the ground is bad logic. What happens in the sky doesn't determine the shape of the ground.
My mom had lived in Antarctica most of the year because her husband worked there, and she wasn't like deep in, but she never saw the sun when she was alive. She died recently, so it's interesting.
Repeat that. I missed. I think I missed most of what you said. Sorry.
Oh, I said my mom had a friend who lived most of the year in Antarctica because her husband worked in Antarctica for most of the year. And she never saw the 24-hour sun. But she wasn't like deep in Antarctica, which might like be the excuse that people say. So
Well, there's always an excuse, but yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's
exactly.
what children do, right? They make excuses.
Mm-hmm.
They don't bring up evidence or facts. They bring up excuses. Just remember that. Very important for your knowledge when it comes to this.
Mm-hmm.
You're out, Mike and Redwell.
Okay.
I forget your old handle, Sid. What was it again?
Rookie or Cookie Monster.
There you go. Yeah, Rookie. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back.
That's me. I'm back. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. I took over a year off, but I wasn't like out of Flat Earth. I was just doing I'm on Flatside's perspective. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from Africa. He's a white dude. talks about flat Earth and stuff, and it's a biblical channel, of course. But that's where I went to, and I've been spending a lot of time in there and being involved with that show and this and that. And me and Roger Ledwell, we're doing a show ourselves together as well. So I've been busy. I just haven't been in here. I don't know. I got kind of irritated with some of the stuff going on in here a while back, and it just kind of like it was frustrating me and stressing me out. And I just thought, you know what, I need a break. So that's what I did. I feel better now, so hopefully it stays that way. So I'm assuming that we get like a lack of people to come in here, like, or does it have a big flow usually?
Busy 24 hours a day. Sometimes there's no people in, well, 2 people, but that's very limited amounts of time.
No, I'm just curious. Like, do you normally get like lots of Globers coming in to ask, or is it busy in here? Is what I'm asking. Like, do you get a lot of Globers and people asking questions, or is it just mostly us?
Yes,
Really
it's
busy.
busy.
It goes on like maybe like 10, 15 minutes, but like not a lot of talking. But then it'll pick up, right? And if you're only here for like 2 hours, sometimes you'll think, oh, it's only talked for like an hour. I've been here for an hour. But you got to think of this. It's 24/7. Like you can come in at like 3 in the morning and it'll be bumping. It'll be 30 people, 20 people in here at 3 in the morning, right? So.
Oh yeah, I remember. I was just curious, like, if it's been, I'm just curious. I haven't been back for a while, so just curious about it.
I don't come in here that much. Like I come here sometimes, but like 25% of the time it's quiet, and then like the rest it's very, very noisy.
Do the what do I call them? Do the anti-flat earthers come in here? Like, McToon and all them, and Sean Hawkins and all these assholes. Sorry, I'm not supposed to say
They
that word. I'm
scared
sorry.
it away.
Those guys.
We argumented their shit away. They lost every argument. I disproved them with air pressure, and they ran away on a bunch of things.
Yeah, that's the same experience we have with them. So I was just curious if they were actively coming in here as doing the same thing they do to us. I was just, curious because I know they move around, but like we even get Brenda or whatever his name is trying to come on the show and stuff and talk, and it's usually something to say about Flatzoid. He's all mad about Flatzoid changing something or whatever. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Hello? Is it me you're looking for?
I can see it in your eyes.
No, there's things you can do, Iron. There's things you can do to know that certain things are the case, like most definitely. Especially if they're repeatable. Just It's just what happens. There's laws of nature, which are fact because that's just what happens. No other cases, something else happens in that situation. It's what will always happen, always has happened.
Oh yeah, I realize that.
I believe it.
Doesn't agree with that. He doesn't agree that there's just some things that's just the case. It just happens. No other instances of it being different. I mean, that's just crazy. Just gonna like randomly like go to fill up like a gas cylinder, right? Because this is what it was all about, right? It was the gas, and you insert some gas into there, and it doesn't expand to fill the available volume, and you get the pressure reading that you usually would if you put the same amount of gas into that cylinder. It's always just going to be the same. Just a law of nature. That's what happens. Not going to suddenly randomly just all of a sudden, unless you change the environment, right, and you introduce new variables or add energy, where it's going to do something different to what it did before. Yes, the pencil being more dense than the surrounding medium is going to sink. Will always do that. There's never going to be an instance where if it's more dense than the surrounding medium it exists within, it's going to fly up into the sky or go diagonally or horizontally because of no reason. It's crazy. You live in a fantasy world. No, not probably will. It's a
Well,
it's
when you say
dictated.
fantasy
It's
world, you might be
physics.
right about that. With the events of late, bro, yeah, I think you're right. I think things are pretty chaotic and crazy. Like I never thought some of the things that are going on would ever be on television or even be talked about, but I'll be damned if they're not now.
Power slap.
Within a complex system like a social structure, right? There's diverse, yeah, possibility, and there's a lot of change and predictability. And he seems to think that it's possible that on the 25th billionth time that you drop the pencil, that it's not going to do what it did all the other times. It's just it probably will. How many times have you got to drop it before you know? Like, it's definitely going to do that, dude.
So iron voltage. So I can no need. It's what did you reply to? Keep water in a cup, not gravity. This is done by excluding all or a majority of other possibilities. Okay, good. That's good that you said that. So in order to prove gravity keeps water in a cup, we definitely need to get rid of the air. So I put it in a vacuum chamber and I pull all the air out and the water disappears. How come the gravity didn't keep it in the cup? Guys will quit typing now. That's the end of his gravity. That's all it takes.
Yep. Come on. Mm.
Hey, any investments tips? Anything I should buy?
Water.
No, I'm talking about assets, crypto in general, whatever. Or maybe even resources.
Well, you can't live without water, so I mean, that seems to me like the best one to bet your money on. But that's just me.
You want crypto information, go to a Discord crypto server. They got all kinds of shit going on. You're in heaven right now.
I actually invested in crypto now. First time in my life. And it already gone up. I think that's a good sign. I literally no clue what I'm doing. That's a bad sign, I guess.
My husband's been trying to do that recently. I have a question. I don't know. Isn't it just better to invest in gold? I don't know.
Well, gold is has been going up in the past month 5.2%. So if you would have invested like $80, you would make $4 plus.
Yeah, so it doesn't go up as much.
Yeah, it's kind of stated. But Bitcoin,
crypto,
for
it
example,
would like skyrocket.
so Bitcoin is 30% now in the last 30 days, which means if you would have invested $7, you would make $1 plus, for example. Or $70, you would make about $15-16 plus. But I don't know.
It's riskier, but more reward, I guess.
Yeah.
In answer to the question, yes, you're better off buying gold and silver if you're looking to save your money or store it.
Yeah, I was thinking
Yeah,
like
that's true.
gold and silver is like very reliable, whereas crypto is very
Volatile.
you're taking a chance. It's a gamble.
Correct.
Well, gold has been in the past decades very stable. So it's just a stable asset. It there's probably always going to be like a few bucks that you can get onto it, but it's always going to hold itself. Like it would be unlogical if gold would suddenly drop in value.
Yeah. If like the world were to we would have a huge economic crash, I feel like that would be most reliable. Yeah. But if you want to get a lot of gold and silver, maybe taking a risk on crypto is what you need to do. I don't know.
I don't know why so many people are now investing in Tesla. Is there anything like I don't get it? Why invest?
I think it's because Elon's working with Trump, so people are thinking that it's gonna do really well because he's working with Trump, kind of. Maybe that's why.
That could be a reason.
Well, no matter who you work with, batteries don't work in the cold like that. So you can hope and wish.
Oh, yeah.
Pray and all that and invest and hope and everything. It's just not going to happen. So that's that.
Yeah.
But rocket.
Yep. I used to drive an electric car for delivery, and in the wintertime, I had like 20-kilometer range left. I'm like, I can make it to the place. It's like 5 kilometers away. No, that wasn't 20 kilometers. That was more like 2, and then it died just randomly because the cold.
Gosh. I heard that people's like the door handle gets frozen. It doesn't come out, at least a few years ago. when it's snowing. I heard that happen. I don't know. I'm in Florida, so when I see people driving Teslas, I'm like, you're lucky you're here. Because I know they don't do well in the cold.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they don't do well in the hot either. So.
Oh, really? They don't do well in the heat either? Oh, so they just suck.
You don't heat up things to make. You don't heat up a car battery to make it better.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I did some research on that when I was buying a dash cam to find like the best battery, and yeah, they don't do well in the heat. I forgot all about that.
Anyways. At the end of the day, you can't eat crypto. Same as gold or money.
You don't hold it, you don't own it.
That is true. I think the biggest richness is if you're self-sustainable.
Well, the first question you've got to ask is, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to store wealth or generate?
That's a good question.
If you're trying to store it, then yes, gold and silver are awesome stores of wealth. If you're trying to generate it, there's plenty of ways to do it. Go and get a bloody job. Dabble in crypto. There's plenty of illegal ways you could probably do it too, but please don't get caught. You're not buying gold or crypto.
Flat earthers are so mean. They just tell you facts and then they laugh at you because they're right. Dub, I was gonna on the 1001 drop or whatever it was. I was gonna take a fan and blow his pencil sideways, so that debunked his gravity pulls things to the ground.
Did he actually get up and speak, or was he just one of these text rats?
Chat skank.
Oh man, we need to get the text suppress thing going in here. That'd be awesome.
I've been telling them that, like sort of holding them to a rule. If they're not in the VC, they don't have to be talking, but they shouldn't be allowed to be like just hanging around in the chat skanking. Like, at least join the VC and help us, like, give the VC
Hey,
population.
I'm a text rat flat earther. Y'all don't care.
Yeah, but you also grab the
You
microphone
sit
and
in
the
here.
volume.
You said you're sitting in here. That's different.
Oh, right on.
The more people in here, the more likely others are going to join who do want to talk because they feel like they associate more population with more chance of a conversation. So
Especially Glovers, they think that they might have some help when there's this many people in the room.
You make
Any
it
other Glovers
sound like it.
step up to the plate and take a few swings? I'm pitching. I can step off the mound. Somebody else can pitch. That way it's a little easier for you to hit the balls.
like going to your friend's place and just like, no, I just want to stand out here on the footpath. I don't want to come in. I don't want a coffee. I'll just yell from here. You stay inside your house.
I'm just gonna watch your game from the parking lot in my car.
Right.
Well, it was on something today that people like Brenda are leaving the US and they're going to Australia. So good luck with that, Australians.
No, we don't
Can
want
I?
any more
Can I?
weird lefty shit over here either. Tell them to fuck off.
I can't do that. I'm all for that. I believe in spreading
Send them to
everything
Canada.
around for everybody.
Send them to Canada.
Blame Canada.
Hey, fuck off.
Yeah, we get enough
This is
Marxists
no
as it
longer a
is
penal
here.
colony. Okay.
Took Discord off my phone, but otherwise I would have posted it in here.
Let's send it to space.
Nope. A lot of that's getting boycotted now that they're allowed to again. Straight out in public. Universities are boycotting things like that now. Pride stuff. Isn't that funny? YouTubers, you guys are listening, so you may as well come in here. And I know who's banned and not banned, so you anti-flat earthers can come in. It's Freak Out Friday. It's actually Freak Out Week for you guys. You guys had a bad week all the way around.
What's up?
This guy.
What's going on? Any Globers on?
The ceiling's open, too.
Any Globers on or?
Unless you're one.
Fucking, I'm not a fucking Glober. I'm here to fucking ruin a Glober's day, though. You boys hold it down, okay? God ain't real. Okay.
Nervous about my date tonight. She's a Glober.
Oh.
Did you flat smack her or what?
Maybe later.
Guys in the chat are trying to summon Indio.
Yeah.
There's the third one. He's going to show up now. Like, you motherfuckers roasted me?
It's quiet tonight, I have the feeling.
What's up, Adam? Yo, what's good, man? Yo, Clay, what time is it where you're at?
9 p.m., 37 minutes.
Oh shit, okay. I was like, why are you saying tonight? It's only 3:30 where I am.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
That's fun. It's okay, it's okay. Are you in Africa?
You gotta adhere to the German time.
So you're +4 UTC then?
Yeah.
Or plus? Yeah, okay. No, +1. Never mind.
I wish it was 9 here.
That's funny though. It's 3:30 here. Yeah, I wish it was 9 too.
Why, you guys like the evening?
I got a hot date driving over, and she's got a 3-hour drive after work.
I like
Holy
the idea of
shit.
sleep.
She must like you if she's driving that far for you.
Yeah, I met her in Rough.
Okay.
Rust the game.
That's because you don't believe in space technology, and if you did, you will have your car driving itself. You could sleep.
So the first thing you should do when you meet her, tell her that the Earth is not a ball. Not even say hi or something. Just say the Earth is flat.
Give me your best ball evidence.
Save that for your exit strategy. She's a crazy, crazy nympho or whatever. That's one thing. But if she's crazy, and you don't like her, just tell her the Earth is flat, and she'll leave you alone.
That's what I did, and
It's a deal
always
breaker.
works.
There you go, But you don't have to make her feel bad, you don't have to ghost her, just be like, honestly,
You watch, he'll have an absolutely shit house date, and he'll think, right, time to play me trump card. I'm a flat earther, and she'll be like, what? That's awesome.
She knows.
You're like, shit.
She saw my Flat Earth Museum in Rust before, and she just rolled her eyes.
Oh, you told her already?
Yeah, I built a giant Flat Earth Museum in the video game called Rust, and everybody came over and was laughing.
Oh, shit, okay.
The memes,
So you
man.
already played your exit strategy and it failed.
She just ignores that and is like, well, that's one minus, but we'll keep going.
Just tell her that the bed is flat and level.
It's okay. It's one thing for her to think that you think the Earth is flat. It's another thing for her to realize or to recognize you in VCs with a bunch of other people talking about it all the time. I don't know how long you're in here, but do that once or twice, and she'll be like, "This guy's fucking nuts."
Just tell her about me.
The shows on her friends like that I'm in here all the time. She doesn't even care.
Talk about how space doesn't like little things about space and how it doesn't make sense. Like all the things to say about space. That's what I did when I eased people. Funny, I was a flat earther. I talked about space and it actually worked. A lot of people that I'm friends with and that I know are flat earthers now. I talked about space first. I don't know why, but I feel like that's easier to learn that they're lying about space than the Earth's flat first. Yeah.
So you asked this girl out and she didn't know?
No, I don't think she knew the first time. She definitely knew. She started thinking, yeah, she must have knew. Oh no, I played it off as I just thought it was funny. I was just trying to serve it as a flat. I was embarrassed. I was like, no, I'm just trolling, But she doesn't really think that I believe it. I think she just thinks that I'm interested.
Well, it's a heck of a, well, what do you like? What's your pet peeves? Glovers?
Doesn't matter. I've slept with her twice, so she doesn't care anymore.
There you go. All right, the kid's going, I just want you to pay attention. And she's 2, so I gotta be like, I gotta do this.
Well, I'm not a political guy at all, but the psychological aspect of the people melting down over something that has absolutely nothing to say, that is just funny.
Yeah, the coworker was freaking out and he kicked the carts in the lot. They told the boss, they went and took him to the back, and he was like crying in the back.
Wait, what? Can you repeat that? It was a bit muffled. What did you say?
I saw a kid having a meltdown in the parking lot at Home Depot and was kicking carts and stuff. And I told the boss, and they actually brought him to the back office, and he was like crying and he had like a meltdown. I'm pretty sure because I don't know exactly why, but I'm almost positive.
Golly.
Yeah, the media is going crazy on all this. Yeah. It's fun to watch. I mean, I don't care. I live in Canada. Like, doesn't
I live
it doesn't
in Germany.
affect me directly,
U.S.
But
right now. I can tell you that.
Yeah, blame Canada. You know.
But I just saw a lot of German videos of lefties crying and whatever they identify as. I don't even know. Sometimes they're like a mixture of something. I can't even say what it is anymore. Anyways, they were crying and saying, "Oh no, now Ukraine will lose," and "Oh no, the AfD here in Germany will get stronger. Oh no, we all gonna die." That's just crazy for me that
It's
someone
fun.
in Germany cries because an America president has been chosen. What the heck?
Yeah.
But the most
And
funny thing is they share it
it's
all on
funny
social media.
because
Oh, sorry, you're breaking up.
I heard a little bit more rhetoric about, yeah. The point, oh, do I have a delay or do you have a delay?
I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
yet.
You do. You're breaking up.
What's funny is
Somebody
I'm hearing
did.
a lot of rhetoric now. Yeah. Oh, am I broken? Testing 1, 2, 3.
No, now it's
Roboting
good.
or just
Good.
lagged? Okay. All right. The fun thing for me now is hearing a little bit of rhetoric of people like, "Oh, Trump is elected, so now I want to move to Canada," like what happened in 2016 or something, right? And I'm laughing because number one, good luck because y'all can't take the cold. Number two, I think I've understood that the province I'm in, they just upped their immigration policy, like to lower immigration or limit it or something like that. And at the same time, we're a French speaking province, right? So if you guys have all those three checks, you can withstand cold, you can beat the immigration policy, and you can speak French. Well, then you have a better chance, But besides that, probably not going to work out so well for you. So that's fun to watch.
Well, I live in
Let's
Ohio.
bloom.
You're different than mine.
Are you saying we're not that much different?
No, I also lived in Quebec. Your cold isn't that much different than Ohio. Gets
Oh, there you go.
20, -25 here sometimes. It's just a standard week in the wintertime.
Yeah. It can get pretty bad up here. At worst, you might have a minus 30, 35. Sometimes, for a day or something, it might go down to minus 40. But it's very limited, But it happens.
Just buy a coat.
Yeah, it's fucking.
So you just stay in the house whenever it's that cold, or do you what do you do? I don't understand.
We just stay home, man. Like there's 3, 4, 5 feet of snow overnight, and then the guys are going out with their tractors, and hopefully in the morning, it's cleared up. Otherwise, you're kind of fucked. That type of thing. That's standard up here, But the procedures.
I'm from Missouri. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
but it's never minus 40. I don't think, but it's close.
Yeah, it can get there. It can go there. It hasn't really in a while, or like it on paper, because like the weather network will tell you, oh, it's minus 30, 32, but with the wind chill, it feels like minus 40. It exists.
Yeah, this will be my second time going around Christmas time. So yeah.
Okay, dude.
Yeah.
It sucks during the cold.
So you want to wait for it when it's minus 20 outside, not with the wind chill. Boil a pan of water, then take that boiling water and run outside with it and throw it in the air. Instant snowflakes. I do it. I do it. That cold. Every time it gets that cold, I'm like, okay, we're gonna do a trick. Gather round.
Icicles on your mustache.
Little science experiment for the kids.
Yeah, it basically explodes into snow. With rapid change, just instantly poof.
If you want an interesting one, I just saw on Slow Mo Guys yesterday, is you take liquid butane and you put it into a bottle of Coke and you float it on the surface and then you turn it upside down and it'll fly off like a rocket. And we want to try that really badly. Pretty cool. That's liquid butane, not just the gas. What is that? What game is that? Is that light the artificial horizon that's blinking in the background?
Mic check.
Sup.
Check mic. Mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, today is not the day of much conversation, I feel like. No angry globers inside, I guess.
What up? Hey, you, pipe down. That's right. I heard you talk back. That's it. You're banned. Yep, you right there. Gone. See ya. All right, now that that kid's gone, we can finally talk. What's up?
There's a guy doing this question. The chat.
He's doing what? He's doing what?
I don't
Oh,
want
he's
to
got a
say that
question?
word. Yeah, I don't want. It's the last thing. See the monster, aka Ryan S. He's not talking about the topic.
Maybe he's bored.
Yeah.
Action. Oh man, it's starting to rain. I gotta get this piece of tarp up. How do you have rain on a flat Earth? Who knows? One of the great mysteries of life. How do you have temperature on a flat Earth? How do you have Earth on a flat Earth?
Yeah, exactly. How do you have water on a flat Earth? Wouldn't it all fall off the edge?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah.
What if the edge is super cold and then water gets there, it just freezes? And so it can't fall anywhere because it's frozen. Duh.
Well,
See how easy their tongue arguments are to debunk? Duh. The answer is duh.
What if there's another flat Earth underneath the flat Earth?
Hey, that's what Santos Panacci thought. No, like the seven realms, like Norse mythology.
What if the Earth is a planar surface?
a plane of surface?
Yeah.
You did say the plane of surfaces?
No,
No,
plane R
what if the
surface.
Earth is a planar surface?
Well, in Portuguese we say plain earth. Flat earth. You guys say flat earth, we say plain earth.
What if globals are always wrong?
I asked the globers, show me that gravity holding gas. And they never present the experiment or test.
The proof will come out tomorrow. You can bet your bottom dollar that someday they'll take you to space and you'll see the Earth as a globe, and then I'll be right.
But you mean at some point they're gonna have good VR and people gonna sit with the full motion capture suit there and think to get the space simulated?
Dude, they can already get that done without VR. Remember that show where they tricked the suckers into thinking they went to space?
True.
Then they're like, spike! And then the one guy in the back was like, yeah, I knew all along. I was just playing along. And they're like, yeah, right, sucker. You got fooled just like the rest of us.
Sakura. Sakura.
Dude, the siding of this house is like primarily made of staples now. Right. Right. The siding is all coming up in the spring. Oh crap! I said spring. That's a season. How do you have a season on a flat Earth? Oh, globe proven.
So
gotta be more careful. I gotta be more careful with my language, dude. Frickin' mentioning the names of seasons, debunking flat Earth. Hilarious.
seasons. We watched
Yeah.
the analemma, so the sun is moving, and seasons happen.
Hey, how do you have times of the year if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, the sun is moving. They get this man-made time from the sun moving, and they did use sundials because the sun is moving, not Earth.
Hey, you know what, bro? You bring up a good point. Have you ever heard of a moon dial?
Yes. Let me see.
Yeah. So supposedly, Quantum Eraser. Yeah, pretty sure it's Quantum Eraser. Yeah, pretty sure. He's got an episode called Bad Moon Shadow where they go over moon dials and kind of say that the moon dials work and they work, off the same type of angles that the sundial works. Right? So it's like, how is that possible? Because if the angles are the same, but they're supposed to be 400 times removed, then the angles wouldn't be the same, would they?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You catch my drift. You drift my catch.
I catch your drift. But I'm using a handbrake.
Oh man, the saws are getting rained on. What the heck?
The Earth is flat, and that is a fact.
And people like to sleep on a level and flat bed.
Hmm.
Hey, get the saws in.
And you want to tell me that the Earth doesn't move?
Let's see.
But it must be moving. I saw it on TV. I don't know, almost every day I have this realization in my mind where I'm like, dude, I literally live in a day and age where people have been indoctrinated to believe the complete opposite about the world they live in. And that's just, that's like the harmless stuff. I mean, I'm unfortunately I can't say what I really think every day about what's going on in the world on here because the server that is on here doesn't allow that. But I'm just saying, just let alone that people don't even know what the Earth is. It's like, think about this, man.
Look, I'm gonna post this. I did found this page.
Like crazy.
So I did post the link right there. So from the beginning, they show how fast it's spinning, and then it finishes at 0. But counting those numbers, if you fly vertical, going up, and you look at your back or with the camera, filming, shooting the earth, you don't see earth moving. So there's a problem there. You can put a lot of drones in the sky, and they are still there. There's no Coriolis in those drones.
I mean, let's be honest here. The very reason why we say that the Earth is a topographical stationary plane is because we are true intellectuals, and we're not happy with just getting information on a silver tablet and then accepting that information as without any checking
No.
or confirmation, right? So the thing is, most flat earthers you will meet, or if not any flat earther that are truly understanding what the shape of the earth is, right?
We don't
flat
claim
is not a shape.
Yeah,
Anyways,
we don't claim a shape.
yeah, we
a
don't.
shape.
Yeah, I know. Flat is not a. But just to clarify the term, people who know what the true nature of Earth presenting itself to be is, right? So, you will always realize that these people are deep thinking individuals, right? And you will never meet someone who's a degenerate or anything like that, right? Very capable of having an actual discussion about this. But on the contrary, you have Globers coming in here and just spewing out nonsense, completely as if they're like a character out of a South Park episode, with no character, with no willful attitude of having a intellectual conversation. It's just as if they're completely, remote controlled. Right? It's not. It's almost like there's no character to that person anymore. It's just like a like an NPC. Unfortunately.
Yeah, they are doing the same. You have seen this? They do the same questions. You talk to some Glober 1 hour or 2, and then at the end they will say, "Why it matters? Why would they lie?" You see, they don't have nothing more. It's it's a cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, but it's, how should I say?
It's interesting. They finish in the same questions. Why it matters? Why would they lie? I mean, do these guys believe that the governments are all telling the truth? Don't they even watch TV? Why we have to prove governments lie? Come on. I'm going to present a link. So let's see. And I have inside that folder, why would I lie? Let's see. CIA's final report. So yeah. Look, governments lie. And they even present that report about that. So yeah, I'm gonna post it. So governments lie. That's easy. They are not paying attention to this, but anyway.
The problem is, Miguel, we know they lie, but it's why do they lie?
Yeah, because they have interests, and mainly because if someone has something to hide, that person will lie. That's simple. But I have a. I think I did save.
Why do you need to hide a flat Earth?
If you have to hide, for example, more land or another continent, you just say this is dirt. This ball is dirt. There's nothing more to discover, and people will believe that, and they never do discoveries because there's nothing to do discovery.
Yeah, but
it's
why
a
wouldn't
limitation.
they just tell everyone? Because
it's
it's not
mind.
going to change my day. I'm still going to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a mind. it's a mind limitation, So it's a control thing, a mind control.
Isn't it amazing how we've all heard that same pattern before?
You know that movie Truman Show, when he's on school, and he's saying this: "I want to be like great Magellan, to doing discoveries." And the teacher just rolled down this map, this flat map. It's flat. So it's not a sphere map, it's a flat map rolling down, and she's saying, "Oh, you are too late. There's nothing more to discover." So yeah, and the guy did learn that at school, and he just believe it. So it's how they, even the teacher is teaching that, but she doesn't know. She's telling a lie. Anyway, you born, someone did pass some information, and you believe it, and you never question about it. You are not even allowed these days at school to question what they are teaching, to us. So to pass the tests, you have to memorize that and what they are teaching, and that's it. So,
Well, I kind of like to categorize the Globers. There's the ones that are never wrong, right? You can't get past a single point with them. It'll go nowhere. Then there's the ones that'll scattergun. They'll ask a billion questions, and at the end of the day, they'll go back to their first question.
Exactly. That's Matthew learns.
Yeah, and then you got the ones. I lost my train of thought. I forgot.
Sorry. We'll remember. There, of course, there's some Globers. They will deny everything. They are in this denial box, and they will deny everything.
Oh, I found it. And then you got the ones that they will concede to everything you say. They'll agree with it, but at the end of the day, they'll do the typical thing that you just said, right? Well, why does it matter? I go to work, right? So,
yeah.
that was the third one. So.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
if people don't want, to wake up, so we cannot help those people. Wake up to the truth, to reality. Of course, the reality we see every day. You go outside, and you see reality. Yeah, you see the moon and the sun passing by. And that's reality. But some people they don't like to accept they lied to them. So that's it. And Matthew learns. It's sometimes it's bizarre because suddenly they are making up from their minds, stuff. And I ask, can you post citation of that? For example, Matthew learns. He was 1 month or two, ago. He was claiming a 24/7 Discord channel. Jet streams happens because Earth is spinning. But I already knew about hot air, raising up, and cold air, So anyway, then I did ask him, can you post citation of that? He couldn't find it. He couldn't even post it. You see the problem? He was making up from his mind. But I did. Actually, I'm gonna get again what I did post there. Let's see from me. So I did found how jet streams happens, jet stream. So I don't see in there talking about Earth because Earth is spinning. So let's go back to politics and then post it. So yeah, I did post this to him. I did said I don't see here. He's claiming jet streams. It's happening because the Earth is spinning. But it's talking about cold air, hot air, and cold air. And gravity doesn't care about. Just to finish, gravity doesn't care about this, because warm air is going up, and gravity doesn't care about that. So they like to say, "Oh, why things go down?" And I ask to them, "Why things go up?" It's a dynamic
It's more
system.
important question. There's more important questions than that in life. Like, for example, pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
It did cut up. Can you repeat? Pineapples are?
Yeah, more important questions of life, like is pineapple on pizza?
You are cutting off.
Yes.
What did it ask you? Is pineapple?
Pineapple on pizza. It's a close-ended question. It's either yes or a no.
Is pineapple on pizza?
No. And if you do
Yes.
it, I will cut your hand off.
I don't
What
do
if
it on
it's
there. The shop
flame
does.
grilled? I've heard of flame grilled pineapple.
Rumor has it that there's two races of humans in the world. One who find pineapple pizza delicious, and the other who are alien demons from Centauri.
Well, the only people who put
Find out
pineapple.
who's still around here.
No, the only people who put pineapple on pizzas are either maniacs or Germans.
How do you have a Hawaiian pizza then? Without pineapple?
Hey, man.
It's like, no.
Hey, dude. Dude. I'm German and a maniac. Problems?
Okay.
He was roboting pretty hard there, AOA.
Here we go. Pineapple, shrimp, mac and cheese pizza. Boom. Smoke a joint to that.
I just thought AI's voice changed because he's also always sitting in his car.
Pineapple, shrimp, and what? You did say more?
And mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. That's an explosion. Boom.
Dude.
Mac and cheese. Mackey cheese.
Guys, let's play a game called. Let's play a game. Hold on a second. Let's play a game called More Important. Okay, so the category is gonna be inventions. So, which is more important, the stupid Big Bang or mac and cheese?
Mac and cheese. You can eat
German,
it.
so
mac and cheese.
Heck yeah, bro.
The Big Bang is just a Big Bang lie.
Mac and cheese.
Now hold on. Which Big Bang are we talking about? Are we talking about the Big Bang in the bedroom or?
Nobody says that, so we're not talking about that.
Okay, then mac and cheese.
The Earth is not a globe.
Now, keep in mind the context that I put that in is inventions. So, like, to make mac and cheese, you got to invent pasta, which means you have to figure out that wheat can be ground into flour and make dough. You dehydrate the dough. Then you have to figure out how you rehydrate the dough to get the pasta. And then you have to figure out cheese, which is a crazy story how they figured that out. So all of that put together is more profound than the Big Bang.
Exactly. So, and to make that, you have to, grab something already. To make bread, you need something to make it. So, it's a creation. To make a building, you need materials.
Crazy.
Hey guys, how are you?
Boom.
Hello. Hi, man.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Kazakhstan?
Hey, what's up, dude?
How's it going, dude? How are you doing, brah?
I'm doing lit, bro. Very good, bro.
I like a flat and level bed.
How do
All right,
you doing, bro?
play.
I'm
Play.
hanging
It's time
out.
to face the.
It's fall, man. I just wanted to go to the beach today, but like, summer's over, you know, man.
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
Dude, it's always summer someplace. You can go to the beach anytime you want if you can afford the trip.
I can't afford anything, man.
Well, can you afford a? Can you afford? Listen, I'm telling you something. Can you afford $250 for a man class dinner with your teach how to be a man and net a rich woman? Still pay for all your stuff.
Okay.
No, it was a question, dude.
Sorry, you're sounding like a robot.
Okay.
Like you're going like really
Oh
like
man,
robotic,
I
like static.
apologize.
Yeah, no, you're cool, dude. It's on YouTube, so you get to watch it on your free time.
All right, what about now?
Oh, you're good now.
Well, I have two of my processors mining Bitcoin. So if I want to be clear, I have to take them offline. So you just cost me like $37,000 for me to be able to talk clearly.
Oh man, that's quite an honor to have.
Oh, I know. I'm so glad you feel that way because most Globers are like, well, who gives a crap?
That's a lot of energy.
I don't know. I've been hearing the past few days, some of the dudes I know talking about how they're making a killing in their crypto markets right now. Like some dude made like 50 grand or something ridiculous.
So
Just because of the political scene changing.
How do you know when
Go
you
ahead.
mine something? Like, how do you know like that you caught something in the crypto? Like, how do you know when you made money? Like, does your computer like beep at you and just tell
Yeah,
you that you caught something?
you hear a sound like ka-ching, then you know that you made money.
How can I start? Can I start with my laptop?
Yeah.
Just like a little school laptop.
If you really want to make money, you at least gotta invest like 5,000. Like if you really want to like do profit now with Bitcoin, for example.
Yeah.
So if you're like 5,000 or 3,000, let's say 3,000, then yeah, the chances is you can do a bit of money, but not really a lot.
Yeah. I like money.
Well,
do you like money? Do you like the money?
Well, I like the money I earn in order to then sit around for 6 months like now and just do a small job if I want to and talk to Globers and educate them. So I work for 6 months and then I can sit around on that money or play with it and talk to Globers and educate them.
Okay.
Yeah.
A few.
I don't see the sense in working the whole year like that. Is just stupid. So I just work really hard for 6 months and then I'm happy because then I don't really need to do anything anymore for another 6 months.
Yeah. I'm not quite like that, but I can work for long stints and then take stints off. But I don't do like 6 months, 6 months.
Well, I do that. I mean, I do a small job, like for like three days in a week, and it's just like 3 hours or something, doing some little stuff just to get the stuff covered that is being put off every month. If you know what I mean, because I hate it if you have worked so long and then there's something going off every month. Just like healthcare, for example. Which is good here in Germany, I gotta admit. If I look at other countries, I can be very happy. And since I'm not married or have children, I don't pay a lot of taxes.
You would pay less if you were married and had children.
I know.
Are you a flat earther?
Of course.
Yes.
All of you here?
Yes.
Are you getting paid by anyone to promote flat Earth?
Yes, I am getting paid by the CIA.
Yeah, in order to distract people from the real problems in the world, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like what? Like what?
Watching
Like
less
what?
TikTok.
I don't know. Maybe for example, who created the banking system? Who's giving us money? Who to which institutions the governments own every year money, and they have to pay
All right.
interest
Perfect.
for the money
Perfect.
that the
All
government
right.
is. Yeah,
We got you, bro. We got you. So let's do a survey.
Yeah.
Let's do a survey of the room. How many people know about what he just said that are flat earthers? Raise your hand.
Me.
Raising my hand.
Raising my
Yeah, so
hand.
everybody, so every flat earther in here knows that. So the flat earth doesn't exclude other truths. It's not like it's flat earth only, dude. It's not like you can only talk about flat earth if you're a flat earther. You know what I'm saying?
But what is the benefit of flat Earth?
Well, what's the benefit of any truth?
Then we just
No.
Well,
I'm honestly, my
I
question
understand.
is.
I kind of understand your question, and I can understand. Like, what's the benefit, right? So you're showing that there is a benefit to unraveling the lies to see what's really behind the scenes and what is the axioms that we build this economic system on, and who's misplacing or placing information in which so that we can't understand and work to our full potential. Yeah.
So what is the benefit
So then,
if we reveal that the Earth is indeed flat and not curved or round or whatever?
okay, well then, if it is indeed not what they're telling us, then it's the same exact thing. They're hiding the truth right behind the deception, so that we can't work to our full potential. I mean, how is it not correlative?
And my counter question to it is, how difficult would it be to prove that the Earth is flat, and how difficult would it be to explain how the money system works and that a certain elite is controlling all the money in the world?
It's a lot longer to listen. It's a lot longer to explain the whole money. It's very, very simple and quick and easy. The flat Earth, real easy.
No, I mean,
but then
like
you'll find later that there's something else blocking you from understanding. Yeah, in physical reality, I can prove quote unquote the flat Earth in probably 5 minutes, right? Physically, like in front of you, if you were standing in front of me, we could do it in 5 minutes. Yeah.
So for
but there's something deeper blocking.
No thanks. I don't know what you're going to say, but for example, I hear many times that the North Pole and South Pole is not allowed to be visited, which is true. But this is something which the flat Earth community worldwide could do. They could do a fundraise, rent a ship, and just bring like 10
there isn't an Antarctic treaty preventing people from exploring.
Exactly. But it's the first step. They should be
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not a first step.
It is the first step because then you have the media
that's
covering that a ship is not allowed to enter Antarctica for whatever reason.
Yeah, that for whatever reason. Yeah, that would just be for whatever reason. Right? It's not a step to anything. That's like a step 20 where you've already established a map. You've established points on the map using certain axioms, using geometry, using angles. So the North Pole proving this thing, South Pole is like step 50. Yeah, you're going too far. Yeah, too far, man. But yeah, I don't know. So what else you got?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that the whole physical world is so complicated, and I don't say that everything what we see
So
is true and
easy.
everything. But so you say it's easier to prove flat Earth is real instead of explaining how we are all exploited in our life, like we are a battery, and there's an elite which is draining the energy out of our body through our existence on this Earth.
Hey, let me just say one thing.
Yeah,
When you understand the true shape of the Earth, the rest just settles, like the water gets clear. If you have dirty water and then you realize the Earth is actually, you realize what the Earth actually is, everything else just settles and your glass of water gets clear and you can be at peace, man. I swear, especially when you get into a relationship with the creator who made this place, then it's all settled. There's nothing to worry about anymore.
But what is behind Antarctica?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Is it curved or flat beyond Antarctica? I mean, how would you measure that? And how would that tell you what it is between the North Pole and prior to Antarctica? I mean, it's a silly thing. It could be something different over there. But what would it be different than it's here that you can prove here? It's just a weird kind of thing that you got going on with this test. What's beyond Antarctica? Are you saying it's something different than what's
No, I didn't
here?
say it's something different. I didn't. I asked what is behind it. It's a legitimate question to ask what is apparently behind it. That they want.
We
don't want
do
to show.
not know. No one knows.
Okay, then what would
and
it?
we also claim nothing
Then
about
why
that.
do I need? Yeah, then why do I need? Well, listen. How many fingers am I holding up? What does that mean?
What significance does the amount of your fingers that you are showing in Discord have to do with the whole world?
The problem is people do these little Google searches and YouTube watch these little YouTube videos of the opposition, and they have
No, I don't have opposition, bro.
Can I
Okay.
finish?
No,
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah.
You don't know who I'm talking about. You don't know who I'm talking about. You got it.
Say.
That and feelings. People are emotionally attached to this ball, so their feelings get in the way.
Amen, brother.
And so imagine everybody believes now that the flat is Earth, and we all know that the flat is Earth, and we reach that stage. And from tomorrow on, what would change in the world? In the same exact word, just imagine. From now on, everybody says the Earth is flat, and tomorrow we wake up. What do we do now?
I don't know.
Maybe you take the first step and figure out what it is for yourself. Take that first step and do a little research, real research, and figure it out for yourself. And ask yourself that question.
Yeah, no, I'm saying. So now there's no energy necessary anymore to prove that the flat is Earth. But we still have the same other issues, right? Or we don't have them?
It's the same, sir. It's the same answer
We don't have them.
to the. It's the same answer equal to the first question. We do not know. How should we know such a scenario? We're not philosophers. We are also
No. Clay,
Crystal
you know why I'm asking this? Because otherwise, what is the benefit of trying to prove that the flat is Earth?
Yeah, that's what you're right. So if
you gotta figure out
you
for
keep on
yourself.
painting the same picture. You keep painting the same picture over and over and over, right? You keep saying, listen, there's these really important issues that we need to focus on because the guys who are controlling the things behind the scenes are lying to us and are using it to suck the energy out of us. Now you're like, just imagine. You're saying, well, listen, just imagine that they lied to us about where we live and the mechanism on how we live and where energy is actually derived and what is required to create this energy from ex nihilo, etc. So imagine that they lied to you about the shape of the earth. Who would trust them on their banking system if they lied to you about the fundamental basics of reality? You would detach from the entire lie very quickly.
But can I just quickly say this? You gotta admit and realize something, right? You just told everybody, oh look, there's this group of people who control us for the whole point of profiting from our control. And now you who has criticized that mindset of people, you come to us, people who actually present a opposite picture, who actually are the ones oppressed and defamed and, you know, made fun of. You ask then us, so what does it profit you guys if you tell people what the real shape of the earth is? So not only have you, like, it's like, doesn't make much sense mindset wise,
Yep,
right? You kind of falling in the same trap, right? It's pretty weird.
That's what I was pointing.
No, it sounds like
That's what I was
Stockholm
pointing out to him
syndrome to
earlier,
me.
Clay. That's the same thing. It's the same thing I was pointing out to him earlier, Clay. Or it's actually the original thing I was pointing out to him. I said it would take me 5 minutes to prove to you that the Earth is flat. But what you will find is that there's something else blocking you from letting that go. That the Earth's a globe, right? It takes me 5 minutes to prove it. But there's something in the human mind, something that has been programmed into the humans that will not allow you to let it go because of whatever reason, whether you find a contentment in the consensus of knowing that the earth is a sphere, whatever it is, you just won't let it go. So this thing that the guy's claiming, well, people are trapped in this circle of an economic, fiscal fiat system. Yeah, they're trapped there for other reasons, not because the controllers decided to, because they won't free themselves. That would take 5 minutes to show them, but they won't free themselves for other reasons. Like just the same way Kurish will not free himself for other reasons.
No, thanks. I'm not. I never heard about it. That's so everything what you're gonna tell me is new for me. So feel free if you say it's only 5 minutes, I will listen to it, and I honestly will listen. And afterwards, I will say my opinion about it or give you counter arguments.
Oh, well, yes. If anybody else wants to chime in first, it's fine.
So now that the whole world knows that it's flat, and all the persons on it know that it's flat, wouldn't that have some spiritual significance?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
So, in what way spiritually would that affect people?
Spiritual, like it would probably mean that the government, if the scenario is they lied to us and we all know that they lied to us, or there's
Correct.
there's a proof which just shows that actually we were wrong. Which one of these two scenarios?
Well, it's flat. We know they lie.
So you're okay. So I imagine the world knows that the world is flat and that we have been actively been lied to by the elite.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, then it would mean that there's a huge lie about physics, or not physics, but about the universe, about a lot of stuff that they've been told that they have told us. It's probably wrong or a lie, and like the house would lose their foundation.
Excellent. So if it's a lie, what would be the truth?
Asking me.
Correct.
I don't know. I don't have an answer to it.
Spiritually.
You're suggesting that
So
most of
the Big Bang, we're not created out of nothing. We're created out of something. Now, last time I checked, in order to create something, there must be a creator.
So you are going to the whole topic with God.
The whole world is just going to go, uh-oh.
Wait. I don't find the connection between we found out that the Earth is flat and that we will wake up spiritually, and that people then see that there's a creator.
Well, you've just been lied to, mate. You've found out you were lied to. There's no Big Bang anymore. So how did you get here?
Can I ask if everybody in the group is agreeing to Matrix that there was no Big Bang? I don't know. You all agree to what he says?
The Earth isn't flat. I just joined in.
Are you actually listening to what he's saying? Are you actually listening?
I'm listening. Why? Did I understand something wrong?
Okay, what's the proof?
What's the proof? You want the proof of the Earth is not flat?
Yeah.
All right,
guys,
here.
1 second, Hybrid. I let you continue. Hybrid, 1 second. No thanks. No 5 minutes explanation. The other guy, I don't know what he was saying, so you didn't prove anything, just for the record.
Like I said,
we can logically prove that Earth is flat in 10 seconds. Less than that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's geometry. I can prove to you the Earth is not flat through geometry and through process of elimination. Through if you have a telescope, all right. Every flat earther I spoke with never has owned a telescope. They're pretty cheap now.
What
Okay, you can go out and buy one. Okay.
Relevant
I've got
proof.
one.
Now,
I've got
now,
one.
now, now, true. Now, if you go and look at the planets, all right, that means if the Earth is flat, that means all the other planets around
Other
us.
Did you
planets.
Okay,
hear what
Okay, so you've
T-Dub
got a
said?
conclusion. Hold on, you got
hold
a
on,
conclusion baked into
hold
that
on.
statement there.
No,
Other
all right.
planets.
I can
You've
ask
got
you. I can
hold
ask you
on,
one
real quick.
question.
You got the conclusion of the Earth being a planet, the very thing in contention, baked into your premise there. Other planets.
We there's seasons. There's the sun. There's. All right. Hold on. Stop. Okay.
Yeah, you see that flat earther with that
What you're
telescope right
saying,
there?
what you're saying now is that
You said you're
Earth.
going to use geometry.
If the
You're
Earth
going
is
all over
flat,
the
I
place.
will, because you're stopping me from even getting to there. All right. All right. Here, I
Just
can
get
ask you in
there.
geometry. What shape in geometry, right, will hold the same shape no matter what view you look at it from? From the top, the bottom, left, right, top left, top
But
right.
it's going to.
What shape in geometry will always give you the same shape in 2D?
You're always going to have.
There's only
you're always
one.
gonna see a
There's
circular
only one.
outline, right?
Dude,
Sphere.
stop.
Okay,
Answer the
great. How does it
question.
apply to the
So
Earth? Now, how does
because
it
you
apply
think
to the
shapes
Earth?
do X,
All-
therefore globe.
Now, how does it apply to the Earth?
All right. Now, what you're saying, if the Earth is flat, that the Earth is the center of our galaxy. Is that correct?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, we
It
didn't
has
say
to
that.
be. It has
What's wrong
to
with
be
this
if
guy?
you
What's wrong
if
with
the
him?
Earth is flat.
Okay, fine. You
Everett,
said
calm
that
down,
then,
man.
but I didn't say that.
I will.
Calm down.
Yeah, please calm
I am a
down.
little. It is a little loud. Yeah, I do apologize.
Fine.
But
So that's your claim. That's fine. I don't really care to
do
contend
you
with it.
own a
I'm just
telescope?
wondering how
Do
you.
you own a telescope?
No, I don't.
You never
Why?
do. All the flat earthers never own a
Yeah,
telescope.
do you see
Why?
that
Well,
man
that's
driving
very
around every night with me
Why?
and my
Actually, you
telescope?
are
It's
See
pretty
right.
that
easy to
man
tell.
every
Release
Matter,
night with
Miguel.
me
dude.
and
You
my
said you were
telescope.
going to give us. I'm going to take control of this situation. So you said that you're going to geometrically prove to us that the Earth is
Yes.
not flat. Therefore, I guess what? It's a sphere. You're going to geometrically
Yes.
prove that to us.
Yes.
Okay, just get
Correct.
on with it, please. It doesn't matter what I own or not.
No, it does, because I've asked.
No, it
You're like
doesn't,
the
dude. You don't
hundredth
need to
flat
worry about me
earther
owning
I've spoken
telescopes
with.
to go on with your
And
geometric proof of what the Earth is.
so what you're saying is the Earth is the center of the galaxy or the universe.
haven't
Then,
The
said
right?
second
that.
time, no, that's
You
not
have
what I'm
to
fucking
implement that.
saying, dude.
Then you have to, because you're saying that the Earth is the only flat object in the
No,
actual.
I'm not.
There
No,
has to
I'm
be other
not.
flat objects, other
You're
flat
way off, man.
planets, right?
You're way
No, I'm
off.
not. You're
Okay,
strawmanning
how am I way off?
relentlessly.
No, you
Just
guys are
provide the
mentally
geometric proof
crazy
for whatever it is you
to
say the
even
Earth is.
think.
Dude, you're rambling. Just provide
No,
the
I'm actually
geometric proof
putting it.
for the Earth being
I
a
just
sphere.
asked you. Yeah.
Just
All right.
You don't have
relax,
to ask
dude.
me any questions
Relax.
to lay
The
out your
only shape that you'll
geometric
see from
proof.
either side you'll see is a sphere. Yes, it will be a circle.
Okay,
That is
how
correct.
does that apply to the Earth?
When you look at it through it, what do you
How
mean?
does that apply to the Earth?
How does it not?
How does it?
No,
dude?
Stop. You explain to me how it does
No,
not
stop.
relate.
This is your
Can't
burden of
go and
proof.
see the Earth as a
There is
thing in the sky
proof.
from any
It's called
known vantage point to look at it through a telescope and see that no matter which angle I take, it appears to be circular or
Yes.
spherical.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that
I
means all
can't
the
do
other
that.
planets
So
we're
that's
looking
how
at
it
are
doesn't apply.
spheres,
What are
right?
you going to tell me?
Is Jupiter a sphere, or is it flat?
Unknown. Don't care. I'm talking about the
Oh
Earth.
no, you can't say
Irrelevant.
that, dude.
Red
You can't.
herring.
No, we're
Red
talking about
herring, dude.
space, dude.
Red
We're talking
herring,
about
dude.
space.
I'm not asking what Jupiter is.
It's
I'm
not red
asking what
herring.
the Earth is. Yes, it is. You're changing it to Jupiter. We're trying to establish something about the Earth.
It's called relations. You all right? Do you know anything about scientific
Hybrid, stop
experimentation?
yammering. Hybrid, zip it. You said you were gonna prove using geometry, and now you're talking about telescopes looking at shit in space. Get back to Earth, mate. You can do it.
Wow, you guys are like brain dead,
No,
aren't
you're
you?
just all over the
You
place.
can't connect. You guys can't connect the dots.
Stop
can
doing
you?
stop doing stereotype.
You are the ones
fallacy,
that
okay?
put circles through
Yeah,
the square shapes,
you
don't
shit,
you?
you shit. Okay,
You
you
guys
use
put the circles to the
I'm gonna
squares.
tell you what you can do.
You're mentally crazy. You need a pill
Don't
to fix your
overtalk
fucking
me.
brain. You need
Holy
a pill to
crap.
Don't
fix your
overtalk
brain,
me.
you
I'm
flat
gonna
earth
tell
fucking
you.
crazy
I'm
fuck.
gonna tell to you how to use your telescope to prove the Earth being flat or not. Okay, so you lay down your telescope horizontally, and you go to a big lake, for example, Lake Titicaca, and then he left.
Where the
Anyway,
Trump
Yeah,
supporters have a problem
Karash.
now.
I mean,
They
I hope you. Yeah.
so he left. He
where
wants to
they
talk
I'm
about
here. I'm
telescope.
here. Miguel, I'm here. If you're talking
where
No,
to me.
the guy
No,
Ibrid.
no. I just. Good, Clay.
Ibrid. We were talking to
I
Ibrid,
just
right?
want to say that Trump supporters have a problem now since Mr. Other actor Elon Musk is working with Trump. They now gotta stay true to the programming. You know, Earth must be bored because rockets in space.
Clay. Since the conversation ended where I was interrupted, I wanted to hear now from, or I just wanted to leave the record straight that No Tank didn't provide 5 minutes of explanation, which would prove me that the Earth is flat. And the other guy, I don't know who it was. Yeah.
Ibrid was talking about the telescope.
Yeah.
No, not before
I
that.
wanted you to. I wanted you to also, Karash. I kind of think it might have been perfect for you to see. Now you see like this guy comes in saying like I know these things. You see how scattered he is. You see how his mind is just like
Yeah, but did I do
pulled
it?
in like all these directions with these quote unquote. No. I just want you to observe it, right? Like in regards to like what the effects are. Like you're like, what's the difference? So now he holds these beliefs, right? And he doesn't even know where to start to begin to prove the things that he believes he knows to be true. And that's the effect that it can have on these humans and these other people. This is the effect. You saw what happened to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know where to
Guy
begin to
over
prove how he knows something.
I'm still not on your
Yeah.
side,
So
right? No thanks.
nope. Well, I'm just showing you. No, you're not. But I'm just showing the effects that it has on people. I mean, I wanted you to view that. I think it was
Yeah,
interesting.
I
But I
get
mean,
these things.
yeah. So that's why it could matter because people like the guy Trump came in crazy, like losing his mind because he thought he knew something, but doesn't even know how to begin to prove that what he believes is the case. He doesn't even know how to start, but he believes he
came.
knows it with 100% certainty.
Yeah, I don't care about. I didn't like him from the beginning when his voice became loud and he was like passive aggressive and acting like you're all dumb fucks. And whereas when I did come in, I just asked legitimate questions, and I will still continue to do it. But if I'm allowed to, but I'm still curious to know your reasons for why the flat is Earth.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, the flat Earth is a strange term, but it's like a catchy term that gets people interested. Like, how could this be the case? But what I could demonstrate to you in 5 minutes in a room or in the backyard, if we were together, is I could take a water level, right, and show that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and I could show you and demonstrate to you in under 5 minutes that to measure a change in elevation, you would measure it from the change from that horizontal reference in the vertical datum. Right. And then we could me and you could in the backyard or whatever, and however long you want to take, we could carry that straight line segment over any distance that we want. And we could prove, just like geometry proves, that horizontals do not slope. It's a horizontal was a straight line perpendicular to any vertical line, 90 degrees. And we could show that. We could demonstrate that to be the case that water level.
I have a question to it.
Go ahead.
But the force of gravity is behind the lever, right? Leaving the bump in the
I don't know.
bubble
That's
in the
something.
middle of the water.
No. A water level is like a long hose with two beakers on the end of it.
I did post one at live.
So listen, you could maybe say something. You could say, well, real quick, you could say what you're going to find out is that you could say, but it's not that always, right? So then you will end up having to make the antithetical claim to what I'm proving may be able to be disproven in some other way. But I'm showing you the proof, and then you'll say, well, that might not be the case always. But how could something that's true also be false? I mean, you'd be then living in a contradiction. But you'd have to make peace with that.
Yeah, not one physics, double physics. So physics here, not work physics there. Physics there, not work physics like physics here. So everything that's demonstrated here, you guys are like, well, what if? Let's not go by that. Let's not go by anything in reality, and let's just keep saying what the fuck if, and that's science.
Yeah, so if a water level is, I heard somebody chime in, but so we have the water level tool, which is a long hose with two beakers on the end of it. You hold the water two beakers touching, like as if they're one piece of water, right? And you know they're at the same elevation. If you raise one up in the air, the water will flow to the lower level underneath the quote unquote gravity.
No thanks. I actually, that's because of my poor English. I took it with the one from the construction where you have like a
Who's
No,
who's
Americans confuse it too. They think you're talking about like a little spirit level too. It's just it's what it is.
just to check if something is straight, you know.
I did post Kurush, I
Yeah,
did post
not curved.
the chat, right? What is the water level on construction?
How do we check the curve?
Wait! I just
We don't
sent
want to
you.
check straight stuff.
No. Here I sent you a link to what I understood here in the chat.
There's I posted one.
Do you have your languages? Do you have your language's
No,
curve checker?
that's not a water level. That's a spirit level.
Okay. Do you have your type of peoples, your type of whatever you are, like whatever the fuck you have, like your technology? You have a curve checker.
Such as posts or stakes, and make sure the items are on the ground or set up on a clamp attached to a
We
weight
don't want
there.
we don't want anything to do with flat. We don't want to
Is
test
this
horizontal. We want to make sure stuff's curving. Do you have that stick? Is
No,
that a
I don't even
language
want to
barrier?
I don't even want to make sure of that at all.
No, I do.
I don't
I
want
want to make
to.
sure. Now, if
I
it's
mean,
not there,
so this is the thing,
if it's not there, no
Chris.
tanks,
You're
we
going to have
wouldn't
to
be able to
say
make sure. That's the
it's
thing.
not that. You're just going to say,
No
well, not
tanks,
that.
no
Well,
tanks. I swear, in Germany, I have never seen this one. It says it's an old
how would you measure it?
measurement. Yeah, it's an old device to measure it, but I never saw it, man. I never saw it in real life. I only know
What does that
those.
matter?
Yeah, I have one right here in a bucket.
I did. You can. I did
But I'm
saw.
like,
I
but
did
this is
saw that. Sorry, the water level for the first time when I saw that. My coworker. You a hose. You put water inside that hose, and you can get a level between two spots on that wall. That's a water level. So you the one that you did post it. We call it here
So
in
what
Portugal. We call it
that
level or
entail?
spirit level.
Spirit level.
Yeah.
Okay.
So guys. So level, right? Would then just entail.
Hold on. Friend, shut up, please. For the love of God.
Well, I don't understand him. I
Okay.
don't understand anything.
Somebody's talking straight in the background. Shut your mouth. Thanks. Somebody's talking straight in the background while other people are talking, all right? It's annoying as heck. So, when the main speaker's talking and you're just in the background mumbling, I'm just going to kick you and mute you, and you'll be gone for 2 days. So, try to get some mic control. All right, everyone, let's continue.
Maybe that's happening.
Okay, no thanks. Continues. Now I get what you're saying. Okay, we are in the backyard. You have a water level, and what did you say you're gonna do? You're gonna go straight up to where?
Well, I mean, so then we use the water level built on other axioms. So what we use the axioms that we use is the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, right? So we know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. We can prove it in Euclidean geometry. So now we can use the water level to prove this thing in reality that's proven in geometry in reality, right? So then we can use that two ends of the water level at different distances away from each other to then demarcate something that's level being something at the same elevation as another as another point. So 2 points at the same elevation will then have a straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points in the horizontal orientation, which is perpendicular to vertical, 90 degrees to vertical, right? So we can prove this, right? So now you can take the water level, right? And you can get the shortest distance between A and B, mark it on a tree, and then you can carry that straight line over a distance, proving, right, without a doubt, that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line that is referenced from the water level, right? Now there's this other claim. Go ahead. There's this other claim on there's other claim on the table, right? That level is curved. I know you may have never heard that before, and you should dismiss it very quickly because you'll say that can't be the case because I know that we prove every day that level is horizontal, right? But there's this other claim on the table that level is curved, meaning that due to the force of gravity, it bends the water level into a curve.
Yeah, but I would then ask like, what is the distance between those two spots in your example?
Yeah, exactly. So now you're going to say, well, the thing that you've shown to be true may not be true over a longer distance. What changes over a longer distance? How Does
No, no.
truth change due to distance?
No. What I'm saying is like for your example to prove it, shouldn't it be like the curve of the Earth? You don't see it within a distance of 10 meters. Do you see it? Like if we look at the
You
wall.
mean the short? You mean the shortest distance between 2 points? You're saying needs to be a longer distance. The shortest distance needs to be a longer distance.
Exactly. Maybe on the scale of the Earth, 10 meters or 20 meters, 100 meters is not enough. Maybe even 1 kilometer is not
Yeah.
enough.
So you're saying maybe, right? So who has the proof? The maybe guy or the guy proving that the
but
shortest distance between 2 points, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. A water level is a tool for establishing a straight line horizontal plane of reference, proving that water is level, which is equidistant elevation from any other point in that water level. But you're saying, nah, maybe it's something else. Is that proof of something? To say maybe it's not?
No, I'm not saying it's something else. I'm just saying like to be honest, my English is not good enough to explain exactly or to answer you in a good way. But first, I don't 100% understand what you're trying to prove with an example. Let's say that picture which I'm seeing in the chat room. Those two spots, it's a straight line. What do you expect in a flat Earth? In a curved Earth, you expect that the closest point between these two spots should have been curved.
I've never heard of such a. I mean, I've heard of people argue that and saying the Earth is a globe, therefore level is curved, because that would be the implications. The tool that we use, right? Like you originally said, you're like, what gravity?
No. Sorry,
Whatever,
interrupt you. No, thanks. But if
but
for this
what we can,
example on the scale on the Earth, you would have to make this one in the picture with in the chat room, the one with the two guys where it says Marshall on the top bottom left corner. For this example, on a scale on the for the Earth, you would minimum have to do it on a scale of maybe 500 kilometer, wouldn't you?
Okay. No, I don't think so. But this is what I can say we have done.
Why
Right?
you
So,
would have to go to? Wait 1 second.
I don't
Where
know
do
why.
you?
You tell me why.
No. I'm saying like,
I don't
let's
even know
say
why you're saying I would have to do it. Tell me why.
I'm just saying to you that I don't believe that you can disprove the curved Earth based on an example which in this picture you show on a scale of 10 meters or even 20 meters, 30 meters, because then you're saying like the curve
You're saying that you
of the Earth has to start on a scale of 1 meter, right? You would expect that the closest point between two spots, if you put 1 meter distance, it has to be curved in order to be a curved Earth, right?
I'm not saying all this stuff. I'm saying we can take the water level, right? And I can put a stick in the ground, right? And I can have the two ends of the water level at the same elevation. I'll know they're at the same elevation because if I lift one of them higher, the water will flow to the lower end. It'll be like, oops, you spill, get it back down. You got to make them at the same elevation. Right. So if I have one end higher than the other, then it will flow to the lower end. So now what we can do is we can put sticks in the ground, right? And then we can just take 30 meters, mark it on the stick, then carry the other end of the water level, 30 meters, 30 meters. So just go for a mile, right? Marking sticks. They'll be at the same elevation. Are you saying that the water below those sticks, if I had a big lake of water below those sticks, are you saying that the water below the sticks would be dropping away from the straight line established by the water?
Dropping away to where?
That the Earth is curved, therefore water. Yeah, I don't know. You'd be saying the Earth is curved, therefore the water is curved. So the water below the water level would be curved or low. Is that what you're proposing would happen? Have you seen that? So I got the water level,
No,
right?
my silence doesn't mean that I agree with you. I'm just trying
I
to figure
know.
out what you're trying to prove with what you're
I know.
saying.
That's why I was just going to restate it because of your silence, not say, "Ha ha, I got you."
So
I was
that
going to
picture of
restate it.
Miguel, look. Miguel posted a picture which I really like because in this example, in what you said with water level, you want the closest point between two spots on a scale of, let's say, 10 meters between two spots. You have an A spot and a B spot, and there's a distance of 10 meters. You want the closest point to be curved, right?
No, I don't know what that I mean, it's the closest, the shortest distance between 2 points is provably a straight line, not a curved line. Why would I prove that it's curved? Who proved that a shortest distance between 2 points is a curved line?
I don't know. You're saying that because it's straight, therefore flat is Earth, no?
I'm saying because it's straight.
What's that got to do with the curve?
I mean, I guess it's maybe that's because it's straight. Yeah, it's maybe it's hitting you in that way, and you're saying, wait a minute. If the water level is a tool used for establishing a horizontal straight line plane of reference that we can then measure something to be higher or lower than, and 70% of the Earth's surface is water, then what would you conclude, Karash?
Now I get your point. You say between Pacific and to land. Let's say between China and Los Angeles, you have a connecting water level that it should be dropping down, or what? I don't get it quite. Not 100% what you're trying to prove.
You tell me. At this point, you tell me if it's something. You tell me if it's something other than what we know to be true in reality. You tell me if it's something else.
He established a horizontal perfectly with water, over water. Now he's asking you, if you think that you live on a ball, do you think that that water underneath this water level is going to be curving while this water level isn't? Do you understand?
Water will always seek its level. It's not.
Yeah, but like I said, I mean that doesn't take very long, right? But what happens is people say those, not you maybe, but other people will be like, no, it has to be something else. It can't be something else. Then reality shows it to be. Reality is what it is. But I'll drop out.
No. Unless it is acted on by another force, such as wind. Yeah, but let's take, for example, I will actually grab it here. So you say even on the very little spot on Earth, the curve has to be somehow be visible, or it has to be physically proven that it's curved. Otherwise, the flat is Earth, right?
The Earth is flat, you mean?
The nature of it says that, Kurosh. If you live on a ball, therefore there would be associated mathematics with that ball, like circumference, diameter, radius. Now we can use those given numbers if someone is willing to hand them out and go and see if it matches up in reality. So we've been taught it's a diameter of, what is it, 3959? Radius 3959, sorry?
Yes, sir. Miles.
Right. So if that's the case, when we go to the beach, if you stand 1 foot elevation off the water, the geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles. That's it. That's the mathematics associated with it. Square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. It's very simple. Now, all you have to do is go out into reality, hold your camera at 1 foot, hold your camera at 2 foot, hold your camera at 10 foot. It doesn't matter. Square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. So if you get your camera and hold it at 1 foot, anything behind 1.22 miles should be blocked by said curvature. Does that make sense?
They're flat earthers. Of course it doesn't.
Matrix and no thanks. I have another question because I can't give you an answer to all of what you just said. First of all, because I still need to figure out. I'm honest about it. I don't have exactly the physics background to give you a counter argument.
Background, mate.
Yep.
Huh?
You don't need a physics background.
Okay, but let me then ask you.
Yes
no, wait, mate. One second. I wanted to give you an answer. Don't come with.
Incredulity is not going to get you out of it. Can
no, I don't. We can go back.
1.22. Yes or no?
Stop talking. Oh, good, great, dude.
Yes, I can.
Dude,
but
stop talking through each other, for goodness sake.
Can I before we can go back to this point with 1.22 and everything what you
No,
just said, but let me just
dude, stop
what
talking. Stop. Listen, if you're gonna talk straight through him and not yield the mic,
through him?
then I'm gonna have to
Through
kibosh
him?
this whole scenario. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
give me exactly the point where I
don't
talk through
interrupt me,
him.
dude. For goodness sakes.
Tell me when I didn't
Dude,
talk
I
through
don't
him.
care. It's not your opinion that matters. It's my opinion. All right, dude.
What is this for channel?
Your
Your
opinion's
opinion
irrelevant,
matters? Go and mute
dude.
me, man.
The only
Fucking
opinion.
dictator. Dictator, go mute me. What do you want?
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Spiraling.
Okay, check it out. What I want, dude, is while one person's attempting to say something, you don't just incessantly talk through them. Now, we could play a little game called I'm Right and You're Wrong, where I pull up the live stream recording and prove that my position is correct, or even just acquiesce. I'd love for you to continue, dude, but I'm just trying to set the baseline. Stop just incessantly talking through each other. One of you has to yield, okay? Now, I'm going to let you guys choose which one's the bigger dude who's going to yield and let the other person finish his sentence. So I'm going to unmute you. Hopefully, it'll be a better conversation going forward. Go ahead.
Who am I talking now?
Yeah, you're free to talk now. Go ahead.
So Matrix, before you started to say something different, I wanted to go back and ask you, or no thanks, to a different example, which is in my opinion a good counter argument to the flat Earth. So if the flat is Earth, wouldn't it be then that we have the Pacific, and we have on the east coast of LA of America we have Los Angeles, on the west coast of Asia we have Shanghai, for example? Wouldn't it be if the flat is Earth that you could see straight from Shanghai to Los Angeles? Because Pacific is level, right? It's straight. It's a straight point, right?
You can only see so far. So why do you believe that all of a sudden, Earth flat, I can see further?
Why shouldn't you? I need to understand. That's why I'm asking.
The shape of the ground dictates how far you can see now.
The shape of the ground dictates how far
All
you
right,
can see now.
So if Matrix will yield to me, I'll tell you there's two very acute answers that have to do with science and physics. So Matrix, do you yield?
Floor's yours, mate.
So, point number one. At ground level, the ambient atmosphere, due to Rayleigh scattering, becomes opaque at approximately 300 to 350 miles, depending on the day. Now, what opaque means is you cannot see through it. That means that if you're standing on one coast, it is absolutely impossible to see all the way across the ocean. Impossible. Can't be done. Not physically possible. Secondly, something that's thousands of miles away from you is going to be of an angular size that is too small for your optic to resolve. In other words, it's going to show up as less than a pixel in your optic, and blurred with the transition between the ground and the sky, it's just going to end up being a blue blur. Take that into account that you also have the opaqueness of the atmosphere after 350 miles. You're not going to see across. It's not possible. All right, go ahead.
So what is the distance? What is the furthest you can see with your eye?
Well, in this scenario, if you're standing on one coastline, the atmosphere that you're looking across to see the other coastline at about 350 miles is going to be opaque. That means no discernible light's going to come through it. So you
Okay,
have no information.
350 miles is roughly, I think, 170 kilometers or something, if I have to guess. And that means when we take that as a measurement, shouldn't it be then that we can, from that point on, make the example with the water level? With the water level?
Oh, you mean like a 300-mile long water level?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, you could do that in principle, sure. I mean, the only thing stopping you would be your budget.
Because when I'm not mistaken, if I watch at a horizon, right? Let's say it's a ship in the ocean. If it disappears, does it disappear fully or partially?
Are you looking out like perfectly straight and level when you look out to the horizon?
No. My because I have seen. I lived in Malta for 2 years, so it was quite often that I watched the ships at the horizon, and
Yeah.
I don't recall that if I saw a spot, that the spot disappeared fully, like instant in a second. It was partially.
Okay. I'm asking when
Yeah.
you look out there, do you make sure you orientate yourself to be like horizontal to whatever it is you're viewing? That's what I was asking.
And your eyes automatically are self-leveling. Your eyes are gyroscopic in your head. So if you're standing at the beach, your viewpoint is level. Period. Right. That's the
Another
nature of how
well,
eyes function. You could actually
okay.
witness this yourself. Go to your mirror and unless your muscles are cut, go to a mirror right now. Look into the mirror and then turn your head around, and you'll see that your eyes come to rotate to adjust automatically. So if you're looking with your eyes, you're level. Period. End of story.
Okay. And all right, so he's
Well, sorry,
that's fine.
unless you're let me. Yeah, fair point. But let me caveat that unless you're injured, if you have some injury to your eyes, then they're not going to work like they should. Obviously.
But I mean, I look up. I guess I don't know. You know, if I look up, I'm looking up. Like, if I was, somebody would have to take a picture of it. Anyway, but yeah, this is just to ask a guy who said he's looking out to the horizon. So he's if he's imagining he's seeing, he's looking out perfectly straight. I'm asking him. I was gonna ask him the horizon. The thing that he's saying is obstructing things. Is that the water?
You asking me?
Yeah,
Well,
the
why are you putting
horizon.
what? Oh yeah. No, hold on. Why? Just hold on a second. Hold on a second. Why are you putting words in his mouth? He didn't say anything like that. He said the dot. I don't see a dot disappear. I see a part of the boat. Right. So he hasn't even come to any inference yet. He's just describing what he saw with his eyes, which is fair. Some people do see that, right? And then we all agree that that is the observation that some people see sometimes. So he needs to describe that more, and then he needs to make the conclusion, right?
Well, I can continue. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, continue.
Or I can ask, how many times have you? Is it something which you did often, that you watch the horizon at the ocean?
Yep. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll tell you how.
And
I'll tell you how it goes in reality. It's very simple. Just hold on a second. I'm going to tell you mine. You told me yours. Now I'm going to show you mine. So what happens when you witness boats go out away? It's not a singular phenomenon. Sometimes they gradually disappear from the bottom up. Sometimes they disappear into what can, for lack of a better term, be called a fog. Sometimes they disappear from the top down and the bottom up simultaneously. Sometimes they disappear from the sides. Not a singular observation. Sometimes they disappear at a certain distance that they're away. Sometimes they disappear at a longer distance. Sometimes they disappear at a shorter distance. So we have a myriad of observations that occur when you watch boats go out. So if you want to talk about your observation and what you gleaned from your observation and the conclusions that you made, feel free to do so.
no, my conclusion to it is that if you had an, like, if there's a ship which is very, very big, let's say it is like maybe 200 meter high, or something. I don't know if there's anything. I don't know how high the biggest cargo ship is, but I think for these ones it would be the best example that if you say that it's just the light which lets the ship disappear, and it's not the horizon because it goes slowly down. I don't know. I would say that for me, it would be a good example to watch the close. To be fair, to be 100% fair, I can only see what you're just showing in the chat room and what I have seen myself. But for me, if the flat is Earth, it would mean that at some point, anything on the horizon, it should disappear within a second. If it's just visibility through light, and not the horizon.
Okay. Okay, so let's establish what a horizon is. Okay, a horizon, by definition, is the apparent junction of the color field of the ground with the color field of the sky in your field of view. That's what it is.
Okay.
Now, in the globe paradigm claim, they claim, as you just did, that the horizon is actually a curvature of a physical object. And so when you go over that, you're then receding downwards and away from the viewpoint, and that's what causes the obstruction. Now, here's the problem with that. In that view, the horizon is a particular point in space, which means the occlusion of the object, which means disappearance, must occur at that point in space. Would you agree so far?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the problem. When you witness boats go out, sometimes they don't disappear until much, 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 much further. So if it's the case that there's this big hump that they're going over, what happened that day can't be congruent with the hump being in a particular place, because if you're claiming that the reason I can't see it is because it's behind a particular hump that's in a fixed location, why is it that some days that's not true?
When is it not true?
So, for example, okay, I can give you a link to our wiki, which has 100 observations greater than the distance of the horizon, and then there's a sailing boat 27 miles away. Our friend India also has personally witnessed one 30 miles away. Now, at 30 miles away, the amount of occlusion that should have occurred is like 300 feet. Okay, that means that a boat must be greater than 300 feet tall in order for you to see it. No such boat exists. So if you're claiming to me that this is only the result of a physical Earth curve that must be in a fixed location, by the way, which you already agreed, then these observations aren't possible. Now we have a problem. We have you claiming, I see this, therefore the Earth is curved and fixed in its curve. And you have these contradictory observations, and both observations are made with light. Let's first agree to that the only way you can see is through reception of light, correct?
Of course, yes.
You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we have two competing phenomena. So if that's the case, how are we going to solve the problem? How are we going to arbitrate which one's correct?
I don't hear you. Sorry. Anybody else hear some?
No, I was saying if we have these two competing phenomena, how are we going to decide which one's correct? What method are we going to use?
What was the other conception between? So the one which I agreed, and the other one, which one was it?
Well, you said that the horizon must be at a fixed location, which it must be if it's a physical object.
Mm.
But yet we see things that should be occluded by the horizon at a greater distance, right? Not just a small greater distance, but a extravagantly greater distance. So now we have a problem on our hands. We've got competing phenomenon that could be interpreted one way or the other. So now we need an extra method to decide what's actually going on. So the claim on the one side is that water's flat. Okay, the claim on the other side is that water's curved. That's pretty much the two claims, right?
Well,
So now we need a method to
no. But you need to look at the
decide
terms that you're using,
whether.
because
Go ahead.
one second, you're using the term that the guys who say that the Earth is curved are saying that the water is curved. This doesn't mean that we are
Right.
specifically only referring to the water. It's just basic, like if we take for granted the physics of the curved Earth, it's automatically that the whole mass of the water which is lying on the Pacific Ocean, and that the fucking HO2 fucking hell, hydrogen in English,
Water?
is it water? Yeah, the molecules of water. It's just like a connection of them. It's trillion, and you can separate them from each other. But if they stick together, they form the water, and it's like a mass. And we don't say that the molecules are curved. We are saying that the whole mass.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that, dude. But here's the problem with what you just said, and I let you go on because I wanted to give you your chance to breathe. We're talking in this context. Obviously, in this context that me and you were discussing, we're talking about 20, 30 miles of water, dude. We're talking about the ocean. We're talking about the fact that the majority of the earth is covered in this giant contiguous body of liquid called water. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
We're not talking about the micro scale. Now, you are correct that if it's the case that we're living on a giant ball covered in water, then the water that's on the surface must conform to the shape of the ball, correct?
Yes.
In other words, the type of water that we're talking about must demonstrate a continuous surface curvature. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So on one side, the argument is the water's flat. On the other side, the argument is the water's curved. So now you need a method to determine whether that's true or not.
Mm-hmm.
So I would submit to you that a very efficient method for determining the differential of a surface is called laser transit. In fact, we use it all the time in construction. We set up a laser at a particular height. We set up what's called a storyboard or a target on the other side, and it has marks on it that will tell us if it's high or low. So, for example, if you're doing a foundation, if it's high, you got to add dirt. If it's low, you got to take dirt away. And then once the storyboard hits the same height as the laser, you know you got a level surface. And you take that storyboard and you go down the whole length of the laser, and you go bing, 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 bing. Yep, this is level and flat for the entire extent of the laser. Now you use that concept, right? And you say, okay, I want to know if this water's flat or if it's a giant curved hump. Okay? So what you do is you pick a sufficient length. Just so happens that 25 miles is a sufficient length. Let me tell you why. Because at that range, the differential between the flat surface and the curved surface would be a factor of 2 orders of magnitude. Now, I think we could both agree that if something is off by 2 orders of magnitude from the prediction relative to the surface, that your surface is not claimed to be what it is. So if I make a floor for somebody and I'm off by a centimeter, that, I might be able to get away with. But if I'm off by 3 feet, a yard, a meter, they're going to want their money back. Would you agree?
Yes, yes. But you're saying magnitude times 2, like the maybe you. I let you
No,
continue. Maybe
magnitude,
then
let
I.
me explain. Yeah. So magnitude is this: one, the number one is 1 order of magnitude. 10 is another order of magnitude. 100 is the second order of magnitude. So, for example, if I'm off by a centimeter, it's much different than if I'm off by 10 centimeters, which, by the way, would not be acceptable. But if I'm off by 100 centimeters on a floor that's supposed to be within the tolerance of a centimeter, not only is the customer going to want their money back, but I need to commit seppuku because I'm a failure in life. Do you understand?
Yes, yes.
So, that being said, what you do is you set up the laser over a body of water, because water is what's in contention. Water will answer the question. You set up the laser. 25 miles away, you set up the receiver. You shoot the laser, you either receive it at the receiver or you don't. Now, if the Earth is flat, you're going to receive it at the receiver. If the Earth is a globe, the laser is going to go over the curve and continue up into space while the base of the curve, like you explained earlier, continues to recede downwards and away. Right? And that is going to be, let's see, 9 times 3. I got to do some math real quick in my head.
Can I chip in and ask something?
What's that? Hold on. What's 9 times 3? 27. So we got 270. So we have at 25 miles a 300-foot differential. Okay, so 300 foot. So that's from 1 foot to 300 foot is 2 orders of magnitude, right?
Yeah, because you're saying, if I understood correct, that the laser is actually receiving the endpoint, right? And it's not going into the sky. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, no, I'm just setting up two sides of the proposition. Either it is going to, or it's going to shoot over the top of it by 300 feet. It's going to do one or the other, right?
And which one happened?
Okay, so now that we have the setup, right? We understand. So the FE core team, which is the field engineers core, they did 17 laser tests. First laser test they did was small, and they worked their way up to 25 miles at Lake Idsill in Sweden, maybe? I can't remember the country, but the name of the lake is Lake Idsill. At Lake Idsill, they set up on one side of the lake, they set up the receiver on the other side, and they made a laser. Now, by the way, before I continue, I just want you to know that I do have a document associated with this, as well as a small documentary about an hour long of the team that did it, how they built the laser, how they went through their different tests to work their way up to the 25 miles. The PDF associated with it has their entire gamut of laser tests that they did leading up to the 25-mile shot. So you can peruse it at your leisure. It's actually quite entertaining, regardless of whether you're going to take.
I need to ask: is the distance between these two further than the horizon which our eyes have? Like what we just spoke earlier.
Absolutely. So check this out. Check this out, friend. Your horizon, allegedly, if the Earth is a globe, according to the claim, that would occlude a 6-foot tall object is approximately 3.5 miles, depending on your height. Now, the average 6-foot person, 2 meters tall, at 3.5 miles will have the equivalent of their height occluded, according to the geometry of the alleged globe. That's the claim.
So our
at
horizon
4
is
to 5 miles.
I'm asking.
Yes, at 3.5 miles, right? That is where the average horizon for a human being is. Yes.
Okay, and in this test, it is, as I can see, 7.4 miles. Yes.
No, this test I'm speaking about is 25 miles.
Oh, 25 miles. Okay.
Yes, 25 miles. So the difference at 25 miles is 300 feet, 100 meters. Okay. So
with the laser,
when they did this test, hold on, with a laser. It's actually it's a laser that they bought, but they also modified it to amplify it. They have a collimator, which makes it even, which reduces the millirad divergence at range. They also have a sled that they built and designed themselves, which is able to accurately aim the laser with a precision of like 1 in 72 thousandths of an inch precision. Okay. And the documentary explains how they built it, all of that. So what happened was, not only did they shoot the laser across the lake, but before they shot it at the final target, they panned the laser horizontally at a close range target and a mid range target. They then worked the laser towards the 25-mile target, and they received the beam centroid at 25 miles. Now, the beam centroid means laser distribution of light follows a Gaussian curve, which means you can tell if the laser's pointed at you or not. You can tell if the laser's directly aimed at you. They have a photograph of the Gaussian distribution aimed directly at the camera, meaning that the setup that where they received the laser over the 25 miles is off of the globe prediction by 2 orders of magnitude, effectively demonstrating that the claim that there's this giant hump of water at Lake Itzel between point A and B is false. I rest my case. You may now question me.
Is the video which Miguel showed posted in the chat, or no thanks? Is one of them the example which you just stated?
Yes.
Which one?
Listen, that video, the greatest laser experiment in history, FB's core. Yes, that is the one officially published by the team. And I will also give you, after I'm done speaking, the associated document that goes from this team through their entire gamut of tests that they did.
Okay. My first question is.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to go on mute. Hold on, sucker. Hold on, sucker boy. I'm going on mute for a second, but I will be listening.
You're not muted.
All right. I didn't hear nothing, so I'm going to assume you were just waiting. So I'm going to post.
I thought
I'm
you
going to post
muted
a
me
link
because
associated with this. Oh, I don't know. Maybe somebody else muted you.
So can I ask now, or?
Yeah, I just want to tell you that I posted the link. I posted a link to the document I was speaking about. But yeah, go ahead and ask.
Solution final version. I am not aware about the whole studies and blah blah blah, but I know that there's a debate long going on, and I listened to a guy who was quoting Albert Einstein because he couldn't figure out what light actually is, whether it is the photons or if it's not photons, if photons are actually part of the physical world or not. But whatever, I'm asking, is there like, is light, which the laser would be, the red light which comes out of the laser, it is light, and is it affected by gravity or is it not?
So there is an alleged claim that light is affected by warped space-time, which requires a hyperstar-sized mass to affect. So in other words, unless you're living on a star 15,000 times the size of the Earth, there's going to be no effect from any alleged claim from anything even remotely described as gravity on any light. Does that make sense?
Yes. So that means that just to understand. So the reason why we receive light has nothing to do with gravity, and in general, light is completely separate from gravity.
Yes, except at a now keep in mind I'm just parroting a claim that's made out there. The claim is that except on like an intergalactic massive scale, like you need massively sized bodies and galactic intergalactic distances for light to have any effect from gravity, in other words. In other words, 25 miles and the size of the Earth is not sufficient to affect light from any gravitational effects, even in the mainstream paradigm. Does that make sense?
And then I'm asking you further question just to for myself to know. Would you say, or I'm asking you, you can say yes or no. Would you say that's a physical that's the establishment in regards to physics and world and everything, that they all fully agreed to know what light is? Yes or no? Like, would you say they agreed on it?
There's a mainstream accepted paradigm about
No, not
the general
mainstream, not
nature of light.
mainstream. No, not mainstream. I'm just saying, like, do you think that's the establishment who dictates in the schools what physics is, and like Harvard, Stanford, whatever, Oxford, all these highly intelligent, in their words, highly intelligent people who have all
Yeah.
the academic titles, and they dictate what physics is, and they write the law books for schools. Would you say that they are all agreeable to each other and say, like, we discovered what light is, and we are sure it's photons? And that it's that we don't need to further discuss it. We all agree we know what light is. Would you say yes to this statement?
Oh no. Well, I mean, the idea that they all agree is just categorically false.
Or like it's
That's why
accepted,
you.
it's mainstream accepted by them within their circle, that they all agreed that they discovered the function and the origin and the whole.
Look, the mainstream paradigm concerning light is that light is a photon, but behaves in both
So
a
we are
particle
talking
and
about,
wave-like
yeah,
manner.
but we are talking about two different. I'm not talking about the mainstream media. I'm talking because I watched several.
Dude, I'm not talking about mainstream media, dude. For goodness
Yeah,
sakes.
but when you're
Talking
not
about
talking about
paradigm.
mainstream media, if you use the term photon, if you go into the circle, not going into it, like watching the YouTube videos where you can see how they debate about the actual
Dude,
problem
why would
with
I care
light.
about that?
Because I'm telling you, if you take light as an example to prove it, then you would say, I know what the physics and what the whole concept behind light is. Do we know if it's affected by gravity or not?
Yeah, Karash. What you're, I mean, I've noticed it for the last like 3 minutes. What you're going to build towards, which what many people do, build towards, is another, but another time where you're going to say, but not, what happens here may not be the case over there. That
No, no,
maybe
no,
it's
no, no, no.
something else other than
No.
other than what has been proven to be, and maybe that light is bending to match the curvature of the Earth. It's what it sounds like it's building towards, just
What?
because, yeah,
No,
just
wait,
because
Yeah,
you
but we
claim.
don't need.
Yeah.
Wait,
We don't need to go. Oh my god, dude. But listen, guys. Stop putting words in other people's mouths, okay?
Did I?
Clearly having a discussion that's progressing. I don't need you, who don't have a time machine, to go into the future that you can't have access to and decide where this guy's going to end up. Pointless.
Who did I put words into their mouth?
No, I put words in your mouth. Don't put words in
Oh
his
my
mouth
god.
about him. I put words in your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, sucker.
Besides all
so
of this AI overload, I have to say,
the
you can kick
general
me. 1 second, I have to
hold
interrupt
on,
you.
Brad.
No, you hold 1 second, and then you can kick me. But I have to say to you, you really have to
Oh
work on
my
your
goodness.
moderation, how you moderate the conversation, because you're very like I don't know what you experience in this room, but it's very uncomfortable to talk with you, man.
Dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You're always like, don't talk over me, don't talk
We've
over
been
me. I'm
having a
going to mute you.
discussion for
Yeah,
minutes
we're gonna
upon
have
minutes.
it. If I
Holy
say
crap,
something in between, and it's the debate, it happens in a debate. Don't be like this.
dude. You're literally spazzing out because I was critiquing somebody who wasn't you about putting words in your mouth, for goodness sakes. And you can't even pay attention, dude. And then you start spiraling out as if you're being mistreated in any way, shape, or form, which you're not. Okay? I'm going to put it frank to you, friend. The idea that light is affected by gravity, that it would be significant in this context, is irrelevant. Light is considered to be massless, which means it can't be affected by gravity. Now, of the effects that it is affected by, that's claimed in any mainstream apparatus, whether it's university level or research level, is that light can only be affected by what is the illusion of gravity by bodies that are greater than the size of the Earth by orders of magnitude. So I'm going to put it blunt to you. I entertained the concept about gravity and I explained it to you quite well, but it has no bearing on this context whatsoever. Okay, now that I've said that, I'm going to unmute you. Hopefully, you're sticking around. You haven't been mistreated, so please calm down. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm searching right now for a video which I'm gonna send a link to it. And it's only 2-3 minutes that you have to listen to it, but I'm still searching for it. And maybe you give me 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. So what is the context of the video?
It is a
Like, what's it
guy.
about?
It is a guy who shows the misconception, or not misconception, but like is light, maybe it is affected by gravity or not? You know, just the question which
Doesn't matter.
why doesn't it matter?
I mean, let's say it. I'll tell you why. It's very simple. If light is affected by gravity, it's irrelevant in this context because we're talking about the economy of scale when it comes to measurements. So, for example, I know for a fact that you can do effective laser transit methodology and the light beam doesn't hit the ground before it hits the storyboard. Also, I know for a fact that I've used laser targeting systems in the military to a great extensive range, and I know that the Army and the Navy have lasers that go orders of magnitude beyond the ranges that I've used, and they're accurately able to target and destroy their target. So the effectiveness of lasers is quite well known. The idea that gravity is involved in skewing any of these results is ridiculous on its face. However, I will watch your video just because we're buds.
Yeah, I'm still searching. It doesn't take too long anymore. It's just that give me 2 more minutes. I'm really on it. I'm just right now somehow not finding the link, but if I find it, I will post it.
Kurosh, while you were talking to AI, I was doing some research on the gravity bending the laser beam, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if we grant you that gravity does bend the laser beam, according to the mainstream model of gravity, it would only bend 0.7 millimeters over 25 miles. It said it would basically be negligible and wouldn't even notice it.
Okay, I found it now. I need to search for it in my computer because I had it on my phone, and then I will send you the link to it. What really? It doesn't take more than 1 minute now. You can continue to talk.
Well, I mean, fair enough, but here's the problem. Unless you can demonstrate that light is affected by gravity in the range of 300 feet per 25 miles, which you can't. Now, keep in mind, we granted you that light is affected by gravity.
Let me now give you the timestamp of it. 1 second. Sorry that I interrupted you again.
Well, let me ask you this question. Does it demonstrate that the variability of the gravitational effect on a laser or a stream of light or a particle path of light is greater than 100 feet per 25 miles?
No, not about this. I'm just saying to you, giving you an example for the fact that maybe the establishment isn't sure about what light actually is or the effects of it, or
I know, I would agree with you, but keep in mind that I took that on board, I parsed that out, and I neglected that. I dismissed that it had any effect on this example because I told you that there are effective technologies that use lasers that could not work if gravity was affecting light in the manner in which is necessary to defeat the laser transit that was done at Lake Idstill. In other words, it doesn't exist. The idea that gravity is affecting this example doesn't apply.
can't believe how difficult it is for me to fucking find this timestamp.
I love that you put Candace Owens. I mean, that kudos for that. She's awesome.
Yeah. I'm really. Let me see if I find it, man. It's horrible.
Yeah, so look, I'll concede that light is affected by alleged gravity. Let's say I concede that point. So we've got a measurement for on the books that it's affected by less than 1/10 of an inch over a span of 25 miles. Now, a tenth of an inch over 25 miles is insignificant, irrelevant, and dismissible on its face when it comes to testing a laser transit over 25 miles. So it's highly irrelevant.
Yeah, what you'll find is it takes 5 minutes, or I mean, in this case, yeah, the video is an hour. Right, it takes 1 hour to prove something, but apparently that's not all that's required. It's something
Yeah.
more.
So right. So gravity. I will concede to you that it's interesting that light might be affected by gravity. However, in this context, it's not applicable.
Okay, now I found the
Unless you
timestamp. It
think
is
it's applicable.
AI overload.
All right. Yep.
Wait, where is it? It's 2 hours and 2 hours, 2 minutes. 2 hours, 1 minute. Can you share what you watched? Maybe you can watch it together. It's 3-4 minutes. 2 hours and 1 minute something.
What the fuck are you guys talking
No, we can't do that. So what you can do is just
maybe watch
tell
it.
me what the time is.
Yeah, 2 hours, 1 minute, roughly 45 seconds. And when he talks about the test, about it goes until maybe 2 hours, 4 minutes. It goes about 2-3 minutes. I read it down here.
Well, dude, didn't you? It looks like you already timestamped it. It says 777.46 seconds. T equals. So could that be correct?
That timestamp
Let me click it and
could
see
be
if
wrong. It could be
that
wrong.
go on. All right. Well, let me click it and see if it does the same thing. Oh, that says 209. So what did you say? 201. All right. Tell me it right now, since I'm looking at this thing and I can move the thing. All right. Tell me, bro. The time that you. So tell
Sorry?
me.
I gave you the.
Tell me, because I can't see it. You have to tell me with your words, with your voice.
Why you can't see it?
Because I can't. I don't have eyes. Okay, so please tell me.
I'm confused now.
Oh my god. Just tell me, bro. For goodness sakes, tell me the time. Somebody, anybody.
2
tell me,
hours,
please.
1 minute, 45 seconds. I wrote it in the chat.
40. All right, so yeah, I know. And remember the part where I said I can't see the chat, so can you please tell me? And then we had to go on this big dialogue about why I can't see it.
He said
All
it's
right, 201.45. All right, I'm going to press play. Hold on. Give me a little while. All right, I'm going to watch it.
So you're blind at the computer or what?
He's driving, he said.
Hold on, dude. I just said hold on. Hey, listen, dude. You got a problem paying attention, dude. I said hold on so I can watch it. So if you're talking in my ear, you're going to distract me, all right? So hold on a second. What's going on there?
Out there, but not enough to get it. Called the vacuum. That classical time says got the stuff and actually quantum mechanics says magnitude.
Oh my god, dude, he's talking about dark energy.
Yes, I know, but it's related to, if you look at the test where it's at 2 hours, 3 minutes, 35, 2 hours, 3 minutes, 34 seconds. This one test.
All right, so which okay, check this out, friend. We're trying to grant you that light is affected by gravity. So which part of this video describes that? Give me that timestamp, please. I want to watch that part.
2 hours, 3 minutes, and 40 seconds.
All right, 2, 3, 40. Got it. All right, give me a second. Two, three,
If you want
three,
to, if you
40.
go to 3,
Here, that
go
looks pretty
to
good.
3 19. Go 2 minutes, 2 hours, 3 minutes, 19 seconds, and watch it until 2. Not
All
more
right.
than not
Yeah.
more than 40 seconds. Just watch it.
All right, so let's take a minute. But before I watch this, let's do a learning experience for everybody here. YouTube has a clip function where you can pick clip and you can start it and stop it within a minute, and then you can share your clip right from the video you're watching. So sometimes that's more opportune. We'll work with what we got for now. All right, I'm at 2:3:18. I'm starting it.
Yeah. And don't tell me it has nothing at
Holy
all.
crap, dude!
Yeah. What?
You really? Holy crap, brother! Oh my goodness, dude! Do you realize? You realize what you just had me watch, dude?
What you don't like?
Do you know what that's
Chemistry?
called, brother?
What?
No, just hold on a second. Hold on a second. Light traveling perpendicular to the plane of the Earth is what he just said. He said it ends up parallel to the plane of the Earth with the stream going perpendicular to the plane of the Earth. Now notice those words, parallel to the plane of the Earth. He then went on to say in this video that you have me watch, there is an ether. Now, what he's talking about there is known as Fresnel drag. The concept that there is a media on the Earth that's moving laterally across the surface that's altering the phase of the light. So, if it's parallel with the plane of the Earth and you're shooting a laser level, which means parallel to the plane of the Earth, then it would not affect the beam. For goodness sake, dude. Because the beam is traveling with the direction. So it wouldn't transverse the beam up or down. You'd have to be, in this demonstration, you'd have to be shooting the laser straight up. Since we're not shooting the laser straight up, this doesn't apply. So now we're at the point where gravity doesn't affect it, and this demonstration doesn't affect it. So I can take both of those and dismiss them, put them on the shelf, they don't apply. Okay, do you agree or disagree?
I would like to know the name of the concept which you said at the beginning of your reply. I can't even recall.
Fresnel drag.
Yes.
Fresnel drag?
Oh, Fresnel drag.
Can you type it in the
Fresnel
chat?
drag is that light traveling through the moon. Sure. Someone will do it for you. It's FRESNEL DRAG. And it has a lot to do with theories about light, but the primary principle is that a media in motion will deflect light in the direction of the motion of the media. Well known, dude. It has nothing to do whatsoever with shooting a laser horizontally. As a matter of fact, because the laser is traveling in the direction of alleged travel, it would have zero effect. As with the demonstration that you had me watch, the guy did not experience a differential effect until he oriented the ray up and down. Since we're shooting the laser horizontally, it cannot be deflected in this manner. So, as I predicted, gravity has nothing to do with the context of this test about the laser at Lake Yggdrasil, and Fresnel drag has nothing to do with the test that occurred at Lake Yggdrasil. So the results of Lake Yggdrasil are that effective methodology of laser transit debunked the globe Earth big hump of Earth curve water. The Earth is flat, the water's flat, it's flat. I rest my case.
I will watch the laser test video to see what they're showing there, because if you didn't notice,
cool.
I'm not here to insult you or anything. But I'm not well informed. I just have to watch it and see what you're saying. But I found this sequence of that video, which I asked you to watch. I found the topic of it is maybe be relevant to the test with the laser, because he's talking about the IFA. I don't know, like,
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, maybe there could be something related to it, because for me it was interesting when he said that he flipped it up and blah, and I watched and I searched for it, and I saw that some of the stuff what he's saying, it sounds legitimate, or at least a possibility. So that's why. And if you are 100% sure that the light is not affected by gravity, then I will take it for granted that in regards to flat
fair
Earth,
point.
yeah.
Fair point. I agree with you. So the problem with this, friend, is that what he was demonstrating has nothing to do with gravity. So you started with light is affected by gravity, but then you had this happen. So there's actually two different things. So you provided light being affected by something that has nothing to do with gravity, which is fine because he has a demonstration of the effect. That's fine. However, I'm just making you aware that it has nothing to do with gravity whatsoever.
Light dragging effects. One of your friends wrote it in the chat. No, thanks. Those. Yeah, we'll read.
Yeah. Well, by the way, yeah. One thing you're going to find when you start looking up Fresnel drag in relationship to the Earth and this topic and motion of light, you're going to find what's known as Airy's failure, where Mr. Airy's used the principle of Fresnel drag to have a tilted telescope to see if the angle of light coming from the stars changed. And it must change in a particular way depending on whether the stars are moving or the Earth is moving. And what we found out is that the Earth is stationary. So we've established that the Earth isn't moving and the waters of the Earth are flat. So the Earth is stationary and flat. I rest my case.
You just reminded
into the past.
AI, you just reminded me to ask something which I wanted to ask at the very early stage. I think you weren't involved at that time, but wouldn't it be possible to use a microscope to not to face the limitation of horizon with our human eyes, and just use a microscope to see through the horizon further away? If the Earth is flat?
Yes and no. So yes and no. So what you mean is telescope.
Sorry.
And then, and that's
My
fine.
telescope. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. No worries. So there is a particular limit, like I said, to 350 miles, but there's also a resolution limit that has to do with angles. So yes, for example, any of our friends here can post you videos of you're standing on the shore, you see a boat go away, but when you get an enhanced zoom, you can then see the boat again. Now, it is true that eventually you won't be able to see the boat again, but the sheer fact that you can see the boat again at all, and keep in mind, this is past the distance of the claimed alleged Earth curve where it exists. So no matter what, you are correct that enhanced optics debunk the claim that there's a particular Earth curve horizon at a specific distance that's constantly occluding the bottoms of boats. So that's debunked.
There's an example in the side chat there.
Which one? This one. Okay.
Yeah, earlier I had
He's
touched
zooming
on the,
out or zooming in? Sorry.
What's the difference? Zooming in and then out. But yeah, earlier I had touched on like when you're looking at that horizon, that water that's below your feet, where the water meets the sky, the horizon, doesn't look like the water's dropping. But yeah, that's a good video. When you watch that video, Karash,
Mm.
does it look like the water is dropping?
Well, I don't really get the point with does like water dropping. I don't expect to see water dropping because there's apparently a horizon or an edge where something goes to the round curve where it has to somehow drop or whatever. I don't see like I don't get the point with that implication. Like,
Is the
if
water rising?
no, but why should it rise or drop?
Okay, so then the water is just level. If it's
Yeah,
not
but
rising and it's not dropping, then it's level, which is at the same elevation.
yeah, but then again, I could now I use the right term, not microscope. But then again, you could use a telescope if it's fully flat and use one of the best telescopes to look, for example, 100 kilometers far away. Wouldn't you?
And not see something. I'm just asking. Yeah, you're saying, well, I will not see something, so not seeing is a proof of
No,
something.
but if the flat is Earth, you should see, for example, between Africa and Europe, you could go to any point of Africa, use one of the best telescopes that are here in the world, which can observe very far away stars.
But AI already went over all
Oh,
that.
you can't do that, dude.
Oh.
Why?
You can't see horizontally. You can't see past like 350 miles, dude. So whatever you're looking at has to be less than 350 miles.
Wasn't it that the 350 miles is related to the observation of light or something with our human eyes?
No. Pay attention for a second. Just kill your brain. Go on relax mode and just listen. Okay. The atmosphere itself is made of matter, right? It has gases in it, like oxygen, nitrogen. It has particulates. These things have effect on light. Now, the cumulative effect of miles and miles of atmosphere is that eventually the light from any source will not be able to penetrate it. It becomes opaque. The atmosphere particulates dither the light to the point where it can no longer continue, and you looking from your end, no matter how powerful of a device you have, will not receive light because there's no light reaching you. Does that make sense?
Because you say that the light is obstructed by all the particles, as you explained.
Yeah.
It's like a slow, soft, stopping wall which we can't see.
Correct, and they describe this. I'm going to give you a name, and I'm pretty sure this is the technical name for it. It's the Rayleigh extinction coefficient. So they have this formula that you can apply, and it'll tell you when there'll be no more light making it through, essentially as if it's a brick wall.
Rayleigh extinction coefficient. Yeah, I found it.
Different citations will tell you a different amount. Some will tell you 300 miles, some 320, some 350.
I think you're
That's why
saying
I can't give you a general.
Optical extinction coefficient or molar extinction coefficient. How strongly a substance absorbs light at a given wavelength per molar concentration.
Yeah, and if you search long enough with terms like the atmosphere or visibility or something, you'll find sources that explain particular how these affect the atmosphere.
Just like water.
I will definitely
Like water.
read into it and watch the video which were posted into the chat. But reading what the past guys, I just have to say here, when they honestly listen and come back later and you hear the oh fuck change of tone in their voice. I didn't change anything yet. I believe that there's still a lot of stuff where you don't have an answer. I still believe it. But first of all, it's always
What's an answer help you with? without a demonstration.
What do you mean?
But anyway, so you know what I mean? Like if I say the answer to that's 1.
No. I'm just saying that the guy Savage, what he wrote.
He's being a dick. You're cool, man.
Yo, Kurosh, where in Germany are you from?
Close to Dortmund.
Boah, krass, Alter.
Home. But let's keep it in English, huh? Or you want to start to speak German?
I just wanted to ask because I noticed your accent.
My accent is strong as fuck German. Yeah. But believe me, in German, I would be way more eloquent and easier to prove my point, which is not to prove a point that the Earth is round or flat or whatever, but to prove that it's like it's a perfect topic to.
There's
And
a
I'm
lot
just
of stuff.
no. I will just say it once, and you can disagree or agree. But I don't want to debate. Everybody has their own opinion. But in my opinion, if we have a word, it doesn't matter what shape or form. But if we can go out and open the door and see what we are seeing, nobody can change it currently. Like maybe in future with AI and glasses that they put on our faces and pretend that we are
Right.
like
They
Matrix.
can't change what we physically measure or see. You're
No.
right.
Yeah.
But remember
So
this. When he was explaining the air, remember water works kind of the same way. Like when divers go underwater, even on the sunny day when the sun's right above the water you went down in, if you go deep enough, it's black. So the water, and and the air do the same thing. It's just a differential of like how many times, right?
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, Demo, because I wanted to go to a different point. I'm going to challenge you and everybody else who's listening, including AI. I'm going to challenge you that you're good in your topic with flat Earth and round Earth and this topic. But if I were to ask you now, if you could name me any personalities, any organizations, groups which are behind the scenes leading the puppets, which are
The
our
CIA,
politicians. Not on
the
no. That's
FBI, and the
basic,
Department of
very
Defense.
basic. I don't. CIA.
The
All these.
CIA, the
Wait 1
FBI,
second.
and the
No.
Department of Defense.
No. Go to the roots. Not the FBI,
The
CIA.
CIA,
No.
the FBI,
No.
and the
World
Department of
Order.
Defense.
No.
New
Even
World
not
Order.
that. No.
Yeah.
New World Order.
I can give you one root example, but I'm waiting to see if anyone names them. But if not, I can see that, for example, you spent your time in flat Earth and round Earth, but you didn't go to find other humans which are
You
the
must
same
not
like
have been
you.
to the military. The Department of Defense runs it all. I said the DOD, Department of
I've been to the German
All right, can we
military for
calm
2 years.
down? Hold on,
Yeah.
friends. Hold on a second. Can we calm down and let our guest here finish his sentence for goodness
Yes.
sakes?
If
All right,
anyone
finish
can,
your sentence, homie.
if anyone wants to attempt, you can try to name one, and at the end, I will give you one example of a few more where you can see that they have special rights which even FBI and no other organization have in this world, and they have a space in this earth where no law is applicable to them, and they have the freedom which none of you and me have.
Germany?
Yeah.
It's the Jews, dude.
No, not enough of an answer. It's generalization. You didn't go to the roots, man.
Zionist Jews.
No.
What's going
What
on,
is
man?
this?
Just say your thing. Just say your
No.
thing.
So nobody comes up with it, right? So we can agree that none of you tried to find the
I
roots
already
of
told
the
you.
humans.
Say
Oh,
it.
no, humans, families, tribes, whatever you want, but nothing physical out of there with flat Earth or nothing. Just other humans who are exploiting each other, and you didn't find one of the most important.
We don't know.
Truly,
Just what are you saying? Just stop.
How come you don't know?
Because I don't
come?
know what you're thinking.
Yeah,
Just
but
say
wait,
it.
how come you never tried to search for maybe those which are in German greifbar? I don't know the English word for it.
I don't know German.
But
Reachable.
reachable, something
It's America.
where you
The
have it
untouchable?
reachable. Yeah, where you have it reachable. That's something
All
reachable.
right, hold on, friend. Hold on a second.
Jews, dude.
Hold
The
on.
Jews are
Hold
like
on.
visible.
Holy crap,
Jews
dude. You
is
already said that's not
100%.
the answer.
Jews is
You already said
100%
that wasn't the answer,
generalization.
dude.
It's a very easy answer to say Jews. There's no name behind it, no individual, no laws, nothing. It doesn't come.
Jesuits.
It's a surface. Jesuits is a surface.
Just
Okay,
say
so
your
what
damn
is
thing.
Okay, so now,
what is the
okay,
core?
okay, wait. I send it now to you, and look at it. What rights they have, and what they don't have, and ask yourself why you never heard of them.
I don't know if I never heard of
I
it
was the
yet.
closest
The
with
who?
Jesuits.
Holy crap, dude!
I will send.
It's a
I will
fun
send.
history game, but
That descended into absolute retarded chaos. Okay.
Why is
I
it
want to know
absolute
how many
chaos?
marbles are in there. Somebody's got the right number. How many marbles are in his jar? Guess.
What's in the box? Tell us.
This is not the actual, but if you look into it, what this organization is, I can tell you they have two pieces. They have two pieces of land on this flat or round Earth. It's considered extraterrestrial. They are not part of any organization. They have their own currency. They have their own passport, and nobody in this world, even FBI and CIA, can do anything against them. And it's a clan of roughly 10,000 people. And you mentioned FBI and CIA. There's Galen. Search the name Galen. I will type it here. Search Galen. He was a Nazi working for Hitler, and when the war was lost, he was in America and built up CIA or FBI, whichever. But he was also a member of this organization.
Well, Galen Windsor, the guy who drank and ate like the.
Why do you think they went after Hitler that hard?
No, well, don't ask me about question about Hitler. I'm asking you why you never knew about this organization and their members, and that they have this special right. They're not relevant. They're not relevant.
Why didn't we know about what?
Okay. I'm asking you. If you make a group, like let's say your Earth flat group is 10,000 people, and you would like to have a place on this Earth where no law of all these international globalization organizations could come and get you, then you would be powerful. Could you get it? Could you get it?
You would be the lawmaker.
Or you could own all the media.
If you had your passport or if your currency, honestly, man.
Dude, just chill for a second, dude. If a superpower wanted to nuke them off the face of the world, they would. Now, what's the first rule of power?
It depends. You can say it is energy, it is war, it's military, it's money, it's religion.
No.
He who has power makes the rules.
It is the power. It's the power of depth.
Yeah, there's an answer. There's a specific answer. The specific answer is be unknown. So if you think you know who the power player is, you're wrong.
No, but they are very
defeatist right there.
No, but these guys, they're ruling of this tribe. 3 or 4 of them, they were popes of the Vatican. Of course, behind them, there's something which I agree with you. They are like,
sure.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Would you say?
Yeah, I get where. Don't get me wrong, dude. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, and I'm asking you: is it more useful to go and try to find the flat or round Earth, or is it easier to go behind these guys and ask them what kind of rights do they have that since 1,400 years they can't be touched by anyone?
You answered the question, dude. Listen, friend, I'm going to put it to you like this, and hopefully everyone will be calm. Okay? You said that they have exclusive rights, they have exclusive power, exclusive privilege, even to the disregard of other elite superpowers. So,
yes.
The only way to influence them is to have an upswelling of people who are disenfranchised with the status quo that are willing to act outside of the paradigm. And in order to do that, you need allegiance to the paradigm shattered. And nothing shatters allegiance to a global paradigm like shattering the idea of a retarded giant floating globe.
I mean, they were ruling when there was a flat Earth officially, like.
But I can tell you
there is the like the story of the creation of the globe, who created it, for what purpose. You'll find a lot of like symbolism in the creation, a lot of funny numbers that these same militia, these same Jesuits, these same whomever you're gonna bring up, they seem to use these Masonic symbols in the globe geometry. So you will find the origins of whoever's behind the lie in the lie. They leave their little fingerprints.
You say you
Well-
find it in the flat Earth?
Well, according to the Bible, the god of this world is Satan. In 2 Corinthians 4:4 it says, Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who do not believe. They are unable to see the glorious light of the good news. They do not understand this message about the glory of Christ, who is the exact likeness of God. So Satan is the one who makes the people blind. Satan has the power to deceive all nations.
I believe truly that there is some power or individual. I don't see it more an individual. I see it more like a power of the devil, which is controlling a lot of stuff. Definitely.
Well, now go outside into the world and tell the people Satan controls the world.
No, I'm not saying this phrase.
One second. They will look at you as you're crazy or stupid.
Of course, because they're brainwashed.
You gotta understand is the greatest trick the devil has ever pulled is to convince the world that he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
See, the true power is the
True power is that when I run up your trap, leave you hogtied.
And
the true the true power who rules darkness, right? Which I'm not saying that this is
What if that's not
good,
true?
right?
What if the liar
God
is
the true power?
What if the true power is the
Ultimately,
darkness?
yes, obviously, the creator
What
of
if the
heaven and
true
earth.
power is the darkness, and then the lion
Bro, no,
power is the
bro,
light?
shut up, bro.
But you gotta understand, Satan has free will, just like us, right? So
Satan is the light bringer. You said the true light or whatever. What does that? I
No,
mean,
you gotta listen. I said he is the ruler of darkness. He is the.
how
he
is
the
Satan the
one.
ruler of darkness when he's the shining one? He's the Wabash.
Is it Lucifer
The
as
shining
well?
bright light.
Satan?
The shining one, the electricity, the lightning. Lucifer.
Okay.
Lucifer, illuminated, Lu.
Yeah. To make it short, I think what is
lunar,
better is
the moon,
is
lit
just
up.
to listen to this. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Who is the ruler
No, that just
even
means
of the air?
weirdos. Yeah, but the people who write books. The people who write books and tell you what some fucking thing that is doing or telling you that you got to do or do.
Well,
That's who you're being ran by. Some weirdos.
There's a logical fallacy out of that argumentation. If someone would write that book and then this very book exposes the people who want to have control
How many books are there?
Darkness.
Which book do I choose?
So you do you want to listen to what I have to say, or you just want to?
I think all books are written by God. Dr. Seuss and Mark Twain, all of them.
No.
Demo, are you trolling?
Book.
I don't know what is going on.
No, I'm saying if a man writes something in a fucking book, who's to say that's any other than that man?
Also Satan can use.
Yeah, but Clay, can we
one second. Satan can use people to distract from the very point someone else is trying to make, so you don't listen to that guy anymore.
Yeah, you're right, buddy. You're right.
Yeah, but Clay,
kind of like hold on a second, where we clearly demonstrated that the Earth is flat and stationary, and then we had to go into this whole rigmarole about who's really in power.
I wanted to just say this one. Let me please. I wanted to say, Clay, you shifted from flat Earth to religion, and this wasn't my intention because religion is also a tool to control the people.
See, there you have it. They're all behind it.
You don't need to go from one.
Hold on, Clay. Hold on, Clay. Hold on. So I'm going to rebuke this other sucker. I'm going to rebuke this other sucker. So you started it, friend, and not by bringing up the topic you brought up, but by bringing it up in the context of I know something you don't know, and you brought this spirit out of everybody else. Okay, so you're to blame.
No. You're not as in. I wanted to prove my point.
Devil.
AI. My initial point when I came into this room was that I say that the energy which we could use to fight something which we can see, which are other humans, is being distracted. For example, in this topic, whereas I ask what is the difference whether it's flat or round. We cannot change the physical world where we live in.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah. So that's all,
So
and
check this out.
We can't.
I
Check
wanted
this
to
out.
prove it with this one.
Yeah, we can't change
I'll
the physical
answer it.
world. We
I'll
can only
answer it.
change the. Yeah, I agree with you. You know, we can't change the
Right.
physical world, but
Right.
we
But the
can.
same.
Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. What? Yeah, we can't change the physical world. It's just about the perception, right? So we're altering perception. That is interesting. That's
Well,
all.
that's yes, but that's neither here nor there because his actual context here is if we can't do anything about the nature of the earth, but we can do something about our interaction with humans, then we should be compelled in some manner to give a crap about these dudes in Malta or whatever the heck. But here's the problem. The same apathy that applies to people about the earth, where they say, what does it matter if the earth is flat or round? I still have to go to work. I still have to pay my taxes. You could tell
I
them
didn't say. I
about this
didn't
elite
say.
group of people. I don't care. I'm giving my example.
Okay.
Thanks. I don't need to be interrupted. So I'm telling you, after being in this community for the better part of the decade, that the majority of people who don't care to do anything won't care if the earth is flat or round, and they also could care less if their lives are controlled by an elite group of people. Let me tell you why. Because they have the same sentiment, which is I, in my life, still have to pay my taxes, still have to go to work, still have to change the baby, all of these things. So they could give two craps less, except with interest and curiosity about this elite group of people that live somewhere else in the world. They don't care. They're not going to do anything about it. You have to motivate them to care.
I agree with what you say. I'm just not sure about the latter part. Did you say that I'm one of those that don't care about anything except to find those people, or what did you say?
Holy man, you got a real hard time paying attention, bro.
No, it's just that it's not my first language, and I wasn't sure what you said at the end.
All right. I'll give you a
just
mulligan on that one. So
no,
what I'm saying
it's
is
fine.
that
And I
here's
think
what.
I
Oh no,
understand.
just chill. No, I'm going to say it again, dude, for the benefit of all the intellectually and hearing impaired and the blind. So what I said is that many people don't care about topics because they're apathetic, because their general lives aren't going to be affected in their view about the knowledge of either the earth being flat or round or the knowledge of any particular group that's in charge. Like they just go about their daily lives. They really don't care about the greater things that play in the world. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't misunderstand you. And this topic, I agree 100% with you, but I don't care about this whole mask. Like, if for example anyone wants to get their hundreds booster in the next pandemic, which is directed by Bill Gates, whatever, they can do whatever they want. I don't care about those people. Why?
Stop. No, do not talk about this. I think we're live on YouTube.
You're live on YouTube?
Dude.
Yes.
What the fuck?
And you know, the problem is we can't talk about that topic. Nothing medicine.
Yeah, we can't talk about the previous. Fuck,
yeah,
I didn't
we can't
notice
talk
we're on
about
YouTube.
it. Yeah.
How many views do you have?
All right, move on.
No,
Move
I
on.
I need to check your YouTube channel. Wait.
Appreciate your precise answer there, AI.
Oh no, isn't he like?
Dude, we have. Let me tell you, friend. Let me.
Oh no, isn't he like?
Yeah, but he asked. So let's answer him. We have multiple streams that have existed for the better part of the decade, of which we have hundreds of thousands of accumulated views. We stream on Twitch. We have events on Twitter, now known as X. We have all kinds of stuff going on, Holmes.
Okay. So, did you understand my point, AI, when I asked about whether you know maybe some very influential families or elite groups that are not known in the media, and most people in the world don't know them, but they're very well here on this flat or round Earth, and they are benefiting from the exploitation of other people through laws which were in place since centuries ago, and they are still today valid, and they're untouchables.
It's not a bad point, bro.
Why do they want to conceal that the Earth is flat, though? Like, what are they gaining from that?
Bro, don't you see what he's telling you, bro? It's empty speculation because you're never going to know which group controls it, but you can know it's flat. You can measure it flat.
Don't
Who
you
is it?
see where there's
Did
more
you listen to
facilities?
the previous conversation? Were you there?
I don't think you listened, dude.
Like
You,
what?
you, you still
Like
think,
what do they get out of concealing that the
hold on,
Earth
bro.
is flat?
You still think chasing after some Masonic people is going to be somehow better than working out that it's flat and
No,
measuring it
no.
flat?
Masonic people, they are not important.
The
They are
fucking sovereign Malta people are Masons, dude. You're just talking about
no,
Masonic different
no.
groups.
They are definitely not Freemasons, bro.
Whatever, dude. The point is you should be measuring it flat, not speculating over which Masonic group
Okay,
reigns
so
power.
Freemasons have their own currency, their own.
Shut the fuck up. Stop with the fucking deviation, dude. Listen to what I'm telling you. It's more
Okay, I'm listening
important
to
to
you.
work
What are
out
you
that it's
telling
flat
me?
than it is to
Let's
speculate
not
about which group
escalate.
runs it
Okay,
all.
so the Earth is flat. I
Let's
listen
not
to you.
escalate.
There you go. Wake up. That's it.
Oh, I woke up. I
Good
feel
boy.
so good. Tomorrow I
Good
go out
boy.
and I find this
That's
flat
a
Earth.
good German.
Yes.
That's a good
Yes.
German. Good boy.
Yes.
Let's not escalate. I think Kuro, he has not bad intentions. You know, this German guy doesn't have bad intentions at all. I
No,
think.
listen. He has. He's definitely paid attention. He's hearing it.
No,
But go
I'm
ahead.
saying bad. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Sorry.
No, he just misdirected and he thinks chasing after some sovereign knights of Malta is better off than working out with
Yeah,
geography.
but it's not like that. I think he just see what you gotta realize. Maybe he has no one that he can talk about this with, or maybe he just wanted to, you know, see. Okay, is there some other people who also see that there's something wrong with the world? You know, I don't think he intentionally tries to like get away from the topic at hand or whatnot. You know, it's
His intentions are irrelevant, bro. Really are irrelevant. The fact is, he thinks
Grizzly, I need to ask
these
you.
Masonic
Since when
groups
do
are
you?
somehow more important.
Since when do you listen to me? Since when do you listen to me? Since 5 minutes?
Yeah, 4 minutes too much. I listen to you.
Okay, okay, very good. So shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, yeah.
Listen, I don't think it's unimportant what you're putting out, but like as a like foundationally, what you're arguing, Karash, is that there are some people, right, who have special privileges and they dictate to the world how we perceive and operate within the world for their benefit, and then there's other people who just won't wake up to the obvious truth that we are being deceived and we're being used, and that can apply in all sorts of aspects.
Exactly.
And yes, and can apply towards all sorts of topics, and I don't think it's unimportant. It's just some people think it's more foundational to go to the root of the lie to see how they are.
But it's important
controlling
to
people.
work out what they're lying about before
And
who's
no
doing
thanks,
the
no
lying.
thanks, and no thanks. Which one is more reachable for you, for example, or for me, for any other human, reachable?
The flat Earth is more reachable. Yeah,
More
That's
reachable.
right.
I can do it in the backyard. I can to show you
Exactly.
that
The flat
that
Earth is
level
more
is not
reachable.
true.
That's right.
That's what I was.
It's the
That's what I was
only. It's
initially.
the only. Like quote unquote. Conspiracy theory that is based on facts. Like basically, if you're a conspiratard, this is the only like gateway drug to actual facts.
Yeah, you can prove. You can decisively and conclusively prove something. I mean, and you may be right for sure about these, Malta organization in Jerusalem, who, with the Romans, et cetera, et cetera. It's not that's not true. It's just that it may be, it may be not. They could change their mind. They can change their action at any moment, but they can't. They can't change the water level from establishing horizontal. And then
going into intentions, why are they doing this? This is just like neither here or there. Who cares why? I mean, the fact is, you've got a dead body lying there. Why was he killed is irrelevant.
Yeah, and then you have the effects that Kurov is saying. Well, listen, this has an effect, and that's true. Like if there's controllers who are, creating a disproportional wealth, which is happiness, which is freedom, which is all these things, restraining your freedom. That's important too, because there's consequences and it has an effect.
May I?
So does this topic? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So you want to be able to stick to the things that you can 100% prove. And during this information age, you can pretty much confirm any bias or any kind of research that you want to do. You can confirm it. somehow, some way, there's some thread out there that's thought the same thing as you, and then there's an opposing thread to it. So you don't have enough information to definitively say one way or the other who's in control, but you can 100% prove that the Earth is flat.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it is a deep question. Like, who's in control? Am I in control of my own behavior? And ultimately, I am responsible for my own behavior. And if I'm
But
going to blame it on somebody else, I mean,
but with you,
I can do that.
no thanks, in your or the other ones, in with your assumptions that if you prove and it's widely known that the Earth is flat and not round, it would automatically make these wealthy individuals, families, elite group gangs, whatever, lose their power. They would automatically become irrelevant.
Well, yeah, well, I actually could say that. I could
No,
say
bro,
that
they
if
will only lose their power if enough people wake up and stop abiding by the rules these people are setting. So that requires minds to be changed, and that's going to require them to realize the Earth's flat.
If these same guys of power, right, they made themselves known, and they said, listen to me, I know what I'm talking about. The Earth is a diamond. You're going to laugh them off. You're going to say, you have no credibility. You're detached from reality. Do not invest in these minds. They're demented. I mean, yeah, for sure.
So
That would
if
be the
my
case.
statement is that I don't believe that they would allow, even if the masses wake up due to realization that the flat is Earth, they wouldn't allow you to take control of this world?
Or what is the world? I just want to control myself. I don't want to control the world.
Yeah, but how would you try to control yourself? You say didn't you say, not you as in you, didn't the flat Earth say if people wake up to the flat Earth, then the whole concept that foundation will collapse? Because they've been lying to us.
That could be the consequence. Then they would be known as liars, right? That if I can prove, right, which we can do, we can prove, like, quote unquote, Earth is flat, which really just means that level is horizontal, and we don't live on a spinning, orbiting globe.
Yeah, but
In the vacuum of
no
space.
thanks. You have to
Right.
imagine. You know how many centuries it had to pass, and due to technology, that we are even able to discuss this without having any currently without having any fear that someone will knock at our door and try to come and get us into gulag or whatever, or even try to kill us. Because during the past century, during the past 500,000, 1,000, 2,000 years, so many people have died just because they dared to question something which was implemented into this earth by the elite. Agree or don't you agree?
That can be the case. Sure. You're talking about a cage. Yeah, you can be put in a cage. Yeah.
Because I'm in Germany, but my parents, they come from Iran, and I have been a couple of times to Iran, and I can tell you, even USA, America, Europe, we live on a paradise. But a lot of countries where these fucking disgusting elites are ruling, you don't have any freedom. You don't have any freedom at all. It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is round. It really doesn't matter.
Well,
You just
maybe,
get fucked by the elites. You just get fucked by the elites.
Well, the question would be, what are the means of control? Like, is it food? They control the food. They control the water. They control the space, the area. Well, if
Money.
again, like money. I mean, value
Exactly.
system.
And no
Or how
thanks.
does but the money is just a value system based on finite availability. So now, if the
It
Earth,
is
quote unquote,
infinite availability because now they establish a system where they can use the electronic computer to give you a couple of digits in your bank account or in their bank account without anyone controlling them because they
okay,
built up the banking system. But it doesn't matter about this one. I'm saying that if we take for granted that it's the flattest Earth and everybody wakes up tomorrow, we're gonna say, oh yeah, no, we don't let us control anymore by you guys. What do you think will happen? Of course, they will fight
yeah.
back. They will
I don't
fight.
know, maybe, right, but this is the thing. You got to look at what they're using to control you. If you say it's money, which is a value system based on what do you think is valuable, meaning what you need to survive and live in a free life, right? So then they would use obviously the space, right? Saying, well, listen, we only have this much space, we only have this much water, we only have this much food, you only have this much, et cetera, et cetera.
Shelter.
Now, if, like, I'm just saying, this is just an if the Earth is not a globe with a finite radius of 3959 with finite material, right? If all you have to do is walk outside, put a seed in the ground, water falls from the sky, and you have food, and we don't have to go to a grocery store, you're then freed from just one part of what they're using to
Yeah,
enslave you.
but the enslavement, they fought exactly against mankind to reach the current point which they achieved. Because back in the days, as you said, you could be your own landowner and just do whatever the fuck you want without anyone knocking at your door and asking for tax. But they changed the whole world completely.
Yeah,
And now
they convinced us all that these things are finite and that
Scary.
we don't know anymore.
Well, they convinced you that.
Understand our own. We can't understand what our senses tell us. We can't trust ourselves, and we need to trust the authority.
Yeah.
There's a huge problem with this whole scenario, brother. Let me explain. It's very simple. The majority of people are absolutely inept at taking care of themselves. If it wasn't for societal structure, infrastructure, and police and more and all of this structure that we have, they would be like zombies. They would be pillaging, raping, coming to your farm that you built and trying to kill you to take your food because they don't know how to grow it themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from the elite's point of view, they're doing humanity a favor by controlling them, right? Because the truth is, whether you want to accept it or not, I'm telling you, and you can trust me or not trust me, it's fine. But human history has bore out that the majority of people don't know what the heck they're doing, and it would devolve into chaos if the structures that they rely on were taken away.
100%. Yes,
Yep.
I agree. Yeah.
So what do you do?
Written out facts. There,
Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't think we
But I just disagree with the negative connotation
You
you're
can't do
attaching to structure.
Listen,
You
dude.
said that
What
they could
happened? What
disagree with
happened?
you if they wanted.
Okay,
You said it.
let's stop it. Yes, that's fine. Now let's go to the brass tacks. When Katrina happened, okay. Now I want to be clear here, and I hope no one interrupts me because that really set me off. When Katrina happened, the people who were involved with Katrina were part of the contiguous United States. That means they could have gone to another area, survived, gone to another area, and made fine. But a lot of them stayed there. And what did they do? They took advantage of other people. They pillaged. They robbed. This was an event which wasn't even durational. In other words, what I mean by that is it's going to pass. And you know it's going to pass. The floodwaters are going to recede. Eventually, FEMA's going to come back. Eventually, the businesses are going to rebuild. These people went into absolute chaos for only a short period of time. So if the entire infrastructure was removed, dude, that type of microcosm would be exacerbated across the land.
Bro, that was a minority
This
of people
idea that people are just going to kumbaya, it doesn't matter.
Wait. AI,
Most people are not doing that.
AI, are you talking to me now or in general to everybody?
I'm talking in general, dude.
Okay, because I wanted to say that I'm not against a structural like a good organization which is like there to keeps the humans in order, because I know, and you know it yourself, and most of us know, that humans, they need some sort of laws and rules in order not to become retards that fuck each other. I fully agree with this one. The issue becomes if you have a lineage of an elite of humans that are part of us, but they themselves have an absolute power, infinite power that they can use and take in order to take advantage of all other people. It is an issue. And that's what I'm saying. I don't like.
I know, bro, but think about it. Where do they get that power? They get that power from a knowledge differential. That's how they get the power. If you had the same knowledge
say
as them,
knowledge. You say knowledge.
you wouldn't be
Grizzly.
Stop talking. Let me finish my point.
No.
So if you let me finish. So if you had the same knowledge about the world as they do, that is flat, you would be far less disadvantaged. You would be more empowered not to be controlled. You would be more in self-control at that point. You see why information, knowledge is what gets you power, you see.
Yeah, they're not going to deal with some weirdo that says, look at me, I swear I'm spinning as I stand still.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question. How many people in a given population are utterly and helplessly dependent on the system, percentage-wise?
Do you think?
In which in all
50. At
countries
least
or
this election it was like what was it, like 48%? Yeah, so 48%.
Well, that's not how
There's a
you
very
measure it.
telling. There's a
It's not
very
an electoral.
telling.
It's got to be like
I would say
95.
95% and above.
Oh, wait. Are you
I
talking
would
Yeah,
say
So there's
80%.
disabled
99.
people? Or?
Whoa. Yeah, that's back.
well, just anybody, dude. Anybody. So they're without the means. They're without the means, will, or opportunity or knowledge to be able to sustain their life without the system.
Well, all the kids.
And I'm literally made. I was just let me change that real quick. I literally mean not their standard of living. I mean their very life. That they will die. They will literally die.
Yeah, there's the children right off the bat, right? Like the children. That's one. One
I
mother
don't
and
think
father
that's what he
have three
means. I
children.
mean, children could be taught stuff. Like, the majority of people wouldn't know what the frig to do, and they would start eating each other.
Yep. I want to
But
give you.
they'll
I want to give
literally
you guys some
die.
food for thought here.
You guys are misunderstanding
Yeah,
it.
where do you put the
Misunderstanding human
percentage?
nature. You think it's the human condition automatically. It's not.
What's that? Re-say what you said because you said it way too fast. No one heard you.
The human nature is not the same as the human condition. You're talking about the human condition when they're going to eat each other and hurt each other. That's the human condition. Human nature is what most people have, which is to help each other, not to hurt each other. So whether it's Katrina or any other thing, it's only a minority of people that are psychopathic, not the majority.
But that's fine. Let's say that's true. But then you also have to have the ability and the knowledge to execute that help in an efficacious manner, right? So, for example, if everything goes to crap and your city breaks down, right? And within the city, there's no means of agriculture. You only have shipments, right? There's no means of sewage. So you're basically going to be crapping in a can or in the water supply, right? There's actually been studies done on some of this. In fact, there was a guy commissioned in the United States in particular to do a threat assessment for a complete shutdown of the electrical system to include sub-electrical systems. And what I mean by that is not just the power structure, like the power lines, but also things that run on power that would be damaged. And you know what he said? He said within the first day, if the power immediately went off, 30 million people would die because they're presently in need of power to stay alive. He then said, over the next 3
They're going to become
months.
savages, bro. Doesn't mean they're going to start eating each other because they're desperate. That doesn't mean that, does it?
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Over the next 3 months, 70 million more people will die. Now, I want you to guess the reason why he said they would die. If you can guess it, I'll be impressed. Go ahead.
Yeah, these are just speculations, bro. Doesn't mean he's not right necessarily. So
Too much sex. They fuck themselves.
Who cares,
I want
dude?
to know.
No.
The water. The water is going to be contaminated.
This is the answer. You got it, dude. These people are too ignorant to be able to even manage their own feces and piss, let alone stay alive.
I know, in my experience, when you remove government,
die in the first day. That doesn't make any sense. How's that going to happen? All those people in the first day.
In my experience, if you remove government,
elderly people, nursing homes, hospitals, that's what he meant. Like, once the power's off and you can't breathe anymore, you're dead.
Yeah, but in my experience, if you remove government from a community, the community gets better every time.
There's people,
Really?
machines that run on electricity to keep them alive. They're in a coma or whatnot. They're gonna die.
Yeah, but they're not going to become savages, though. They might die, but they're not going to become savage and serial killers. No, they're not going to do that.
I just have a question for AI.
Look,
you say water would be a cause that people kill each other over, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh,
I said in this report that was commissioned by the U.S. government for this particular type of threat against the homeland, the guy investigating looked at all the logistical systems, all the infrastructure systems, all the power systems all these things, and he was trying to find the impact that would have on different people. And he basically said, instantly or within the first day, approximately 30 million people would die. And he got that figure from that's how many people's lives directly depend on the present technology at the moment.
Bro, is it
So they would
possible that
die very
government
quickly.
report?
Okay.
Is it possible that government report you're sourcing is actually propaganda by the very people we're criticizing? So, is it possible?
Of course.
Of course, yeah. But you
Yeah, but
said something
it's
about water.
speculation, isn't it?
Did
We
I
don't know that
misspeak?
would happen. Just speculation.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Okay, dude, we can
Shit
say that
water.
about
Shit water.
anything.
Water
The moral of
with
the story
shit.
was. The more of the story was is how many people don't know actually how to sustain themselves, and they themselves, even if they themselves would be good natured, they need a leader, somebody to step in and help them, who has the knowledge, the will, the ability, the charisma, and the leadership. So they'd essentially be exchanging one regime for another. And usually, guess what? Usually, this is what happens: is they do this to a society for the purpose of regime change.
Bro, do you know the difference between a leader and a ruler?
I don't think that's the point.
Like you said,
That is the point. Because
Grizzly,
it's going to be
human
the same
nature.
regime. No, if there's a leader, that's going to be different to if there's a ruler. Different regime.
I mean, the bottom line is people can live like 30 days without food, but you can't live more than 3 days without water.
No one denied that. I'm just denying the notion that they're going to become savages as soon as there's no food. That's not the case with humans.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Well,
is.
yeah. Are you sure about that?
I am sure because human nature is more stronger than the human condition. Yeah, so I'm sure.
When I get sick, dude, I am not.
When your baby's starving to
I'm not
death, you'll do
helpless. I'm a
anything to
little
feed them.
baby. I'm flopping around on the bed. I'm
The
like,
baby's starving to
somebody
death. You're not just
feed
going to go
me. I'm
murder
not a
people. You're going to
savage.
go and
I'm
get
like
food legally.
I'm the most
Can we have
helpless
some
person ever.
mic discipline a little bit so we can hear each other? I mean,
Sorry.
If you're
I was
starving
just giving
kids,
I was giving the example that when I'm starving, hungry, and sick, I am not a savage at all. I'm laying in the bed, I'm flopping around. I'm like, oh my, I need somebody save me, or I will die. I might die from the common cold in this bed, right? Within the next few days. I'm not a savage.
exactly, but you're not going to become a serial killer in
Yeah,
your
but
hope to
you've
survive,
probably
are you?
you've never actually been starving before. You've been hungry, but you've never actually been starving to death. I think that's the thing. Like,
Have
no,
you,
I haven't.
sir?
I've never.
There you
No, I
go.
have
So
not.
there you go.
But the thing
again,
is,
it's to do with the condition, like Grizzly said, like a zombie apocalypse. Your son is dying from some disease. You have to get him this medicine. You would kill someone for it.
No, you
In
wouldn't. No,
that
you just get
scenario,
it
which is
legally.
a
No, you just get it
condition. It's a
legally. You just trade
condition.
for it. You
It's
wouldn't
not.
murder somebody. No.
Yeah.
But
at that point,
like you said, it's
legally, dude.
shit.
Yeah, I know because we all have
I'm just saying.
God's morals in our hearts, so we all know what's right and wrong. We don't
Yeah.
need government.
Nature
Yeah, we
versus
all
condition,
do,
like you
right?
said.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, we all have God's morals on our heart.
We
Yeah,
all
we don't need
do.
government. I know. Yeah.
Well,
morals go out the
whatever you
window
want
when
to
you're
call it.
starving to death.
No, they don't. God's laws don't.
So
No.
that's why in the areas, so in the United States, in the areas in which they relinquished a lot of the rules, punishments, sanctions, and all of these stuff, crime actually increased.
I know,
Where
but this
there
is
is
more
no
government
God.
statistics I'm giving up. Yeah?
Almost like those people immediately took advantage of the strictures being loose to
The
exercise their
minority did,
rights
yeah.
instead of a minority.
No, human
Hey, can you
condition
repeat
Majority are
that?
good, yeah.
versus nature.
Yeah. Hold on
Majority
a
people are
second,
good,
dude.
yeah.
If you put
I would agree.
because of human
I would agree,
nature.
but the problem is, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, whatever condition you put humans in, they'll act a certain way, but their nature is not to do that. It's the condition that causes them to act that certain way, and it's predictable. I mean, that's why I would say and agree with the fact that humans need structure. For example, they need laws to live in a societal
Yeah, they already have laws given by
environment.
God. They already have laws. They don't need another
Exactly.
government
Well,
imposing them laws.
you want to call it God, whatever. I mean, people disagree on that.
We don't
but
need a
I'm just
government, we need
saying,
God.
yeah, nobody would disagree that the fact humans, by their nature, do need structure and laws to
And they have it.
coexist.
And they have that structure by nature.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, we can disagree on that, but
They
When
do.
do
They
you
have that
disagree on
structure. It's
that,
called
Al? Just what
morality.
happened to
Yeah,
you,
it's called your
buddy?
conscience. It's called your intuition. Yeah, natural.
Are you just taking the position that somebody may disagree, or you suddenly?
I'm saying that
no, yeah,
naturally
exactly.
every
No,
human knows the difference between right and
I
wrong.
myself
Naturally.
believe in a God and God's given rules
And you
and so on.
naturally
But
know what's right and wrong.
yeah,
You naturally know
exactly.
that.
Yeah,
Right? You don't need
yes,
a
I
government
agree,
to tell you that, do
100%.
you? Don't need a police
No,
force to control you, do you?
but well, you still do, in
No, you
essence. I
don't.
mean,
You don't.
because there are people that are not going to abide by
I know there's
God's
a
rules.
minority of
Oh, you
those. Yes,
don't
they're
need it?
broken people.
Sure.
Yes,
Oh, so
minority.
what are we gonna do? Okay, so let's say that's true. Then what are we gonna do about this disobedient minority? What are we gonna do about it?
First, you're going to educate every human on earth that they have to govern themselves and they can't be governed by someone else.
Okay, so now that we've agreed that that's already a foregone conclusion, what are we gonna do with the disobedient?
You're just going to govern
Exactly.
yourself, and as soon as they bother you, you're going to exterminate
All
them.
right. Ah, there you go. So we have to have the ability to exterminate the dissidents, right?
Only if they bother you first.
Right. So what if you don't have the power to do anything about it and they can bother you with greater force? Then what?
You do have the power to do something about it because you're self-governing now. You said that was a given, so now you're
No,
self-governing.
no, dude. I just laid it out for you. Why is it that you can't engage with a hypothetical? Why? What's wrong with
I'm
you?
engaging with it. You said it's a given that we're
No, you're
self-governing
not.
now.
I
Everyone
told
understands
you.
self-government now.
No.
I think the
I
disconnect is
told you
how do you
that.
see self-governing? Is there
Self-governing
No,
means you're going to
I
take God's
don't
laws
care,
with your
dude.
intuition and apply them only
Holy
to
crap.
yourself.
yeah, applying it. How do you apply that
You can
such
apply it only
Okay,
to
dude,
yourself.
that's fine.
Self-governing.
Holy crap,
no,
dude.
listen, self-intuition
No, I'm
is a
not hanging on.
subjective
I'm
matter.
getting the answer to my
Okay.
question, dude. Okay, we already agreed that there's this illusion that everybody's supposed to be self-governing and they've been informed that that's what they should do. We now have a situation where person A is going to be taken advantage of by person B who believes they have a greater force, and let's just say for sake of argument they do. So now what do we do about it?
So
They
person
want
A,
what
he's
you
being
got, they have a
overpowered.
greater force.
If someone is being bullied or they're being physically violated, anyone can stand in and help that person.
Okay.
Well, that doesn't guarantee anything.
And no one ever gave anyone guarantees about anything.
Right, so what we guarantee is that the only way to enforce this utopia is the economy of violence. That's what we've just agreed upon.
No, that's not. That's just going back to the same old problem of government, same old shit.
I would say
Right. So who's
utopia is
gonna execute the violence? Who's gonna be the one to execute
You
the violence?
yourself and your friends and family.
All right. So if your family's weaker than my family, then I'll just self-govern myself and steamroll right over your asses. How about that?
Right, but then all the other people that are good around me, we're going to join forces and destroy you because you're evil to do
No,
that.
they're not. No, they're not. Let me tell you why they're not going to do that. Because they're a bunch of bitch cowards, and they're not going to stand
Only
up
in
to
this
my
world,
power.
full of government. Yeah.
Yeah, Grizzly, why is that not happening right now?
Without the government, they would self-govern. You're saying, well, they're just
Sure
bitches.
thing,
Yeah,
brother.
they're just self-governing
You're
themselves.
La La Land, bro. La La Land.
Yeah,
Bro,
the
if you call them bitches, and they
You're
are,
saying
because they're
the
not governing
self-governing,
themselves.
the
okay,
natural.
Grizzly, hold on a minute. You're
How do you
saying
self-govern someone
self-governance.
else?
You can only self-govern. You can't govern anyone else.
Yeah, the thing
Sure.
that we've
I mean,
implemented is government, right?
I'm just
That
going to
was
give a
something that was
hypothetical here.
that was some that was some.
Shoot,
Are you
man.
talking or hold
Go
on?
ahead. Yeah,
All
go
right.
ahead.
All right. I just wanted to point out, like communism, right, is the naturalistic, thing to employ, right? A leader, right? This is done by people. People did this naturally. They said you should
Communism
be
has
the
rulers,
leader.
by the way,
Yeah,
not
you should be
leaders.
the leader to govern over us and dictate
No,
to us. That
communism
happened
has rulers,
naturally. It
not
did.
leaders.
Yeah, whatever. It happened naturally. That it's just a natural
Not
implication of
naturally.
human
In
nature.
nature, there are leaders, not rulers. Nature doesn't create rulers; it creates leaders.
Well, I just want to
What
point out
country
that's
has
what
a leader?
No country
that's
has
what
a leader. All governments are slave holes full of rulers.
Right.
How did they get there? This by the same
Because a bunch
means
of
of
idiots gave
governing.
up their power to self-govern and allowed other people to govern
Yes,
them.
they did it through the same means that you're saying. The same scenario that everybody's building right now is might is right. They govern themselves and they
Right,
got with
that's
their
wrong.
friends and
Might is not right.
families and they governed and they said we're stronger than them and we're just going to get retribution through
I
violence
know, but
until we
might is
then
right in an
get.
evil thought.
Yeah, Grizzly,
Might is not
nobody's
right.
disagreeing that this is wrong, but this is what eventually will happen if you let
No, it
people
doesn't. It doesn't have
govern
to happen. This is
themselves.
just propaganda now. The human nature
Your
is wrong. You think
solution
it is.
ends up in the same place that
Awesome.
we
No, it
are
doesn't.
All
right
right,
now.
all right, Grizzly,
It is.
Grizzly,
It is.
we got a question. All right, let's settle this with a question. Grizzly, do you have an example of this world that you claim can exist? Do
Yeah,
you have an example?
before the religions arrived, all the natives of all around the world lived in the way I'm telling you, self-governing.
No, they didn't.
They
No,
did.
they didn't,
Stop
dude.
believing
Dude,
Wait.
you,
They
propaganda
didn't
from
have the
early
same
dude,
problems?
Christianity.
dude. Holy crap, dude.
The Indians
Do
were
you know what
enslaving the
kind of?
shit out
You know
of
what?
other
Yeah, they were
tribes.
killing each other, cutting each other's guts out.
That's just propaganda, bro. Stop with that.
Oh yeah, that's no. They were living in peace, bro. Like you expect us to believe that? Get real.
Oh, what you expect me to believe we're living on a flat Earth? Get out of here. Get out of here.
Dude, your
We're not.
evidence.
We're not
Listen to
gonna
me.
go
Listen to
there.
me. Your evidence for something is that the historical record has been falsified. That's your evidence for something that you can't provide.
We already agreed the
Get real,
government are
dude.
lying to us. We already agreed they're lying to us. What are
It
you talking
does.
about?
It doesn't matter. I asked you for proof of this society, and you gave me a skewed, altered history. So you have
I'm
no
telling you that
evidence for what
history.
you're
I'm
claiming.
telling you history is a bunch of lies. You've already agreed with that.
Okay, then. So where's your evidence of this utopia that you claim can exist?
The simple fact that your intuition should detect that humans are not savages. Does your intuition detect that?
So
No.
where is your
Oh my
intuition right
goodness,
That's
now?
dude.
why people
Why?
buy
Hey,
guns, bro.
yeah, that's why
So you're going
people
to
like
believe the
you
same.
get
You're going to believe the
destroyed,
same
dude.
historians. Wait, you're going to believe the same people who tell you evolution is true, the Earth is a globe.
No,
You're
we
going to
don't. We
believe
don't.
those
We don't
people
believe
about
them.
how the natives lived.
We don't believe them. But guess what? Who's in control?
Yeah, well, listen,
I'm just
they
saying the natives were not
exist,
savages.
Grizzly. And
That's just a propaganda story.
Hey,
Yeah,
Grizzly,
dude.
all you're
guys,
saying
Check
is
this
true.
out.
How did we end up in our situation?
Because a bunch of
these
I
these
guys
think
natives
I
who
exist.
think
took
we
over
all
Grizzly.
know
the
the
Come
world
answer.
on,
were
man.
used and enslaved.
I think. All right, I think we all know the answer. That if everything goes to shit, the first thing you're gonna do is worry about arming yourself. One of the first things you're gonna do,
Great, but what you're not
instinctually.
going to do is start murdering
It
innocent
goes.
people. You're desperate.
It,
You're not going to
it
do
goes
that.
back to your original
Wait,
point with
Grizzly. Why?
AI.
Why? Why?
It goes back to your original. Like he's. I mean, listen.
Dude,
It's
no,
having a
no, no,
great.
no, no, dude.
What?
Why would my first instinct be to arm myself if I wasn't afraid of other people that were going to try to take advantage of me?
Probably because
Yeah.
you've been fed with propaganda your whole life and you think everything's out to kill you.
No, Grizzly.
No, it's
He's not
because
talking about
I've
innocent
witnessed.
people.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, he's saying you're gonna go out and kill innocent people. Like what the fuck?
I'm saying you're not going to do that because you're not a savage, because you have human nature
Well,
within you.
exactly. You're protecting yourself against the savage.
There are no
Which is-
savages, dude. There are no
No,
savages.
there
This is
are.
paranoia,
We
dude.
already agreed on that. There are.
Oh, there
You said they
are.
are. Wait,
No
hold on.
savages, dude. There's no savages now. Good grief.
Yeah, he already said. Yeah, minority. So
Exactly. The
that's
majority
how.
are good.
Wait. But that's how crime happens. It doesn't take
crime is done
the
by a
whole.
minority
Wait, let me finish.
Dude,
Yeah,
give
exactly.
people a
Exactly.
break between your response, Grizzly. Let them
Yeah.
formulate a full
Please.
sentence.
Thank you.
Sure,
Yes,
you're
that's
also
exactly
stupid.
how crime happens. It's not something that's perpetuated by the whole of society. It's by the bad bunch, and you need to protect the whole of society from these bad apples, right? How do you do
Only a
that?
minority of people commit these crimes, which means most people are good. Our human nature is good.
Well, that's what we're living in right now. But still, you need some sort of judicial system or
No, you just
a
need
system.
self-governance. No, you just need self-governance. You don't need external
You say that as a word, but you haven't really explained how
I've
that
explained that. So
actually.
self-governance means you're only going to do things which apply to you. You're not going to make any decisions or actions that apply to other people. That would be governing them.
Oh, wait, I'll disagree with that because living in a society is not about yourself. It's
You're not
actually
supposed to be
about
living
the
in this
people.
society. It's a dystopia.
Dude, living in a society is not just about yourself. It's coexistence.
In the
right?
current
That's
society
why
we live in, it's a dystopia. You live amongst strangers who don't care about you. You shouldn't care
that's
about them.
that's the wrong way to live. Like
No, it's the
according to
right
you,
way. You
even.
shouldn't care about strangers. There's just too many of them.
No,
You ain't
you
gonna have time to
should.
care about
You're
them.
living with them. They're
I
your
know, but there's too
neighbors.
many of them to care about them all. So stop caring about strangers.
No, that's the only way actually to coexist. I mean, if you
No,
want
the only way to
you want
coexist is to live with friends and
no,
family.
you want to live
Don't care about
off.
strangers.
Yeah, you want to live off the grid. That's a different
No,
question.
you
But
can
to
live
live
on
in
the
a
grid,
society.
but do it with friends and family, not with strangers.
Okay, I'm done, man. You
I
don't
know
let
you're done.
people
Yeah, all
finish
right. I
their
got a question.
sentence.
I got a question. When you're living with your friends and family, should you be training for the capacity, the will, and the ability and skill to commit violence on the behalf of your family against the small amount of savages that may or may not
Yeah,
come
if
your
you
way?
want, yeah.
Should you or
If
should
you
you
want,
not be doing that?
you can do that if you want, yeah.
No. Well, let me tell you, if you're not doing that, then when the savages come, you're going to lose.
But what makes you think they're going to come necessarily? Is that fear talking? Or?
If you have something worth taking, they will come.
Well, that's just fear talking, isn't it?
It's just
No, that's just
experience, man.
is
No,
what it
no,
is.
it's called sanity talking, dude.
I think it's called propaganda talking, dude.
I've
Yeah,
been, I've been,
sure.
in, pla- I've
They
been
made us all
in,
scared. They've used
I've been in,
fear on us for so long that we're now scared all the time.
I've been in plenty of situations where
Dude, I'm not scared all the time.
I've gotten jumped. I mean, I've gotten in fights at the gym. I mean, this is just happens all the time, man. This is from these unreasonable people who they think that you tapped them on the shoulder. You look, I didn't tap you. It doesn't matter. Now there's a big fight breaking out. This is a real thing
I know,
that
brother, but you
happens.
live in a city full of strangers, full of socioeconomic deprivation. Of course, there's going to be issues.
It's whatever. It's what happens. They
But you
have what
shouldn't
I
be living
want.
amongst
They have
strangers. You
nothing.
should
They
be
want
living
what I
amongst
have.
friends and family. Then you won't have
Yeah,
these issues.
Grizzly, you're saying it's human condition, not nature. But there's
Yeah, it's
always a
human nature to be
condition.
good. It's the
Wait,
human
hold on.
condition to be fearful.
Listen. Let me finish my sentence. I agree with you, but there is always a condition. Do you not disagree? You're saying you want to forgo this condition aspect, like we're gonna live this utopia where no condition exists. There's always going to be a condition.
I'm telling you that you are born with human nature. I'm telling you, every
Yes, but
human is
there's
born
always
with
going to be
human
condition,
nature.
right?
I'm telling you, every human
Always.
is born with good human nature, but then they get conditioned away from that human nature into doing evil, depraved acts. Okay?
And in Egypt, Egypt. I mean, listen, we go through it with these anti-flat earthers all the time, right? Like, there's no reasoning with them. At some point, they've drawn a line in the sand, and there's no reasoning. They're never going to work with you on these things. And if it was up to them, and there was a closed cage where nobody could know what was going to happen in there, and they saw they could easily take you out because you were having a large influence on their, ideal worldview, they would take you out if they had that ability. They would.
That's the human condition talking, and that's a minority of people.
You're
There's no
doing it again.
It goes back to, like I said, to AI's original point. There's whatever percentage you want to give it of people. There's no helping them. You can't help them.
I know,
You're
but
never.
a very,
You can
very
spend your whole
small
life.
percentage, which means we don't need government, we don't need police, because only a small number of people are required to be, like, say, paid attention.
Well, that's the whole point. Okay.
friend,
Listen to this, Grizzly.
she's from a
You are
country.
currently controlled by that minority you're talking about. These are the psychopaths that actually rule the world.
I
was
agree.
going to say that.
This minority,
Yeah.
right?
I agree with you. Yeah, on this one, I agree.
Hold on, buddies. Hey, chill out. We got someone who wants to get in that seems to have an example that actually exists in the real world they want to say, so we should defer to that person. All right, go ahead, whoever that was. Sounded like a lady. Maybe not. Go ahead.
Oh, it was me. It was me. I was just saying, my friend, she lived in a country where the police don't do anything, and it is South America. And she has a big family where she lives in a farm. She lived in a farm, and she was 13 years old, and they had to send her to the United States because she got adopted at 13 years old by this Christian family that my husband's friends with, and that's how I know her. And they took her in, and there was a game there that was going to go and kidnap her specifically and take her. And family, all they were they could do,
Breaking up for me, I know you guys are.
Hey, listen, we let AI speak this way. Let her speak this way.
Oh, am I breaking?
Yeah, you're breaking up from my end, but maybe I'm just.
Yeah, try to drop in and come back.
One second.
Any guesses of where this family is from?
Somehow AI maintains this like robot, but audible robot, where nobody else can maintain it. He can maintain it for like hours somehow.
This is AI.
Sounds like she was giving us a tragic story of the human condition.
Grizzly, would you say the human condition is a product of human nature?
No, it's the product of human design. It's not a product of human nature. Human nature is given by God, which is to be good to each other.
Yeah, but I mean, the outcome of human condition is based upon human nature.
No, human nature is good. Human condition is sickness.
Let me finish. Human nature, to be put in a certain condition, would result in a certain way. That's what I mean.
I'm just telling you, sir. The human condition is like a cancer. Human nature is like health. You see, so you get sickness because because you've let things to slide, right? Because you've not looked after yourself properly, so you become sick. Same with this. So children who aren't raised properly, they lose human nature and they develop the human condition of fear, violence, aggression.
I agree with you that the human nature, or as you put it, human condition, you're putting it in a negative sense. But what I would call it, yeah, but what I would say is condition is the environment that human is being put in.
Right, but the human condition is negative because it makes you do evil things. It makes you lose your empathy for other people. That's evil.
Yeah, but it's only based on actually human nature, because
no, human nature is to have empathy. Human condition is not to have empathy, so they're different things.
No, human nature is to do wrong.
No, human nature is to do right. Human condition is to do wrong.
Let me finish. I agree with you. Put in a certain environment, human nature would end up in you acting in a positive way. Also, human nature dictates that being put in a wrong environment would end up in acting in a negative way. So
no, sir. Human nature will make you act the right way in all situations. That's why you're connected to God with your intuition. That's why you have to discover these things truly, spiritually. Otherwise, you're just walking around in circles because you don't even know the difference between right and wrong.
Well, listen, not everybody has the same. We do ultimately have the same, right? We're trying to do good, right? But through these situations, right, we're going to ultimately try to do good. But then we're going to do a good according to us, and then my good is not the same as your good.
I know, but it's objective. Right and wrong are objective. You need to discover that.
Right, but they'll say, through my experience, I've determined that this justification shows that this is what is good, and then somebody else will disagree. And
I know, but that's why you have to get the right version. It's important to get the right version, not to be mistaken. It's important.
Yeah, and you think you have the right version, so
we all have the right version. It's in our intuition. It's in our human nature. It comes automatic.
Exactly, but it doesn't. Does it come automatically for every?
It does.
So why do we live in?
Not to rape. You automatically know not to steal.
So
you know this already.
So why? Okay, no, that's very basic. But if it gets complicated,
it doesn't get more complicated than that. You just can't touch other people without consent. Very simple.
That's easy. I mean, we know not to murder people, but
exactly, you can't touch other people without consent. Yeah. That's it. That's the only rule you got to follow. That's it.
That's the only rule, and we're good.
Let me ask this.
Have you seen
Mr. Grizzly? Hold on a second, friends. Mr. Grizzly, do you have children?
Oh, okay.
That's irrelevant. You can skip that.
Okay, let me tell you this. I never had to teach my children to do wrong. They did it without ever being told.
It's because they watch TV. They have little childhood friends.
Wrong, sir. You are wrong, and everybody in this room knows it, dude. It's a joke how wrong you are.
You think that humans are inherently good and that they just naturally know, like, we are made to survive, and unfortunately, people don't use good to survive. They use bad things in human nature, and you're taught not to do that. But little kids naturally act. You have to tell a kid not to hit somebody else because
Is that right? I don't think so. That's false.
natural. That's completely natural.
Young lady, if we did the following experiment, if we left a child, let's imagine a 5-year-old. Right? If we left that child with a puppy,
care, dude. Do you have children? Do you have children, sir? Sir, do you have children? Yes or no?
Relevant, bro. Come on.
He does not have children.
Okay. No, stop talking. I want to hear from the lady. Lady, do you have children?
I'm pregnant, but I've taken care of my little cousins. I'm about to have a child.
Congrats.
Young lady.
All right. So in your experience with children, did they do wrong naturally, or did they have to be taught?
No, they do wrong naturally. No, people don't teach kids to do things wrong. They just do it. It's human nature. It's human nature, unfortunately.
Human nature in a sense that human nature has a choice. You have a choice to do good or bad. The fact that you know good from bad, we already established that. You do know good from bad, but people will still choose bad over good.
Minority will.
It happens.
A minority will.
No,
it's not minority.
Actually, a lot of people will still
my experience
do a little.
With kids, and I'm about to have a baby, so I'll get to see the experience from the very beginning. But my experience with kids is they literally test you. They test to see how far they could go with bad behavior. They do that. It's just part of what people do. They want to see how far they could push it. That's why you need to teach people to be good.
Young lady, let me ask you a question. Young lady, if we left a 5-year-old with a bunny rabbit, let's say, in a room, and this is unethical, but imagine this happened, and the child was not fed, so the child was getting more and more hungry, will there ever come a point when the child will eat the rabbit with his bare hands and just eat the raw meat? Will that ever happen?
I've never seen an experiment like that before, and I don't know. And I'm not.
The answer is it would never happen. The child would die of starvation before he kills the rabbit.
Is that your
child's not going to know to get
your
meat
litmus
from a
test?
rabbit,
I mean, we're not talking about
they'd have to know. They'd have to know that.
The child will never become a savage. You will never eat the rabbit.
What if I leave a Rice Krispie treat in the room and I tell them that's not yours, stealing is bad, and I leave the room? Will they ever eat the Rice Krispie treat?
By the way, by the way, friend, we got a problem here. We got a problem here. We have an accusation. We have an accusation that a child saving their own life by hunting and eating an animal is savagery.
I'm telling you, they would never do it. They would never eat that rabbit.
They would.
Because they don't know. They don't necessarily know that it's food yet, dude. This is not an equivalent experiment, dude. You're out of
random things in their mouth. Don't they eat everything because they're so stupid and young?
But AI. Would you say they don't know yet? But put in the situation where they have no food and they're in that room stuck and they're dying from hunger. I would say they would eat that rabbit. That's human nature.
They would.
They would. No, they're not going to know to eat the rabbit.
They're hungry.
No,
there's nothing else.
It's
you and the rabbit in a room.
Bro, that child has empathy.
Nothing else.
How about this?
Because somebody once upon a time did this with the rabbit originally.
Bro, that child still has empathy for the rabbit, so he would rather die than hurt that rabbit.
Let's do this. Let's put 4 4-year-olds in a room. 4 5-year-olds. We'll just call them 5-year-olds. Put 4 5-year-olds in a room for 48 hours and just leave. Leave a hammer in the room. One of those kids is gonna smack the other kid with the fucking hammer.
No, they're not.
No, I'm just surprised. I'm saying, wait. Grizzly, are you saying eating rabbits is immoral?
I'm telling you that a little child would not kill a rabbit if he's hungry.
No, but is killing rabbits
listen to
wrong?
What I'm saying, man. Stop talking.
I'm asking. No, you listen to what I'm saying.
Just move on. I answered you. Just listen, okay?
I'm asking a question.
Move on.
Is eating rabbits wrong?
I've already answered you.
No, you didn't.
I already did. Grab
is
your
it right?
Notes.
Wrong?
Grab your notes. I already answered you.
I don't think that was a great example of someone acting wrong if they're starving and they need to eat something.
The point is,
And
an
either
adult,
way,
if you left a starving adult in the room, he would eat the rabbit. Starving child would
no,
not eat the rabbit.
that's knowledge based. That's knowledge based. You have to do something
There
more
we
than
go.
just that. Use an
Well
actual
said.
No, I thought it
example
was
of that.
natural. Wait, I thought it was hunting was natural, and we just hunt naturally, aren't we?
It is. The kid would eat the rabbit.
They wouldn't, though.
You're saying they're just
That's great. Does
passively,
anybody have evidence?
They care about the rabbit more than
die.
themselves.
Here's what we're doing.
They'll
Children?
passively just give up and die,
Child,
given
Yes,
a food
child
resource in
would.
front of them.
I don't know if you
Dude,
have any experience with children, honestly, because it
they
really
can
sounds like
pulse
you
over
don't.
broccoli. They're not going
I'm
to eat.
not saying children are evil. I'm just saying that they naturally test to see how far they could go.
Well, don't
Eating
confuse me,
rabbits
Grover.
is not evil. I don't
AI
get
brought this
why
whole
is everyone
topic up.
saying eating rabbit.
AI brought this
All
whole
right.
topic up. What?
Yeah, we're changing the topic. I have to mute a couple of people just to gain control. Guys, switch the topic back to flat Earth. Does anybody in here have any evidence of the Earth being a globe? There's a topic. Go ahead. I'm gonna unmute everybody now. No more eating rabbit talk. We don't need it. That's not the topic of the room. All right, guys.
How did it get here? You're right. That's a good. I don't know how it even got here.
Who? Well, I'll wrap this up real quick. So what happened was, as I proved unequivocally that the Earth is stationary and flat, in contradiction to the evidence provided by homeboy Slice, who was trying to debate me. And then, as a reflex action, he took it to religion and started this chaos that ensued. And I, because I was so interested, hold on, friend, hold on. Because I was so interested in getting my pizza from Domino's, let it slide. All right, back to flat Earth.
All right.
Nice one, AI. I mean, yeah, good justification. It was interesting, the combo. But yeah, getting back to flat Earth. I mean,
but just for clarification, I just want to know: did he meant my conversation with him?
Listen, you're the
Wait,
sacrificial rabbit.
you have globe Earth proof?
No, I'm asking if I shifted the conversation to religion.
Who cares? Just move on.
No, that's not the topic of conversation. If you were listening, do you have globe
to hear
Earth proof?
Teal's story. Now that she's not breaking up.
Karosh is
Okay.
he's a nice guy. He had a nice conversation about a couple topics about level, laser tests, etc. If there's somebody else in the room that has evidence of the Earth being a sphere, I don't think you should be yelled at.
I don't think there's any Globers in here for real.
Oh, it definitely is.
Is it Kurash?
You're looking.
Glober?
No thanks. Am I a globe, whatever you call it? Am I one of them?
A globe flat?
I think
No,
you sounded earlier like you were weighing out the evidence and seeing how you could figure it out.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Are you saying you're on the fence, Kurash? Like you don't know if the Earth is?
I'm truly convinced that the whole topic around this is there to distract people from the real problems. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but that's fine. But what do you think it is?
Yeah,
Globe versus flat.
No. This would be a repetition of what we just spoke earlier. That's why I asked AI if he meant me if I shifted to religion, because I didn't shift to religion.
Yeah, but why are you evading the question though?
The fuck?
What?
You asked
Why are you
AI?
evading the question?
I asked AI a question, or what did you say?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was AI about the, not this AI in the VC, not.
No, but Kurash, my question was, which side do you stand on, or actually, like, inclined to believe more than the other, if anything? I mean, I don't want to box you in, but
my personal opinion
doesn't matter.
Yeah, my personal opinion is
right?
That unless I'm on a space ship myself and out flying around, up until that point, I wouldn't say I'm 100% sure of anything, because I know that we are being actively lied to in all aspects and all topics in many different stuff, not only flat Earth.
So are we being lied to on this topic?
The lie needs to have a benefit.
Yeah,
and
I'm asking.
the benefit you
question:
provided.
Are we being? No. We're not talking about intent here. I mean, intent gets complicated. I'm asking you about the facts. Do you think you're being lied to about the shape of the Earth?
I'm really not too much into this topic. What you provided today, I still need to watch the video and
Okay,
everything. I
you
can't.
don't want to answer the question.
No, not to
Thank
answer.
you.
No, wait. I don't. I'm not sure. What do you mean? Like what? Do you want? If
Sure,
I'm not sure,
you're not sure.
And it's not offense. It's just like never in my life I listen to anybody and say, yes, I believe you. I will go back, do something. Maybe in a couple of weeks I come back to this channel. We have a new discussion, and I'm
that's
more.
an honest answer.
Yeah.
So you're saying you don't know, right? Your answer is you don't know.
But
either way, it's possible.
To be honest, yeah, but on offense means that I'm actively trying to take a side in your.
No. That's not what I'm saying. No. Yeah. I let go of that. I understand your position now, but I'm saying your answer ultimately is you don't know, right?
Yes.
Either way, and you don't actually care. It's not part of your.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, exactly.
He wouldn't be here if he didn't care. So that's a lie.
Honest, no.
You wouldn't be here. Okay.
In politics?
No, in this VC. If
it happens that I'm the first time here, or second time. First time was 1 year or 2 years ago, and it was
horrible.
horrible.
You care enough to press the button of your mouse to join this VC. So you do care about Earth.
Okay, so whenever I join any topic, everywhere, it doesn't matter Discord or real life, it means automatically that I care about it, right? Not because I might be bored.
Well, so far you're still here. How long have you been here? How many minutes? An hour?
Minutes.
Maybe?
With the gap between, I was AFK for maybe 30 minutes, but I had a discussion with no tanks, AI, and I can't remember the other words, but if you were there...
Like hours.
And...
Okay, 30 minutes. We say 30 minutes. So far, you still think we are crazy people?
Did any one of you guys who listen to me, did I ever use the word to say to you that you are crazy?
You would have left by now. We think you're crazy people. True or not?
Don't put any words in my mouth.
No, I'm not asking you. True or not? Would you have left by now if you thought we were crazy people?
He doesn't. I think he's genuine.
Just an honest question. Just an honest question.
Sure.
I opened it up by
it's
saying,
going back to the beginning of his conversation that was hours ago, right?
Yeah, he was here for a while. He had a good conversation with AI. Like, it was probably an hour long altogether, at least, of taking in the information. I just wouldn't say. I put that out there.
Shut up!
Don't argue to galvanize him in a position where he doesn't like you.
I'm a bad news, spiritual, you motherfucker. Sorry. Go on. There was kind of shouting in the mic.
Yeah, I know we're short on Globers. It's just that he seems to be, Karash seems to be considering it somewhat, as far as he'll take a look at the information in an honest way. And the only thing that can happen from here is if we say, hey, make a choice right now. If not, you're an asshole. Then it's just going to galvanize his position against an open-minded look at it. That's why I brought it up.
His position is he's never going to look into it because that's not his.
No, he said he was going to look. He has to look at the. You have to look at the FP4 test that was.
No, he said he doesn't care. So
no,
it's
he
not
said he needs more time. A couple weeks, he'll be back. Trust me.
I don't think so. I don't think he's ever going to look into this.
He's still here.
Yeah, I mean, almost exactly. It's just an assumption that I do it, maybe because you do it yourself. But I saved the link, which is in the chat here provided, and I'm going to look into it at the time when I have it. But it doesn't mean that I have to look at it right now. And maybe I will not come back to this stuff, but for me personally, and I know that majority, even you guys, most of you guys, you don't go actively and try to search everything. I'm pretty sure if we go and ask all of you separately alone relevant questions which prove that the earth is flat, not all of you could say it out of your head because you're just in this
You're right, brother.
Because you have friends here who told you, yeah, the flat is earth. Yeah, you are right. Maybe you have a girlfriend or you have a boyfriend.
Exactly.
You want
None of us. None of us. It's actually the pursuit of the truth that leads you to this conclusion. That's what we share. Even though it might be a different path that we went through, it was the pursuit of that question in the back of your mind. I mean, I remember my journey. I mean, and I see the similarities in all the like brothers in the movement, if you want to call it that. There's something that we are looking for. It's like there's something wrong with the world. I'm trying to find what it is, and it like somehow it falls into your laps. Like it's not something you plan on discovering or even want to. Like
almost
for me,
exactly,
I rejected this notion
almost
initially. Like the first. Go ahead. Sorry.
You can ask AI, and no thanks what I said. Both of them heard what I said, and I have a different aspect in regards to this whole topic, and it's not because I'm curious or whatever. And you missed it, and I don't want to repeat myself, but believe me, it was something totally different to what you say.
So sorry, I'm not like attacking you or anything. I'm just stating my position with regards to the conversation, how it's going. It wasn't necessarily like a comeback to what you said. I mean, if anything, I'm enjoying the conversation with you. Like I don't mind it at all. I mean, it seems very natural in essence. I mean, I don't disagree with anything you say.
No, you can disagree
I know
and
where it's coming
everything.
from.
We can all disagree and agree as long as we have a normal conversation. And I had with the most people here normal conversation. I left when Grizzly started because, in my opinion, Grizzly really has to work on his temper, how he speaks with someone, because I felt like he wants to break my noise. But that's my opinion.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
No, we can share that
people.
opinion actually.
Yeah.
So,
Kurosh, just to let you know, I don't know how much you research about Flat Earth, or like.
Not at all.
Well, since 2016, this topic has been going strong. It's never died, and we're still here. So that alone has to say something. People are looking for information to confirm their own reality. They're interested. You are still here. Clearly, you have some kind of interest in knowing what we got for type of information. You need some time. That's fine. Come back. Bring some more evidence. Bring your own globe evidence you think that proves the globe. You will see how it gets demolished. Each time globers come in, they get destroyed.
I can confirm what you said, that that I'm curious to know what's the background of it, why somebody would follow it, because I believe that it didn't help the movement, let's say the movement and people waking up towards the cruelty of the elites, how they are like contributing to establish opponents against each other with religion, with wars and everything, and let's the average people in all countries fight against each other and all that stuff. We saw it with 9/11, where the most secure area of the world was attacked by a guy in a cave who was a former CIA agent, which caused the current world of today.
Yeah.
And whenever I would speak to people about relevant, true topics in regards to this whole stuff, people would say, "Oh, are you a flat earther?" And I would say no, but they would still like make jokes. And for me, it was interesting later on, and this is the very first time that I actually had a long conversation with AI and No Thanks and a couple of other guys. And I have to look into it. It's the first time that I will actively listen to what they're saying. And again, I might come back and say, "Hey, you're right," or whatever. But as of now, I still am. I'm finished in 1 second. I'm sure that it's not true. Sorry, I'm convinced that it's used to direct the energy to something else, whereas to use the movement to do something better for the world.
So, all right, you need more time. I understand. Some people, some people took a year before they finally dropped the whole idea about the globe because they couldn't prove it. Some people took weeks, maybe some days, some months. Everybody's different.
Fence.
So gather as much information as you can. This is the only way. Take your time. Talk with us. Come with any type of evidence you think that might prove your point. Maybe not. Who knows? And see where it goes, where it leads to. Basically, that's it. We're not here to convince you of flat Earth. We're not telling you join our, Join
Yeah,
Flat Earth. We
it's not a
want,
cult.
like, that's not a cult. Yeah. So we're not a club or cult. We're just people who've been looking for the truth. We've been, scrutinizing the globe. Actually, like, critically thinking about the globe. What's going on? Like, they're telling us some stories. They're telling us some stuff. We can't even verify. We can't even prove. There's a lot of pseudoscience involved. They just want you to believe most of it. They just want you to believe in it.
If I can add just a little bit to that, I would say your biggest challenge is yourself. It's when you can challenge yourself that you can attain some sort of truth. I mean, let go of your preconceived notions. Challenge yourself, really, like, because people have this idea of flat earthers like they're just these gullible people who believe things on the internet. It's exactly the mirrored opposite of that. I mean, the first time I heard the words flat earth, it was like, fuck that shit. I can believe in anything in this whole world. Like, tell me green men, I'll believe it, but not that the earth is flat, So I would say it's like a self-reflection kind of thing. It's deep. Like, you need to face yourself, see yourself naked, in essence. Like, that's something, I don't know if you can grasp it as I'm like telling you these words, but facing yourself is the hardest.
I would just say,
kind of.
the easiest way is to be open-minded. Sorry. Just to add on, be open-minded. Absorb the new information. And if you're intellectually honest with yourself, you will see the same thing we are seeing. As simple as that. There's nothing complicated about flat Earth. And I don't know how you see flat Earth in your imagination or paradigm. Flat Earth is not a disk in space, floating in space. This type of psyop version, when you Google flat Earth, that's just a psyop version of it. We don't claim that. We don't say that at all here. It's just a surface description, flat, level, horizontal, a level, the planar. People been out trying to look for the curvature and doing, long distance observation with measurements, collecting data, using the globe model in reality, testing it for real. And they can't find the curvature rate according to the globe model of the 59 miles radius. And that is a big issue. Now, people might say it's a bigger Earth, and maybe it might be bigger Earth. Sure. Then that would be on you to provide the new number of the radius of the radius value of the Earth. Then, if you're going to claim it's a bigger Earth, since we don't, quote unquote, see the curvature or measure it. But what we do here, we follow the empirical evidence. We want to test, repeat, and verify the stuff that has been conducted by other people or one of us, as some has. Simple as that.
Yeah. You can take your premise to heart, right? People are lying to you. Now, what you have other than other people telling you what to do or what to think is your own senses. And this is stuff that you would have to go and do with yourself. Because take your senses for what they're telling you. You don't feel the earth to be in motion. Anytime the earth is actually felt to be in motion, you call it an earthquake, right? People will give the excuse that, well, the earth is so big and the movement is so great and you're so small in comparison that you won't feel it. Well, now you're breaking Occam's razor. You're adding to the story what doesn't need to be added. The earth is not moving because the earth is not moving and your senses are telling you the truth. Now, you can look out and experience how you travel. You don't feel yourself dipping down a curve. You don't look out and see a curve. You see things happening in the distance, like objects disappearing bottom up, objects disappearing because they become too small for you to see. Right? So then what's the cause? Well, they give you a radius value You can verify whether or not that it's true by going and using the math 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Look out in the distance. If you're at 1 foot observation height, you should see objects disappear at 1.2 miles away from you. Right? You can take that equation, 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet, and go make your own observation. If you're seeing farther than the horizon's telling you, then the horizon is not due to a geometric shape. It is due to an apparent effect. If it's due to an apparent effect, you are not seeing the geometric shape of the sphere that is underneath your feet, supposedly.
Can I explain my thought?
What's that?
It's because the ultimate movement or goal of this is to say that we've been lied to with the Earth, and once this happens, that the foundation of the lying elite or whatever crumbles, and we're gonna have truth in this world. But earlier in this conversation, you said that the humans can be evil in nature. This would mean that even in a flat Earth, we would face the same issues which are currently happening in the world, isn't it?
No, they can't be evil in nature. That's a human condition, not the human nature. Went through this already, bro. I thought you made
Grizzly, I
notes.
know. So be quiet, Grizzly. I listened to you, but I am talking to the ones who said that whether you have children or not, and you didn't answer, but they said that the children were doing bad stuff.
You're proving that you weren't listening because you
Okay,
said something
sorry,
I told.
Grizzly, please. And that's the point where I want to go. That with what you said, it means that even in a flat Earth, later on in the same movement, the same issues will occur which we have right now. No?
No.
No, they won't. We'll explain to you that wouldn't occur. That's different. We'll explain that.
Koresh, were you actually listening?
Yes.
The person was talking about defeating the idea of the globe, like the idea that the Earth is curving, therefore things disappear behind it, and explaining how that was disproved according to empirical data. Do you understand that?
But you skip what I say, and I say that because you don't understand my connection. I'm going to the end point. I say that you are right. I pretend in my imagination, I say, let's all agree, you are right, the flat is Earth.
Why do you have to pretend?
So then what you're doing is appealing to the future, and that's a fallacy. All I'm doing is reference your senses, because your senses are going to tell you the truth.
Wait. So you disregard. So you disregard future.
Futuristic utopia. If everybody was to just realize we lived on a flat plane.
Yeah.
No, that is not the argument. That is a logical
the future.
fallacy.
Yes. Exactly. Future fallacy. Future fallacy. It's called that. It's a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy.
So if the truth comes out, at some point it would come out.
No, it doesn't matter if the truth is going to come out in a certain. The matter is, in this current state of matter, this empirical data says one thing. You're saying it could change over time?
I don't say it could change. I'm asking you. You have a movement which would go towards the direction to show up that there's an elite who's actively being lying to us.
Nobody's talking about an elite. No.
Okay,
not at all.
Thanks.
Listen. Listen. That's not what. Listen.
AI. Wait,
dude. Nobody talked about an elite.
I spoke to AI.
They were talking about facts
for an hour about it, man.
Sure, I respect that, but that's not what we're talking about right now. The person was talking about facts, about observations. Were you listening?
You ask me why I'm here if I'm not interested. That I'm on a fence and everything. No. That's what was.
No. You're circling back to an old conversation. That's not what we're talking about right now. The person who was talking about observations. Were you listening?
It's okay. So we have like a.
You're inserting your.
No. I'm not inserting. That conversation started. It doesn't mean. Okay, sorry. Wait.
Yeah, it did. It's ended. Now there's another.
Quetzalcoatl. Wasn't it 10 minutes ago that you asked me why I'm here in this channel?
Sorry, I didn't pay attention to what he was talking about. What's going on?
Okay, it doesn't matter. Then it's difficult to explain. But he's saying that I'm changing the topic.
Yeah, Crush. Did you listen to his? Let's say the formula for a globe, right? 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height.
Well, okay.
Did you listen to that?
You didn't provide an answer to what I said, and I said.
Okay,
it doesn't matter. Yeah, no. I leave it.
No. I'll give it to you, man. I mean,
I think I understand a little bit where he's coming from.
Quetzer, look, you didn't listen to what I just asked. I'm gonna ask it now to you because almost exactly implemented, or he told me that I'm changing the topic.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.